soon as we swapped sides, it was just complete and utter dominance the entire way through, just basically riding that wave all the way into that 13 scoreline to be able to take it home. This was really good comfort to see from 𝘰𝘰𝘮𝘮, because again, this is not a map that they have played it in a very long time, not since 2022, and that was in a loss versus 𝘰𝘮𝑚. So they have not brought this to the forefront in a considerable amount of time, and clearly they've been workshopping it a hell of a lot. 𝘰𝘰𝘮𝘮 as well, props to him. The scoreline might not really tell the whole picture, but I liked some of the setups that he was going through. Clearly he's been putting some time into learning this harbor, which is something that I think he's only played twice in any sort of tracked capacity coming into this series. So this is his third showing on that agent ever, and overall I think that his util setups were very much on point.
Absolutely, especially with how they were playing just with that cove. Again, either to plant the spike or defuse the spike, whether it's attacking or defending. They really played around that so well that you saw how pressed Global Esports was just to kind of counteract that, and it still didn't pan out for them.
I'm really excited to see the matchup between Bleed and 𝘰𝘰 now, because I think both teams are ones that show that there is like a foundation here, but it needs to be built up more. So who can
Halo Jopra, halo Virus, halo Yon, halo Yehuda, halo 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘦𝘮𝑗, first mana ada first. Halo Jopra, halo Rizky, halo Zidan, halo Julian, halo Semut, halo Chris, halo Arvin, halo Rizky, halo Eri. Hi guys.
One of the things that I'm going to be curious to track is, do they continue trying to run this solo Viper controller that we now have seen for 2 maps in a row? Is it going to be Russ continuing to run this KO, where other teams still are kind of straying over towards Sky on those previously, Sky-centric maps?
And T1 versus 𝘰𝘰𝘮𝘮, they're
menang siapa tadi? 𝘰𝘰𝘮𝘮 lagi 𝘰𝘰𝘮 ya tadi menang ya?
How are you feeling about that?
𝘰𝘰𝘮
I
lawan
think the only word I keep saying in any of these matches is just super excited, because again, 𝘰𝘰𝘮𝘮, you already see how far the changes have been with the 2 additions again of 𝘰𝘰𝘮𝑚 and 𝘰𝘰𝘮𝑚, and it's already successful here. How is it going to deal with the T1 that we saw from yesterday, that even though it did go to the very limits up against Bleed Esports, it still was them having
mandi nggak bro? Nggak mandi.
that first series.
Yeah, I mean, one of the big things that I would love to see, because I think both teams are very happy to play on the map, is Lotus. But after seeing T1 really picking apart Bleed yesterday, is that something that you still feel comfortable on? Does this identity of division still feel comfortable on Lotus? If the answer is yes,
halo Adit, halo 21, halo Arsa.
Show me 𝘰𝘰𝘮𝘮 versus 𝑧𝘰𝘮𝑚, but that's for a future matchup.
Leslo segera berdomba, streamer tempat
very exciting, and I would love to see a Lotus matchup. Give it to us.
Menghilangi rasa trauma scale-nya sedikit demi sedikit. Bagus. Kita penting masih penuh tinta, iya nih. Begini. Dia nggak bisa hilang ya, harus gunting kayak kukunya. Tapi mau main gitar. Halo Kela. Cara dulu. Masih caranya polling ya? DS atau Talon? Kalau udah mulai rajin live lagi bang? Iya rajin, aku rajin. Woi, gua tadi subuh gua nge-stream loh, gila. Halo Asran. Halo Jordi. Lu kan nomor 12 deh, kok bisa nyoblos? Ada juga. Si Sam tadi katanya ketiduran, Ci. It's okay. Emang jam 5 masih pada bobo harusnya. Mau sampai DRX? Iya, sampai DRX. Kita menyemangati mantan. Halo Dendi, DRX DFM sudah tahu siapa yang menang sih? Iya, DRX dong. Kalau misalnya DFM yang menang sih patut dipertanyakan ya. Masih ada ini nggak 𝘧𝘰𝘮𝑚 di DFM? Lihat DFM. Udah nggak ada anjir. Gak ada yang gue tahu di DFM. Net, Mei, Ses, Anthem, Medusa, siapa anjir? Nggak tahu. Ini DRX ada yang baru kan? Flashback. Berarti udah nggak main, 𝘰𝘰𝘮𝘮 sudah beneran nggak main ya? 𝘰𝘰𝘮𝑗 sama 𝘭𝘪𝑚 udah nggak main sama sekali. Padahal 𝘭𝑪𝑚 jago loh. Arbi kemana? Arbi ke Titan Esport. Apa nih, China ya? Ya sih China ya harusnya. Iya anjir, China. Titan Esport. Zeta. Like cewek yang transitnya cakep. nggak ada, belum ada. Masih iklan. Like gue kira kemarin malam bilang jam 5 tuh sore, ternyata pagi. Pagi anjir. Gila. Solo apa bareng-bareng Napski? Kayak solo deh. Gue kalau bareng-bareng rame-rame gitu gue nggak bisa ngomong gitu anjir. Malu anjir. Kemarin gue diem doang pas ada Cime sama JJJ. Halo Gujo. Abis ini turnamen nobar nggak ada live nih Cici pasti. Iya. Abis nobar kelarnya jam 7 jir. Gimana mau main? Version do you support? Talon or Team Secret? Talon or Team Secret? Sabar ya, kita lihat dulu. Talon ada Ceriwis, Cheat Boy, Ban Governor. Ini penasaran sih sama yang Governor ini. Lin, gue pegang siapa ya? Dua-duanya gue bisa aja sih. Kayaknya IS deh. Talon ya, Talon aja deh. Gak tahu yang mana, biasa aja gue udah sama dua-duanya. Yang kelar cepet aja dah. Your shirt letters say mandi min mau, udah makan, sakit. Kagak sih, saya emang suka pilek ya guys, jadi kayaknya pilek itu sudah tidak termasuk sakit. Itu seperti fenomena yang sudah biasa. Nanti tidur dulu gak sih sekarang? Gila lu, nontonnya pasti RX aja. Jangan, gue mau nobar dari jam 3. Ih, apa sih? Gue mau nge-stream loh. Ya kan lu jarang jadi morning person gitu, gue mikirnya. Gue udah bilang jam 5 pagi. Sentinel lawan siapa tadi? Laut. Yang menang Laut. Mana Jesslyn? Nggak tahu lah anjir, masih pulau kapuk dah kayaknya. Dari kemarin. Telepon lah sekarang. Tapi belum mulai sih, ntar kalau udah mulai gue telepon deh. Hasilnya kenapa jadi kayak tiang listrik gitu? Kenapa? Emang begini? Biasanya gimana? Emang bisa gantung? Kayak begini. Hai, streamer pemegang janji. Betul. Gila. Betul. Pas bajunya lucu kan? Ingo. Streamer anti PHP. Galak banget, kenapa sih? Gue gak galak. Mana ada gue galak? Udah live lagi aja. Maksudnya? Kalau dimulai ada Kojon. Ini di follow lu udah main kayak Kojo siapa? Jonathan Liandi. Kenapa emang? Earphone baru ya? Apa sih? Gue udah pakai setahun, gila. Top up di mana? Lagi top up atau Fruity aja. Fruity aja. Mana Donomin? Ada di situ. Nih, Dono. Aduh, nggak nyampe cuy. Galak banget, takut. Gue gak galak. Anjir. Berantem ya? Gak ada kode promo link. Gak ada. Kayaknya sih gak ada ya. Soalnya gue gak dikasih. Bisa sih kode promo gitu langsung dikasih. turu jam tadi kan jam 5 kita watch party sampai jam 7-an kayak jam 8 gue baru tidur deh, jam 8-an tidur sampai jam 12, terus jam 12 makan, beli jangkrik buat Gempi, terus watch party. Bejil, lucu banget boneka babi gigi lu babi, woi ini bukan babi. Kamu bilang babi dong. Ini bukan babi, walaupun kamu udah kill tapi terlihat seperti dinosaurus kok. Ini dinosaurus anjir, gila ya. Dono, Toto, Dibu, Dino biru. Jangkrik buat apa? Jangkrik buat gue makan, cemilan. Kalau apa yang bilang enakan top up di mana, jawabnya tetap Fruity Store Kamin. Enggak lah. Nah, gitu apa? Masa ini taruhannya karir anjir, gimana dong? Rasa jangkrik apa jir? Enak rasa jangkrik. Mandiin dononya. Anjir. Dia udah wangi, dia tuh gak perlu mandi karena dia wangi kok. Babinya megang boneka, kurang ajar ya. Jangkrik goreng. Enggak lah, jangkriknya buat ini anjir. Buat siapa? Siapa nama ini gue? Cicak gue. Gempi, buat Gempi. Mending bobo apa nobar, men? Mending bobo sih sebetulnya. Tapi karena sekali gue bangun gue gak bisa tidur lagi, jadi ya udah kita nobar lah. Jangkrik oseng enak silik. Jangkrik enak kriuk-kriuk. Gue gak pernah sih, gak pernah coba sih. Itu di ibu beli di mana like ini? Ini gue dikasih. Ini beli Shopee. Ini beli di Shopee juga. Cobain mie enak, nggak mau anjir, apa sih? Mau, nggak usah neneh. Alah santuy. Rendang jangkrik, what the fuck man? 80% barang lo dikasih semua. Bener sih, gue jarang beli anjir. Teman-teman saya baik sekali. Fanfest Loud jadi kurang seru nggak ada aspas. Iya, setuju. Gue baru tahu lagi aspas udah pindah Leviathan. Makasih Min buat PP Mole. Kursi juga dikasih. Iya. Duit Subaton sih sebetulnya. Gue beli PC gue kan dari duit Subaton kan. Kalau gue nggak Subaton, kayaknya gue masih memakai laptop gue yang blue screen itu deh. Masih pakai laptop blue screen. Yang FPS-nya di bawah 100. Gue main Valo tuh sambil ya nge-like dikit tidak ngaruh. Hati lo dikasih siapa bang? Dikasih Tuhan. Halo Jagip, baik kan gak tahu about you. Itu Dogi siapa Min di belakang kursi? Bonekanya si bocil anjir. Dinistakan setiap hari. RRQ kapan main? RRQ Rabu. Kita nobar lagi Rabu ya guys. Rabu main, menang, Kamis nobar lagi. Oh ada RRQ top up. Soalnya gue dibayar sama Fruity. Top up store. Halo Bimo. Kan di lantai kucing atau apa? Itu itu boneka anjing gue. DRX nggak WP besok WP kok. DRX besok ya? Besok tuh gue WP yang gue nggak bisa tuh Selasa gue WP-nya paling jam 5 soalnya gue pulang kuliah dulu. Ngeng kuliah, gue pulang cepet, kita WP, oke? Iya.
we need to put dubstep over onto the jet. We need to flip around our roles a little bit more because we just don't have the cover.
Oke, Min, lu dukung siapa kali ini? Aduh, gue bingung jujur. Kayaknya gue dukung Talon aja deh. Talon aja lah, Talon. Emang udah pasti menang RRQ.
This is a bit of a painful graphic to be showing off. They finished 9th in the regular season last year in LCQ, around 5th or 6th. But they did show one.
Lo bisa ngendarain motor nggak, Bang? Nggak bisa. Gue bisa naik sepeda. Mau gue bonceng nggak? Gue pernah bonceng kol gue loh. Gantung mintil, Lionel. Thank you. Gue pengen Talon, ciri-ciri tim secret win nih mah. Ah! Janganlah begitu. Sudah sehat internet lo, Min? Masih belum tahu ya. Kemarin sih gue awal-awal nge-stream sehat, cuman pas tengah-tengah nge-stream sih lumayan membabi gitu ya ini si Bien. Terusnya sih aman ya. Manis banget, makasih santuy. Isi jatuh maksudnya, Min. Hey! Menang. Kalau mirip Cadel, iya banyak yang bilang. Karena gue melihat kayak tidak ada yang mirip. Udah 2 match yang didukung kalah, Min, takut. Udah 2 match yang didukung kalah, Min. Gue dukung RRQ sama Sentinel. Kalah dua-duanya. Internet kan yang sponsorin lo? Nggak ada, kan RRQ bareng sama Bisnet kan. Jadi gue nggak bisa sponsorin internet lain. Botnya masih bisa kah? Banyak banget yang mirip-miripin Lik, Kaide lah, Adel lah. Iya, padahal nggak ada yang mirip. Gue nggak merasa mirip. Gue merasa lumayan kayak ada sedikit aja mirip itu sama 𝘰𝘮𝘬𝘦. Kayak ada yang bilang juga katanya mirip sama 𝘰𝘮𝘬𝘦, pas gue liat. Ya lumayan sih, mirip dikit sih. Cuman 𝘰𝘮𝘬𝘦 terus banget. Beda sama saya. WP sampai jam berapa, Lik? WP sampai jam 7 sampai kelar DFM DRX. Mana botnya? Nggak ada ya? Aku mirip. Coba kita cek.
And now we're looking at 𝘬𝘬𝘮𝘬. You had mentioned this. He was a sub at Team Secret, and now he's the IGL of Talon. What?
Yeah, I mean, this is a really
botnya mana anjir?
arc for 𝘬𝘬 because not only was a sub, we saw him subbed in once.
Lu mirip cewek gue, Lik. Ah, lah. Night bot. Hilang anjay. Night bot gue. Aku mirip. Ada kok. Mirip 𝘰𝘮𝘬𝘦 sih. Mau pakai Bisnet kagak? Gue pakai CBN. Gue takut kalau pakai Bisnet. Terus kalau ada trouble, itu posan lagi gue. Mirip 𝘰𝘮𝘬𝘦 sih. Sama 𝘰𝘮𝘬𝘦 matanya. Makin lama makin lihat sih tidak mirip ya.
Yeah, true. And again, it's already said there in the graphic that 𝘬𝘬𝘦 might know the ins and outs of how Team Secret.
Botnya nggak ada anjir. Jodoh. Kan ada jodoh juga nggak bisa. Ini cara bertahan ditinggal ke Bali gimana? Ah, tahan aja kangen ya. Cuman ditinggal sebentar, ke Bali berapa lama sih? Cuman sebulan seminggu paling. Gila ya, seminggu doang. Gila. Mereka nightbot. Botnya mana anjir? Botnya libur. Vibes no kalau drakor habis like. Aduh, gila. Nggak bisa anjir. Muka gue bulet anjir. Ya kalau masuk ke TV kayaknya jadi kayak bola dah. Ini kemana anjir? Nightbot gue. To basically integrate NDG into this roster. So I think that they're at a higher jumping off point compared to Talon. But I also think that menyerah, sidang aman nanti. You know, Coach Frost here for Talon, he has just been on the grind, so he has been working these guys hard to try to get them ready for this series. And having spent a little bit of time with the team, they are all getting along incredibly well. It seems like, as far as the vibes are concerned, everybody is very much on the same page as one another. And they've also been working up some interesting strategies that maybe we'll get to see here today. So I'm really curious if that's going to come into play. But just from what I've been seeing, I think that Talon has put in a solid amount of effort here at the time that they. Di tempat lain Nightbotnya aman nggak? Di gue doang ya? Aman nih.
players could also be teaching them some K-pop moves. There's a lot of like synchronized.
Bolanya ninggalin Ale, boleh aja. Namanya nggak ada. Mana? Halo Nightbot. Oh, nanti emang lagi error. Oke, makasih. Makasih Genius maksudnya. Jadi kan gue sempet putus, terus gue ajak balikan, tapi dia kayak nggak mau gitu awalnya. Setelah 3 harian ajak balikan, dia mau balikan. Emang kok dia cuek, apa dia terima gue karena kasihan doang? Anjing. Kamu ada salah nggak, Jerry? Kalau ada salah, cari dulu. Itu kok mestinya dia diajak balikan terus. Mungkin dia mau lo lebih effort kali. Lo harus lebih effort. Lo invite ulang, Nightbotnya kocak. Gimana caranya kocak? Ah, gue nggak ngerti. Invite ulang gimana? Invite ulang emang ada per-invitean ya? Setahu gue cuman login doang dah. Invite ulang gimana? Di Napskoy bisa Nightbot. Aduh, gimana caranya? Ah, gimana caranya? Emang gue otak-atik juga gue tetep ya kalau bisa. Setting. Setting.
그래서 이번에 또 탈론과 TS가 다시 대결을 하게 됐는데요. 어떤 감정이 드는지 묻겠습니다. 왜냐면 저번 시즌에는 첫 경기에서
Yeah, we're pretty confident in the matchup. Obviously, it's a whole different team, a whole new staff, whole new everything. So we're just
gimana sih caranya? Login terus masukin ke YouTube-nya. Udah gue login.
새롭게 바뀌었지만 더욱더 자신감이 있기 때문에 더욱더 재미난 경기를 할 수 있을 것 같다고 답변을 들었습니다. Now let's ask Ross from Talon Esports. What do you feel about meeting TS as your first opponent?
Sedangkan Alek dia jomblo maksimal, gila lu, gue pernah pacaran, kocak. Gue pernah suka orang juga. Mana nih? Jangan ninggalin aku lah, Nightbot. Kenapa? Aku salah apa? Gak salah apa-apa ditinggalin, gila ya? Kok dia betah di Napski, dia gak betah di gua sih. Udah gua gak ngerti lagi cara nyetingnya gimana. Lock out, kita lock out dulu. Kita login lagi. Yesus. Ini bukan yang ini deh, salah. Ini ya, bener ya? Bukan,
집중하는 것에 더 핵심으로 삼았다고 답변을 들었습니다. What about you, Ross? How did you prepare the match against TS?
So for me, I kind of had a little bit of an advantage.
Lu berdebu, diam! Berdebu.
For our perspective, basically just focus really heavily on the picks and bans, and since we know he's like a very good coach,
maksudnya masih nih jarang sih.
trying to be a little bit more tricky than normal. So I'm very curious to see
Halo Jody.
Figure us out.
Undung sama Sri marah. Pacaran paling lama pasti sebelum putus. Gila enggak bro, gue udah tahun. Udah tidur kah Halik? Udah. Di bocil gaptek. Apa sih? Kok gak bisa sih? Gimana sih? Pusing kepala gue. Kenapa sih? Aduh, teknologi. Cara assign si Nightbot ini gimana? How to assign Nightbot? How to add Nightbot on YouTube? Nah, dengan join Nightbot, join channel, padahal join 𝘧𝘰𝘮𝘦𝘮𝘮. Nipu ya?
Triggered in your chat. So we'll start off by creating a very basic command to drop a exclamation.
This is like
used
when
user-specific command chat while your other social medias, or to turn text and click connect. Now, in order to test and make sure that this app
니뽀야!
I think I need to get in there and maybe coach both of them on their smack talk, because some of that was a little bit weak. But I think maybe they're trying to maintain the friendship. But you know, all's fair in love and war. But I'm really curious to see how this one's going to go down, because I mean, like Frost was kind of alluding
엇
to there,
커뮤니티 모데레이터.
as long as that's not triple duelist nonsense, then I'm all for it. I'm very curious to see what kind of tricks they do have prepared, if they have a solid
Diam!
secret.
Lu semua.
At least for me, I'm just
Ot
doing another one of my
community.
guesses where I feel like how I mentioned about how Ify's going to be the big star player here for Team Secret. It's going to be their mid-round
Community
calls.
mana community?
Talon, when I saw the Clash of Nations, and thankfully I was the one of the talents that was covering that.
Cara lihat modnya tuh di mana tuh gimana ya?
A lot of emphasis on Governor. Granted, that was a couple of months ago, so it might have changed within that span of time, but they really put a lot of emphasis on how very aggressive this import from North America is, and could be playing through that strength coming into this one, because again, I don't really feel that Jeremy has really proven himself from last year specifically.
Whoa. Sorry.
I was just gonna say a little bit bold. I mean, I don't necessarily fully.
Tolong! Oh, ini dia.
Highlight moments. I mean, one of the maybe the fastest of all time with that play on Haven, which, of course, with the draft coming up, we should mention, of course, the Haven is not in the pool anymore for Secret.
True.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we were talking about this, Haven being such an incredible map for Team Secret. What kind of maps are we expecting this time around?
Again, if I'm just looking at my memory on what Team Secret was known for before Haven, it was bind and split.
Nah, moderator nih, mamam tuh moderator. Mana? Ini kamu. Nightbot.
There's so many other things to take
Ada kok.
focus on that maybe they have another
Ada kok.
different maps. I did remember the last tournament that Team Secret did play, and this is the reason why I am still kind of up in the air about what statistics I have for them in terms of maps, is they only played Haven in that one particular tournament, only Haven, and when it went into a best of 3, that's when they only changed up, because, you know, there were more maps to play.
Yeah, well, maybe it was on purpose.
It
right?
probably was.
It was last month or weeks ago.
Yeah.
So I can understand why they would make such a decision.
I think this Haven, you know, Haven being out of the pool does affect both teams to a certain extent. A lot of the highlights that I think of when I, you know, the cruise especially comes to mind, also take place on Haven. Some of those moments where he's sneaking around out of A main, gets himself into window, and just mows down 3 people in B. That was also a fairly comfortable map for them, but I think widely, I'm not sure what to expect whatsoever from Talon, because as far as I'm concerned, the slate is wiped clean. Last year, I don't think it's harsh of me or unfair of me to say was a bit
on a mission to reach Champions 2024. Here to take the winner's ticket, it's Team Secret.
Oh, gue nggak bisa ngecik. Ah! Tolong! Apa anjir? Nggak tahu. Nggak tahu ah. Udah kita nonton aja. Mau ngapain sih? Nggak tahu ah. Bentar aja. Nightbot gue rusak anjir. Welcome to Minty. Terima kasih ya udah. Hehehe. Udah nonton aja lah, jangan berisik.
Ladies and gentlemen, Talon Esports.
Seru yang seri dah. Apa tuh? Coba nanya Pak Apel, pasti dia tahu caranya. Enggak, Pak Apel nggak tahu. Itu dapat kulik. Anjir. Gue udah remove anjir. Kok dia bisa muncul? Gue udah remove loh, what the fuck man. Ada yang salah ini. Ya, gue di ghosting ya. Dajal juga nih. Kok dia serak jidat gitu sih? Datang dan pergi. Babi juga nih lelaki ya. Lelaki, maksudnya nih bot. Tadi gue remove terus masukin lagi kali. Gue gak masukin. Gue kayak udah remove X gitu. X-in si Nightbotnya. Gila, sama Nightbot aja dimainin anjing. Anjing set banget coy. Ini orang tinggi banget. Mas kick. Aduh, pegang siapa ya? 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 Udah kenceng nggak? Sorry.
Alright, well, now we can get into this one. See where exactly we're going to end up. Talon does have the first ban. A lot of curiosity about this, because as I was saying before the walkouts came through, I think widely the slate from last year should be wiped clean, because it's a very different team, very different coaching staff.
Gini sih ada bordernya gitu, jelek banget.
You were referencing, Asarai, that split might be a comfort pickup here for the side of Team Secret, but they're actually banning it away.
Yeah,
jangan ngomong siapa-siapa biar nggak tahu yang masih kalah.
Yeah, there we go. Last year's most highest win rate for them during Pacific League was actually Ascent. It was the only map where every single time they played it for like 5-7 games ever since has been always.
DC sama Nafski dong biar makin seru dan rame. Aduh, gue malu anjir, gue nggak bisa introvert. Sorry guys.
For a talent selection here, they might be looking
kalau gue
something
ikut mereka, gue nge-mute
to
biasanya.
spread out this
Anti talent,
defense
kurang
Team
ajar.
Secret has. Again, they haven't
Kurang
played
ajar,
this map in a
salah.
long time, so everything is up in the air for this one.
The Lotus is another one I'm a little bit surprised to see Secret ban away, because they did have some very solid proficiency. And, you know, 𝘰𝘰𝘯𝘵's just him opting to run that Sova on that map every single time was catching teams off guard a lot of times when it came down to his timings with the darts and whatnot. And not everybody really understood his timings nor his lineups that he was going to have on that. They take it away to leave Sunset out in the open for them, so it would be a debut for both of the teams on that map here at TCT. So this one ends up going the distance, which I have a strong feeling that it very well could. And then we'll get to see how they pilot that map and if they have something a bit more unique there as well. My biggest concern for Secret going back to Ascent is, again, this is where we would see Dubstep being swapped over onto that Jet so that he could op. So what is the comfort?
Ini laptop apa guys? Kok tipis banget?
I've never seen him op as well, so that's going to be something to definitely see if he's picked up the sniper or he's just going to be maybe on arrays and then there's some kind of iteration that's different from what we saw last year that they're going to be bringing into Ascent. Another thing I just wanted to add real quick on Breeze, they Talent might actually want to try to bring out NDG into the open because of how big of a map that is, and he's going to be making so many sites as that Sentinel. They could be looking at to spread him thin and try to make him the weak point of Team Secret on that Breeze map.
But I mean, it is just another one where you have these long sightlines where that operator can find its value. Marshall, you know, Outlaw, whatever it may be, having that long-range scoped-in gun, it's gonna find value for you almost no matter what. So Secret need to be prepared to try to pilot around that one because be damn sure that we are gonna be seeing that very likely in his hands.
Gubernur yang mana? DC di mana?
Map is gonna be Breeze. I mean, like you guys said, what I'm very curious about the team comms is Team Secret going to lean heavily into the comfort picks. I would expect Jessie to remain, you know, the Sova king as he is.
Especially on this map, you pretty much have to go for that one. The Sova still finds an immense amount of value. I mean, even just yesterday, where we had Breeze as the opening map between Bleed and T1, we saw those Sovas on either side from the likes of क्रैज़ी गाय and 𝘭𝘪𝘬. So I think that it would be the most shocking thing if we go into Breeze and 𝘰𝘰𝘯𝘵 is not playing that Sova, but it's more about what is going to be going alongside it. Is it going to be Jet? How many other teams have been fooling around with trying to make this Yoru work? Because we also saw an immense amount of impact yesterday from 𝘰𝘰𝘯. Is that something that Talent have up their sleeve? They said that they've been messing around with some stuff. They've got some tricks they're going to bring out here onto the stage to try to really mess with Team Secret. Is that Yoru a part of the formula?
Dia pakai kacamata dulu.
And of course, we're also very curious about stylistically how Talon's going to end up performing. I'm expecting a lot more aggression.
Not my type,
and
not my type.
more cohesion coming from this team this year.
Tense dan kangkang.
Yeah, and I mean, it's something that they need. Everything that you could list was basically lacking from Talon last season. But again, there was that foundation. It was just the decision-making from coaching staff, I just whatever it may be.
Nggak semua kacamata gue suka ya, gila.
Well, screw what I
Anjir.
was about to say because it's not important anymore. All right, we have
City tahun ini kenapa nggak kayak tahun kemarin ya?
coming through here.
Kenapa emang Dava?
Bringing in the Harbor Vipers, so the double controller, the Sova, of course, is going to be there, but they're going for the Neon Yoru, combining what we saw from T1 and Bleed yesterday.
That's very
double sentinel.
that is a hyper-aggressive comp, even coming out on the defense. Imagine how little map control they have because they don't have the sentinel. They're gonna have to move around the map to alleviate the lack of sentinel control. That being said, there's also the nifty combo between the Yoru and the Sova. We'll see later on when they have their ultimate.
The map, as also they like. True. I mean, there are different ways that they're definitely cooking something. And we're going to start. Let's go over the casters. Will and Quack are going to take us through all the action.
Thank you very much, Chubby, Ninja, Asteroid, and 𝘰𝘯𝘯𝘵. Yes, this is one heck of a mix-up of a composition for talent, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, and if this was the same roster as last year, we'd start to have our questions, but this is their first showing. They're here to prove something. And honestly, they touched upon some of the hints, the ingredients, right? We've seen why some of the agents individually have been picked up on Breeze so far in kickoff. See if it comes all together into one nice dish.
Suara game hilang.
I mean, what Asteroid said definitely makes sense because on the defensive side, especially with halls being opened up.
Watching that like menurut lo sama tahun lalu.
Oh,
let's go Governor.
Into shop, they managed to start things off with a double kill.
What a way to open your debut.
Menurutku sama aja sih, kalau playoff baru bagus nggak sih?
Governor, a lot of people had questions
Kayaknya, tapi tiap tahun Riot kayak makin bagus deh.
Trying to silence the doubters from the pistol round in the very first match.
Nah ini guys, saatnya menang ini. Yang gue dukung tuh menang kali ini. Suara YouTube-nya putus-putus nih. Suara YouTube-nya putus-putus. Jelas kok suara muter, kagak muter.
Yeah, good back.
Jangan nipu dah. Muter. Kagak.
Bit of a mishap coming down from Halls, but they should still be able to find some good shots. Cruz will eventually clean up that kill, and that makes things a lot easier. The door open is a good. Just 𝘧𝘰𝘯𝘵 left spotted. Okay, comms a little delayed, but Governor will find the headshot.
That's just a quick start already. I mean, thinking about Governor, and I think that's one of the main things that this entire roster is built around. Asteroid mentioned it a little bit as well in their ESL Clash of Nations games, that this entire roster was built around him. They want to support him. He's the duelist, and he's here to frag. And this first round says it all.
Yeah, I mean, even in the merge video, Lenny talks about how he was actually impressed with the playmaking and kind of the smart decisions that Governor is able to make. Now on the Neon, some extra utility to work around as well with things like the fast lane and the relay bolt.
Iya, emang internet gue dari kemarin kayak
yesterday, who had a decent opening match in terms of his own performance. Governor another kill here in A main, trying to say this is my home for the first half on the defense.
All right, supported by Cruz as well as that Cascade. I mean, it's just starting things off. You're already picking up the Phantom round 2. You're just looking to hold on to that thing to maybe secure the bonus round as well. It's just so much going into this. Lenny tries to hold up tunnel, able to take down one. It's information enough for Talon.
Yeah, and only the Ghost as well. I don't mind it at all. In fact, I like it, right? They're very aware of the fact that, okay, you're the one with a pistol. You could push out a bit. Yeah, you might have questions about it's a Sova, etc., but at the end of the day, this is an anti-eco. What matters is you win the round and that you're not giving away any extra weapons. You want to carry over these long-range rifles into the bonus.
Nice.
Man, good shot from long range. NDG staying alive here at the wall. This deep dig in from Envy, though. He's already all the way through Nest.
Woi, dekat banget nih orang, dekat banget. Udah kayak mau dicium monitornya, anjir.
So you gotta close in the distance. You gotta be able to get a quick double tap in or something, because if not, Envy might not be able to do all too much. High Tide blocks off so much. Governor spots him out. Easy cleanup. Easy second round win for Talon.
Yeah, if he had a Sheriff, I think we'd get a lot more excited about the potential there, but also gets spotted right at the end. Doesn't have the long range weaponry, and things go as planned. Dropping just the Marshal by, so the importance with the Phantoms, and then you actually have the overdrive on Governor now as well. You pass over the rifle, you have some good capabilities to push out even. With the overdrive, really tighten up the map here on bonus.
Not to mention,
ini deket banget anjir si Ban.
I mean, economy just looks great for Talon in round 3 to maybe potentially carry this over into a bonus. So the question is for Team Secret, I mean, what is their game plan? Because so far, out on the attack, it hasn't worked out so well, especially when Governor continues to push out Deja.
Yakin TS bakal menang, woi. Talon anjing.
Waiting for some early contact. You know that the opponents have to play a bit slow. They don't want to take any big risks just yet.
Okay.
Balik bang.
Yeah, they've adapted to this already.
Oh, and look at this. They pull back.
Kalau main
I
nggak
mean,
mau
second
gitu
cascade
menjaraknya.
used maybe a bit of an extra investment in terms of utility, but the point is they pressure and they let them know that it's Neon there with a relay bolt. Now they're trying to really just funnel them into A main.
Nobody
Checking
but
around.
you.
Nobody's here though. Team Secret just waiting things out. Yes, you picked up the overdrive, but that thing can burn out as well if it doesn't find any kills. So that might be their idea. However, you are running out of time, so it might be sensible to make a move. Ban, however, seeing that they made a move, takes one out, tries to look for another, gets gunned down by Envy instead. A little bit sharper, and with that, maybe a bit of an Cruz hiding inside of the wall, though. Turns back around, doesn't expect to play from Halls. Here comes Governor, picks up the Vandal, tries to wall bang, can't quite find all too much.
Already a lot of damage done, and if Talon very easily could get at least another kill with Jeremy so low. Still a very doable round for Talon, trying to lead with a dominant 3-0. The comms just not there about Jeremy potentially still being around the switch.
Just a bit of that mix-up of a 50-50 angle or something. I'm not too sure, but whatever it is, it's all down to Governor's shoulders right now. 1-on-3. Even with the Kurami Vandal, it's
Talon, what's your rank?
Yeah,
My rank is
we don't want to read into things too much too early, but of course, I mean, they've talked about how, obviously, great credit to JetBoys, who is the one who mainly has to try to catch up to this language barrier as they switch to a primary English calling. Everyone else has experience calling in English and communicating, so it could be part of that, but just something about it, maybe being pressed for time, bit of a mishap, but at the end of the day, bonus round, you're still getting away with a Vandal. So Talon, the result is not poor, but we'll see if those kind of hiccups start to show.
Kayaknya nggak bisa deh guys, soalnya tiap hari ini WP tiap hari kan.
Team Secret too. I mean, what a way for Envy to really break open the site.
Besok
It was some trades going off back and forth, but at the same time, just a clear idea of how to set up this split. And that's the other thing too, because although it's great early round aggression from Talon on the defensive side, they leave a lot open, and you can see that Jeremy exploited just right that on A.
Yeah, a very aggressive dig into Halls as well. Of course, now open back up. So props to Jeremy. A big risk you take as that primary jet. Oh, it's a little too high. He sent it up from a little too far. NDG, welcome to VCT.
Dang, bro.
Gets shut down on that first death. He's going to have to reconsider how he sets up those tripwires from long range.
That's a rude awakening. Team Secret just trying to find ways still, but feeling some of these old patterns, they're not quite able to find all too much unless they get the information that they need. And with so many early aggressive plays coming out from Talon, they're starting to feel that heat. So just trying to escape that for a second. I mean, they keep holding back, but Talon's just going to keep pushing out.
Yeah, Talon has the read now, right? They've pushed out. They knew it was the Cypher. They didn't see any other further info from mid or on B main. Good shots from Lenny as well. Nowhere to go for Team Secret.
Yeah, Recon just confirms even more, so they know it's very much so an investment into the A site. As long as everyone here stays tucked in, it's probably good enough. However, with the Owl Drone being committed, it's an easy frag kill for Envy. With the pushes out though, yeah, this is just way too much. Ben coming out from behind too. This round is over.
Ben, gua ngeri ngeliat Ben anjir. Aku jarang anjir mainnya begitu.
Up to a certain point, Gate crashes back, then scouts out the other side. Almost just like a deadly drone. And so far, I would say successful. Even if he doesn't get contact on a map like Breeze, if you're able to dig deep and then gate crash back,
bisa WP lagi dia rajin. Iya, kalau nggak digini kayak gue nggak bakal rajin deh. Dia harus begini. Harus dijadwalkan. Kok Rarky nggak mention aja di official streamer? Emang iya? Yang kemarin. Kemarin soalnya gue datang ke Tebet kan. Gue nggak nonton WP.
The kills were kills, and you can definitely see that this is the game plan that Talon has brought to this map. This is why they picked it.
And the Desk talked about it, right? You have to play it. I totally agree. You even have the double control of the Farmer can help with push-outs as well. And that's the only way you're going to feel comfortable at your defaults on a wide map like Breeze. And so far, it's working. Now the question is, you still have something like the Cypher. Now, obviously, you
mau denger bentar. Coba ya, gue denger
but
sendiri.
Team Secret, they do have tools to answer to this, one way or another. Whether it's you always go in as 5 and you start to rush and make sure that they can't just comfortably push out, have a good post plant, or do you always wait for the early picks? And that's up to you to decide. Obviously, they can't discuss it here, as we do have a tech pause on a timeout. But we'll see what the adjustment is, because this has now been the consistent story in the past couple of rounds, the first rounds of this match.
Yeah, you really got to find those gaps to really exploit this game plan that Talon has, because although you are pushing out a lot, although it can be really successful, there are little bits where it still leaves a little bit more for Talon to exploit, and we saw that in round 3. Despite the good ideas from Talon.
Yeah, I'm curious. I'm curious how, because I want to see how Team Secret answers back, because I have faith that they will, and then I want to see what the next page looks like from Talon. Because the attacking side, I think we have some good ideas on how Talon expects to play around it, and that'll come down to execution. Of course, Yoru can continue to kind of poke and prod.
Jersey RRQ 3 second kapan rilis, Min? Harusnya Februari. Tahun lalu sih ngomongnya Februari ya. Cuman nggak tahu dah. Belum ini juga, belum photoshoot segala macam. Jadi kayak masih Maret kali.
It just is Governor getting
harusnya
that first kill. I mean,
ini ya,
repeated so many
ML,
times. This map could be over that quick. So of course, there might be some issues here and there. There are a lot of Team Secret supporters.
Oh yeah, we've got supporters on both sides. But you love to see it. Obviously, a very passionate group of fans.
Iya makanya, kayak harus cek dulu, kayak ini mulai jam berapa segala macam gitu. Kalau kemarin harus jam 3-5 RRQ, si Iwananya mainnya baru jam 4-5. Tech Pass. Trauma ya sama Tech Pass. 4-5 jam aja kemarin Tech Pass.
Just one change
on
the roster,
Johnson.
then we want to push in, we want to make it to those international stages and how we see how we do against a lot tougher competition.
It really makes you think, like, is that one
enough
though? I mean, we're all banking a lot on this.
Putus gitu kan, kayak satu game T1 terus Tech Pass lagi 2 jam ya, apa sejam gitu.
Because of our awesome pop-up booths
kemarin 6 jam delay.
Yeah, there's pizza at the pub downstairs. So if you are here and for some reason listening to us on your phone here at the venue, definitely go down, grab a slice, grab a drink.
Grab me a slice, Will.
Me?
Akhirnya lo merasakan yang gue rasakan mulai sebelum jam. Itu dia nggak berhenti ya? Dia berhenti tahu, karena dia bukannya dia nge-stream lagi pas RRQ main. Dia berhenti kan?
Listen, your standards, it's up to you, man. That's not quite what I'm looking for.
It's a big risk. Yeah, you're just gonna push me to the deep end of the pool. But I mean, main thing is still,
is it gonna be enough for Team Secret?
There's so much at stake. I mean,
stopin lagi.
Team revamp storyline. Is it just enough for Team Secret to pick up one new player, or is it still their own ideas? Or, on the other hand, for Talon, is this new team revamp enough for them to kind of show us a new performance? Because we have a new coach, we got Lenny, who used to be with Team Secret. I mean, how much can change around?
Yeah, I'm curious. And again, it is still early on in the half that Team Secret can't answer back. And we're starting to see a lot of teams experiment. I'm pretty convinced that no team should be too surprised by the Euros anymore, right? Surely if multiple teams are experimenting with this, you've seen it in some scrims here or there. We've even seen it during the off-season from multiple teams as well across different tournaments around the world. So the comp itself shouldn't be too shocking, but perhaps, of course, the combination with Neon, a little bit of extra blue here on Breeze.
Alexi harusnya bisa 14 jam, gila lu. 14 jam sebaton aja gue begitu mah.
Sounds like an ice cream flavor, honestly.
Tanah seru gear, itu. Gear gue udah ganti sih. Mouse-nya udah ganti.
But I mean, yeah, it's really a good composition because what we're seeing with the aggressive plays that they can put out, the pressure that they can apply to the attacking team, it makes you play a lot of mind games and it kind of forces you to play defense while you're on attack.
14 jam sih besoknya langsung demam.
It just doesn't feel comfortable.
Gini-gini gue pernah subatan anjir. Gila. Gue strong. Dulu gue subaton 18 hari. Apa 14 hari ya? 14 hari atau 18 hari? 18 hari. 18 hari gue gak berhenti.
We'll have to wait and see. But again, I'm just very curious because again, Secret is a fairly known value. Sure, an extra member, or a new member, supposedly more firepower, things like that. But they've even said we think our direction, our color, our philosophy wasn't wrong. Just want to carry through with it. So now the question is, when's the answer back? Because they often have decent round reads, right, and some good mid-rounding as well. Talent, the new comp, the new players, how do they gel together? Lenny's calling as an IGL now. On talent.
Capek anjir, Selatan. Terus udah gak punya temen juga sekarang. Ya dulu temennya banyak anjir. Jadi kayak nemenin gitu Selatan. Main segala macam. Sekarang gue solo mulu anjay.
Here's what a lot of people don't know. I mean, we haven't seen that much of Lenny in VCT Pacific. That much is true. We don't know what he plays or what he's capable of. But coming from the Malaysia-Singapore scene, I can tell you that Lenny is a very strong Sova player. Back when he was playing for Bleed, back when he was with Darian and Juicy.
Makin gede bukannya makin bisa bergaul, makin pendiam anjir.
2022.
Okay, because if we're allowed to talk about that, I'm allowed to talk about the time Jem can outfrack something, you know, back in like patch 4.11 or whatever it was.
Udah jompo, iya udah jompo juga lagi.
Because we haven't really seen too much of him, but those, you know, skills, those talents are still very much present in Lenny's toolkit.
Bukan gitu, tapi teman-teman gue tuh
at the same time, having been studying under Team Secret,
dulu kayak pada main Valo gitu kan, terus sekarang udah pada nggak main. Jadi,
alright, well, we are back, ladies and gentlemen.
Temen gue sisa Handy doang sekarang.
𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮𝘮𝘦, we don't like to live in the past here.
Andrew udah ke Cina. Udah pada meninggalkan gue gitu semuanya.
Still in hand for Team Secret, and of course Talon now buying up after that bonus in the previous one.
Lo nggak blame mulu. Gue yang di blame gila ya.
Now they've started to play things a little bit more slow as we move forward into the next round. Team Secret trying to set up for that execute cloud first in. Jeremy dashes
nice
right
banget
through,
anjir.
immediately stunned up thanks to
nice
the relay.
Banget, what the fuck Governor anjir, what the hell.
And that's just a huge
sangat
wall right in
berguna.
front of Team Secret.
Utilnya gila anjir.
Beautiful relay bolt. And you could just tell Jeremy wasn't quite expecting that one. Not really sure where to hold his angle because he's not going to be able to swivel on a beat, which he's very well known for. Shuts him down. And Governor now already taking mid control as well. And 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮 just can't find a beat against the duelist of Talon.
Utilnya on point semua.
Now 2 players left.
Star duelist
to line up
kayak kemarin ya. Ya, goodbye 𝘰𝘰𝘮𝘮𝘦.
To get that quad. And he does.
I mean,
mana nih yang bilang yang didukung Ali kalah?
Doesn't hold for the spray. Knows that it's still 𝘰𝘰𝘮𝘮 going for the wide
Aduh
beat.
deh.
We've heard his confidence. He is 10-0-2 in his debut at VCT Pacific.
Udah pernah ngapain apa lo yang gak diajak main? Ya lebih ke gue yang gak main lagi deh. Gue yang udah gak main Valo anjir.
And he's definitely fitting in on Talon.
Ya sih dulu masih sering custom.
Over 2 kills per round so far. Sure, only 4 rounds, but 0 deaths to that as well. He's taking fights and taking names away from Team Secret.
I think that's the other thing too. Right? He's not overheating all too much. He could have, you know, pushed even more into
Merensan juga unggul-unggulan like diem. Gue gak mau denger opini orang jahat.
Now onto the next. Jeremy tries to do the same thing towards a different
Governor
side,
udah dibeli. Menang guys.
Leaves all too much, all too open for Team Talon to take them down. Jit Boys, Lenny finding a double of their own.
Kok easy ini?
Sorry. A weaker round for Team Secret,
donated 100.000 buat jajan Mas Gorgondro.
Thank you minus. Kan udah sibuk lagi di BRR Kyo.
If your answer is well, Hail Marian, see if it works.
Ngegas jadi BA.
I'm sure you kept note of Governor's previous position, but
jadi BA.
oh, we're not starting to see Team Secret try to dig for solutions here. But no timeout, so clearly
Halo Batozar, ini masih siang sih. Main hati gue tonjok ya. Lo hari ini gue sekarang cuman ya elah Governor mamam dah. Gak boleh terlalu pede kamu ya, kamu mundur. Ya, mati dah nih orang.
𝘰𝘰𝘮𝘮𝘦 not gonna bite either, but man, that does allow him to continue to flank back around if he so chooses.
Portal closed.
Alright, there it is. Can't go for the flank anymore. Toxic screen is an obstacle, and they're trying to make their way through it, waiting for it to drop down.
Drone.
Meanwhile, the rest of Team Secret just holding their angles. They haven't
Nice banget anjir, Jet Boys.
NDG jumps up, and that reveals a little bit more. Snake bite, however. And that means 𝘭𝘰𝘮 kind of repositioned. However, timer is ticking.
1 HP, nice banget.
Given what Team has, it's just a little bit more.
Oh, this guy, he's been waiting to get back to be able to play the roles and agency lows, and even here, Governor still given that primary duelist position, but playing with confidence, get some frags on the board.
Pushing up.
Apakah ini yang mendukung saat yang menang? Iya, menang. Menang, ini Talon menang anjir.
I mean, we saw him on T1 last year. He was very capable as a duelist, sometimes flexing off the different agents, but maybe freed up to do a little bit more on this Talon Esports roster.
Yeah, I mean, playing to his role strength, right? You're there to scout,
Coba
but
nggak
once
sih
you're
main
on the
Kemban?
retake, Governor
Nggak mau
down,
anjir,
you're
gue
the one
udah.
who's there for the
Gue dulu
trades.
main jarang,
You're
makin
the
jarang
one
nanti.
who wants to go in and finish the job, and now the timeout does come
Nggak mau
out.
main Power World.
Warbird saying it's
gue
not
orangnya
liking
nggak
the answers he's
FOMOan.
finding. Now that previous one, I mean, they were prepared for it. They heard the cascade, so they go for the wide
Main
beat, the double
Valorant
swing.
jarang gimana
Yeah,
disuruh
in
main
these
Power World
micro
lagi.
situations, the answers are there.
Gue sekarang cukup
But
main
then the
Tetris sih,
retake,
gue
I
lagi
thought
suka
even
banget
the
main Tetris.
repositioning after in the post plant was a good
Tapi lu
idea.
bener-bener apa cuma foto lapangannya aja nih?
With a clean retake, one by one,
Anjir,
eliminating
ngapain?
angles, and always making
Main
sure
lah.
that they have a trade member ready.
Main.
Now that it's down to 5-1 as well,
Sebaiknya jangan ngegabah, Win. Oh ya, sorry.
at some point you're going to be stuck playing catch-up, so a lot needs to be changed up, and what we're seeing from Team Secret, that
Yobo.
blind kind
Nah,
of
nyoboannya.
diving in
Main
from
Tetris di
Jeremy
mana?
just doesn't quite
Cari
work
aja
out,
Tetris,
and
langsung
Governor
keluar ntar.
is such a huge issue.
Main
Looking at
Tetris.
how Frost is communicating with the
Dukung
team as
siapa,
well, it feels as though Talon has a trick up their
Talon.
sleeve, like they're anticipating something more.
Yeah, and if you ever watched Coach Frost
Main di level aja cuma main sekali. Iya gimana James sama Marsnya juga
he's just ready to just
hilang.
pump out
James
the information
lagi
any chance he
ini
gets
apa sih?
for the players. The question always
latihan.
becomes, can they digest it? But it seems like
Oh,
they have a lot of
Candy
faith in
Crush
each other.
kali. Gue main
for
Candy
kickoff.
Crush levelnya sampai 400-an.
We're seeing another outlaw.
Oh my god!
Half armor, you
Anjir,
get
berasa
shoot
OP
right
anjir,
through.
what the fuck?
Relay bolt now just to
Anjir.
keep them at bay, and he still taps away on that overdrive. It does tag up 𝘭𝘰𝘮 for a little second. He's down to half HP.
Si Ban mainnya mirip ini anjir. Mirip siapa sih? Redgar ya? Redgar tah?
I mean, if you watch the
Yang dulu,
video that VCT
yang
Pacific
Gambit.
put out, Benkai tried to tell him he's not the governor around here, but I think Talon's governor is here to
Ya
stay.
Allah.
You
Perwantap
look
manis.
pretty menacing in that video.
Governor's a pretty decent actor. That's what I found out in all these extra content. If you
Let's
look
go,
at the
Uncle.
surf announcement video from Talon, Governor's
Marshall.
shocked face is like
Timnya mahal.
legitimate shock.
Timnya mahal.
Yeah, not to mention the one where we go through like all of Talon's roles, the hacker,
Kalau
the
lebih cocok main hati cowok, anjing jangan
big
cuy,
brain,
nanti karma.
everything. I mean, the mastermind, excuse me.
Yeah, but so far, he's
Tetep
not going to need
lehernya
that
juga
backup
nggak
plan for his career
normal.
because this is a great first
Si
showing.
Ban
and
juga
a
tapi
good
kayak
call on
lumayan
the outlaw
nge-sludge
eye as
gitu,
well.
mainnya
You have
sama
so many
kayak
threats,
si
but yet you want to make
Edgar.
sure you're really snowballing the
30
economy. You
seconds
know
left.
that they don't have full buys
Let's
this
go
round.
in and you die bro.
Also, just a good call. Like previous rounds, you know, Team Secret went B. It doesn't work out there, execute. So probably they're gonna go A, and it's a good call. It connects onto a third. 𝘭𝘰𝘮𝘮 now trying to go for the close range duel, but Governor and 𝘭𝘰𝘮𝘮 swapped over the shorty.
HP
You
no
can
problem.
still shoot me for days. I'm gonna take you down.
Udah pernah jadi
Oh, it
korban
doesn't
nggak sih?
matter if the outlaw
Korban
only
apa?
has 2 shots. We'll just add 2 more to the
Korban
shorty.
ini.
That's
Korban
4
laki.
shots always at the
Hey.
ready for Governor.
Gue pernah jadi
That's
layangan 4
another
tahun.
2 plus 2. A little bit of a theme today. Oh man, that collab hurts. I mean,
especially for the player.
Najis banget menangnya.
yeah, this is just what a read from Talon.
Anjir.
Good shots
Nice
from
banget
Governor
anjir.
too, and good movement from Neon at the end. I mean, if you really want to dig all the way
Jago
to
amat
the
Governor. Iya
micromanagement.
jago anjir.
Definitely.
Menang. Yang gue dukung menang nih kali ini.
A 15.0 KD, 7 rounds into his first match in VCT Pacific.
Pretty soon building up to his next ultimate. Ban on the operator now. Jeremy opping as well. But we've got that dimensional drift available. So that kind of cancels out any potential Viper's pits.
It's a good hold.
But I like, tapping the pause.
Oh, dang,
oh,
man.
no, but it allows for Jeremy to find an opening pick.
Nice try.
And then the trade.
Yeah, answer right back. And Jeremy was
Anjir,
trying to get
Oxflight.
ready for it too, but
Opnya ini
Ban's
anjir
just half a
Wardell.
step quicker.
Jelek banget.
Now you've lost your head, Team Secret.
Mau review cara meninggal dong. Iya, anjir semua cara meninggal gue ada review.
Nonetheless, I would have to think it's down
Kalah
to
Shushu.
Yeah, it's always so rough on Breeze. If your Jet is still the main operator, if you're trying to pick that up for the attack, obviously it's a great wildcard. It's a great weapon to try to get the first pick, but as soon as they get picked off, or you spend too much time, you just don't have a great way to break into sight. You're right, the null command's still available for Envy. It's an option. The KOs, they've gotten aggressive before.
Oh, there it is. Flash out. Oh, but the toxic screen timing.
Anjir.
Blocks off the flash. Allows for Governor to tap away. And he just finds him through that green curtain.
Yeah, by the way, no extra shots from Cruz on that because there's no assist, so it was just Governor getting Envy right through the toxic screen. He's like, oh my gosh.
Nge-throw, Governor nge-throw.
�ヲ managing to bring things back under Team Secret's control. They picked up the players, they picked up the spike, but here comes Ban. Oh, dimensional drift. What is this? No! Switch up, back to the shorty, but then shut down by 𝘰𝘯𝘴𝘄, the veteran, the experienced player, and he's still here to frag. Cruz, though, tries to fight back with the op, has to reload. I don't know if it's going to be good enough. Recon just makes him think about the other angle for just a second. Swept over to the Vandal, a simple burst, closes things out. 𝘰𝘯𝘴𝘄's reactions, not quite enough up against Cruz.
Yeah, Cruz, a good read in that very last second. Expects the possibility of 𝘰𝘯𝘴𝘄 trying to get ahead of that Cascade. He wins the 1v1, but that was a potential 𝘰𝘯𝘴𝘄 moment there, the hero moments that we've come to know from the leader of the Filipino squad. Shots from Governor and the decision from Ban. The quick swap over for the operator over to Cruz, immediately ults, and then just comes out of it, goes for the shorty, and if he dies, he's still there for the trade. A great decision.
Definitely makes your opponents feel a lot of pressure. You're not expecting him to come out of the Dimensional Drift that quick.
Yeah. I mean, I've heard that this team is very vocal, all individually. I've heard that they are always ready to speak their mind. They talk about it in their own videos as well. That can always go two ways, right? I mean, you can really gel, but you can all really start to get in each other's ears, and the chemistry's not there. But so far, they are insane. This new Talon roster.
Yeah. And look at these ideas too. Viper's Pit, Cruz hiding inside of it. It's a little bit risky, given the Aldro now. He tries to back out of it, but still lands a shot onto Envy anyway.
That's the problem, isn't it? It wasn't the Viper. The pit's still up. But oftentimes, the Viper gets a little greedy, pushes out, you take them out, and then you think you're able to push through, but just another sentry there to get one kill. And Ban now in mid. I mean, look at Talon's movement. Neon's all the way out in A-main. They have full control of this map. And the double as well.
Full control of the fights too. Pretty soon, Governor's going to come up from behind. 𝘰𝘯𝘴𝘄 trying to do what he can. But how much is going to be enough? Oh, Governor's just going to let them up.
Yeah, I mean, didn't spot him. And the thing is Team Secret also doesn't know that this would have been the Neon pushing all the way out, but now they say we don't really have a choice. Yup.
There we go.
Spotted him as well.
Now it's a 3-on-1. 𝘰𝘯𝘴𝘄 might be able to get the spike plant, but that's about it.
Anjir, nice banget.
So he needs to hide from the operator. He needs to get the plant.
Oh, it's because it's Neon too.
Yeah, he's trying to get the first pick. He's crouching down, but it's not enough.
Look, because he was watching the angle towards the entrance of Cave. He had no idea that Governor was already onto the other side. The high gear sprint just kind of throws off the timing for a second. So 8-1. Talon has not dropped a single round since round 4.
An incredible streak from Talon Esports.
Now,
some Talon fans, you know, this might be a little deja vu from last year where they also had a great showing at Lock-In, and we had high hopes, but I would say, yeah, you are insane. I agree. These guys are so sharp in their aim, their decision making. 18-2-5. The number just keeps going up for Governor.
Man,
I mean, the buck just doesn't stop.
It just keeps bucking. I gotta really think about what this could mean for the future, because you know, in their group they might have to play against DRX. Still, they're now suddenly dropping thanks to the pacing from Team Secret. Morgan going up on the aggressive. Trying to go up front, shut down by Cruz thanks to the recon, but then Envy on the trade. Numbers advantage has been gained.
Sorry Talon.
Secret finally answers back at the same pace, right? They say, okay, we'll drive it up to 11 as well. And this time it pays off. Jeremy not getting picked off right on the entry. He's able to jiggle out and gets the first pick in return.
Gue masih kesel
And
nih
that's a good
2.
answer.
Ya?
Maybe a little late, but if they can chain that into 4, still a solid shot on Breeze.
Iyar.
Just getting an idea for
Mirip banget
Talon's game plan again. I mean, because some previous rounds, especially the first part of the
itu sih udah doppelganger Iyar
they
anjir.
start to go really aggressive. Now they start to
NDG
slow down a
ini ya.
little bit. And
Mainnya Cypher
sees
lagi.
that as an opening, and it
Sama.
works.
Of course, we've got
Kevin nih bos.
viewers from all
That's
around.
a lot of people.
Yes, that was a lot of people. And hopefully, of course, the teams are able to deliver on their expectations.
Tapi
But
tuh beneran
Secret
mirip
so
anjir.
far,
Gila.
a shaky start, but they are on the attacking side again. 4
Doppelganger.
rounds, I don't think that's too bad. They have the Cypher on the defense.
Of course, always very useful, especially up against
Sumpah mirip
players like
banget.
Governor and
Nggak
Ban.
masuk akal. Nggak masuk
Right
akal
now,
miripnya.
Talon switching things up a little bit. We've still got that op on both sides.
Yeah, and Secret also used an early drone to see. Oh,
Aduh.
That's big info.
Kelihatan.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know at least a position of 1. So you know how to just target that guy.
Ya
Oh,
Allah.
man, nice try, Jeremy.
And all of a sudden, Lenny tucks away. Just jiggling for info outside mid, but here comes Ban to do that job instead.
Oh,
Lenny is willing
nice
to
try.
go in for the Hunter's Fury in towards B instead.
Still many
not
people
quite.
in sight,
Mirin
though.
anjir maksudnya.
Backup's all here.
Ban just trying to hold the
Nice.
off angle. I thought Lenny would have gone for the counter on his Fury, but
What the
just
fuck.
as good.
Eh,
Plays for the
anjir, sumpah
recon
sih.
instead. Wait for his
Sumpah.
teammates to arrive on the
Ih,
scene.
bagus
Cruz
banget
getting a
ini
bit of a
rekonnya anjir.
trade. And then comes Governor. Numbers
guys.
game prevails and
Nice,
Talon
10-2 yuk.
continues.
Jangan main trickers anjir.
win.
Iya udah
I mean, the
kurus.
backup's just
Iya
way
ini
too
Iyar
quick.
pas masih
And of
embul
course,
lucu.
I think, honestly, Lenny's had some
Tetep
incredible
mirip anjir mau
info
tetep kayak gini
gathering
juga.
on the
Oh,
side of
shit.
Talon. That previous round as well. And this one, he gets some solid
Oh,
pings onto
seperti
Envy.
Talon.
And Envy
Kemarin
tries to
Araki
pop
apa
flash
enggak?
around. He's still tagged, gets shot through the smoke. Backup
Araki
already.
apa? Araki
There,
apa
Governor
tidak?
wrapping all the way around the back of sight. Talon's comms are good. I mean, I don't know what else to say.
Siapa tidak
But
bersama
all the
larangan.
concerns that I personally
Iya,
had
Jar.
about how does this
Dari
team
tadi
gonna gel at
kenanya
the very
gara-gara
beginning of
ketek
the
mulu.
year, they've thrown that right on the bin.
Looking really good. And if they can secure this
Aduh,
first
belum
half,
apa-apa
10-2, that
udah.
would be
Wah,
even
iya,
better.
anjir.
Jeremy's alone, the
But
reckoning.
here comes Team Secret. Oh my god,
Udah,
even
anjir.
alone. I mean,
Lihat
Morgan
dah.
MTG all the way
Detailnya.
from B main. They managed to gun down
Anjir
so many of
banget,
these
bagus
players.
banget.
Going up fast is just what Talon did not expect. And all of a sudden,
Kok
it's
tidak
down to
satu
Governor.
tiba-tiba?
Only an op, maybe a bit of utility, but no ultimate.
The way he's playing today,
Apa yang terjadi anjir?
I say you hold your breath.
Bukan yang tadi Talon dapat 2 ya?
Good reposition by Jesse. His back is covered by Jeremy as well.
Trying to bait out peaks with that fast lane. He doesn't have that much time.
Buru
Maybe
banget
like
Bapak Gubernur.
5 seconds left. If he wants to wrap back around to B
Pengen
main, that's
turu
not
juga
gonna be
dia.
enough.
Yeah, it's just too many with the op, but we'll see what he can
Nanti
do.
dah. Nice try anjir. Nice
Jeremy
try.
shuts it down.
Jump peak. That
Gubernurnya nggak benar.
But here we go, 9-3.
Eh,
Still a good half nonetheless, but
9-3,
great
9-3
recovery
curse.
from Team Secret towards the
Oh
end.
good.
Talon, we talked about the
Halftime berapa lama
positives they've
sih
shown.
breaknya?
And Team Secret, I think a big part of it
2 menit.
is that they
Katanya di
weren't quite
lesson
sure
ya?
of how to deal with Governor
Breaknya.
being so hot right off the rip. I mean, obviously in the pistol, it's just a kill through the
Iya,
smoke.
sama
And
dubstep
another time it
tuh.
was another kill through the smoke on A main,
Dubstep
getting
mana
these
sekarang?
first kills, and then the fast rotates from both the Neon and the Euro.
Bersadar
It
nggak
seemed like they
dubstep?
just didn't have quite an answer for that. The couple
Kalau
times they
first,
went for the
enggak,
execute,
menang.
I mean, we saw it in the
menang.
last round as well, but what I will say is that
Gigi,
last
udah tidur belum?
round, the Reckoning comes
Gila
out
ya
and
nih Andrew.
they recognize, if we don't just pile through right
Ya,
now,
update roster nggak sih?
Jeremy's
Kagak
dead.
anjir.
He's on an island, in the side, all on his own, so they go in and they say, forget getting worried about getting stunned. If we kill and move forward, we won't
Tahu,
be
gue
in the same
tahu.
position for
Gue
the
tahu
Reckoning.
energi.
So
Gue
let's just
udah baca
plow
kemarin
through.
semuanya.
And that gets them that so precious
Tapi gue nggak tahu
third
siapa
round
pindah
win.
ke siapa.
Yeah, just trying to adapt to
Terus
it.
kalau
because
yang
in the
Valorant Chinese
past,
sih
if
gue nggak
Jeremy
tahu
just
ya.
dives in alone, that's the
Cuma
entire
tahu
plan
Billy-Billy,
failed. And you can definitely see
DG.
that there are some issues that they're trying to figure out. How Talon plays, especially now that they're going to swap over onto the attack. Warbirds
Kayak ada lagi deh yang gue
serious.
See if Governor
Tapi
can do
lupa.
the same thing on attack.
Itu gara bangun jam 5 tadi terus batuk.
I mean,
Kagak,
I think
gue
attack
emang-
is where the Neon fast lane can
Emang gue
provide
batuk,
that
gue
much
batuk,
more
anjir, gue
value.
pilek.
And on top of that, you've got
Tiap hari
Cruz,
gue
you've got
pilek.
Jit Boys, 2 more walls to work with.
Enggak, gue gak sakit guys, aman. Aman.
So again, Governor has been our MVP for this entire match. Ben a close second, everyone else following up on it. And you're just wondering how much more they can do if they are to close out this map.
Crash out there ready to join his teammates. Takes out the cam, and that's what the Euro can do, right? You can really start to toy with the Cypher setups, usually on the B side. Put the pressure. That draws out at least one more member, right? Cypher not as safe, can't get as much info without either one trip, one spy cam, things like that.
I like Jeremy's position, though. Just watching in case anyone does peek out, or if he wants to try to find Van. A little bit faster, and then Ben rendezvous with his team. Setting up for that A execute now. They think they've managed to buy enough time away from B site. If they can pinch down onto 𝘰𝘰𝘮𝘮, that would be great. But look at 𝘰𝘰𝘮𝘮, 180-degree flick, and he gets Governor 2 kills. A bit of a trade, and then 𝘮𝘰𝘮𝘮 finds one more. 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮𝘦, however, feeling the pressure, has to back off, tries to find a better position. Close range duel with the classic, tries to right click. But you know what? It doesn't even matter because only 𝘰𝘰𝘮𝘮 is left. And with the IGL not able to frag out, it's going to be Team Secret picking up the pistol on the second half.
These are the clips we remember from
Anjir,
23 Envy.
sama 𝘰𝘰𝘮𝘮
Just the
gue nggak usah ngomong
180
apa yang
headshot as
makasih
well.
anjir.
Lets the Neon pass, then walks out on a timing through, just guards that fast lane. Good mind games
Lama-lama yang
around the
kalah
Neon.
5 tahun, lama juga. Itu lama sih.
So controlled. I mean, like, oh yeah, throw all your.
Patipan mana? Patipan udah kemana anjir, itu udah dari tahun kapan? Udah hilang.
𝘮𝘰𝘮𝘮 finding shots too all the way from the back of bridge. That's what you need from Team Secret.
Sersia ya dulu. Yang se-scary punya. Bukan sih? Beda ya?
That's one of the big questions a lot of us had is Jeremy, he has to now play primary duelist, he has to play primary offer, and of course the outlaw and things like that. See if it comes to fruition, but not on the
Sama
east side just yet.
𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮𝘮.
We'll have to give up the plan.
𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮 sama 𝘰𝘰𝘮𝑚.
Oh, sees him.
Ya Allah. Kelihatan weh tangannya. Bang.
And the rest of Talon scrambling for safety.
Ini kalau plan di situ emang jelek nggak sih?
Screens too, though. It just gives up a lot more space, and with some blind shots being fired through, Jeremy finds one. 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮 not able to do all too much, but it's just a setup for Jeremy to find a little bit more. Envy coming up from behind too.
Yang aktif sekarang Patipan.
And that's Talon just.
Gara-gara yang dia ini ya toxic ya.
Telling you, it's far from over.
Kenapa jadi Bang Kico?
Obviously,
Kalau
they're
Bang
able to
Kico
carry over 4 of their four weapons that they did
Bang
purchase
Kaco
into the
udah
bonus.
very
Now,
good.
not all the greatest, but you got to remember, again, this is a different comp. They've got the Cypher. They can really try to anchor around the site, work around the trips and the cyber cages, things like that on one side.
Itu ada kelihatan.
A bit of a mishap there with the spike showing through, of course, the smoke, but at the end of the day, I don't know if it would have made a grand difference in the scheme of things.
Yeah, it just came down to the buy still, and Team Secret knowing how to play so far back. The onus is on Talon to really push up, and it's a little bit more difficult for them to do so given the current weaponry. But now, on to the next round. Team Secret's got to watch out. Talon's got to watch out for Jeremy still.
Aggressive push out from mid. He's just going to try to stick around, no contact.
Ooh. Okay, good recon from 𝘮𝘰𝘮𝘮 as well.
Yeah, but this, I mean, 𝘮𝘰𝘮𝘮 simply trying to let them know, like, if you want to come into B, you're going to have to use a lot more utility. And if they're not able to find the Cypher utility off of that, obviously it gets a lot tough. So 𝘮𝘰𝘮𝘮 with a great read that this is going to funnel them into A. It's a bit of a gamble, but one that might pay off.
Yeah, it's going to cost you. If not, we're just going for that 4-on-5 retake. But we're also banking on the fact that NDG can anchor. That's something that 𝘬𝑰 said.
Envy holding close as well. Oh, no!
Wow.
Doesn't look like the first shot quite connecting. Not able to finish the kill, but the Spectre's here. The decoy!
Still manages to burn down Pan. But just trying to go full auto with all of these weapons, it's not quite enough. The close range duels, somehow Talon losing out in terms of numbers advantage. Still though, trying to go back to a little bit more safety. 𝘰𝘰𝘮𝘮 just holds out and swaps over to the high angle, gets down Jeremy. Wow, through the toxic screen though. 𝘮𝘰𝘮𝘮 with the sheriff still able to fire off shots.
Yeah, caught one glimpse of a Spectre, not the weapon you would want in a situation like this, but already damage done. One more kill and even the entire round possible, but no, Cruz watching from double doors will barely save the round for Talon, carrying over 2 rifles.
You can anchor, but can you clutch? With the Spectre, it's just that much more difficult, so it is what it is, but Team Secret managed to put up a bit of a fight. Talon, on the other hand, though, still I think Lenny getting those 2 kills, Ban as well, I mean, pushing up front. Just fighting with all that force. And you can hear those communications again. It keeps the team alive, keeps spirits up. And look at this, Governor up to 20 kills.
Ceriwis beneran. Enggak, Ceriwis. Ceriwis siapa ya ngomong ya? Itu Bang Kacau deh yang ngomong Ceriwis. Oh, nice try anjir.
He tried to make the movement work though, but 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮𝘮 just managing to react that quickly. Another shot coming in from Jeremy as well, and all of a sudden Talon has to reconsider this entire round.
No, they'll spot at least one.
Yesusin tua si Dengkol dulu.
No reason to greed this.
Tapi kan emang udah pada tua. Yang tahu cuma ini anjir, cuma si Jesse Vash doang gak sih?
You can keep them trapped in the halls. It's not the worst scenario.
Masih muda anjir.
Yeah, if anything, 𝘰𝘰𝘯𝘵 has to, I don't know, like either lurk or push up front. They're thinking about making use of the shoot into mid. It's not quite going to happen.
Oh, I don't mind this. The shock dart. Right? You already showed one person up in halls. You send the shock dart to let them know that we're still thinking about taking over the space. You just say if we can keep that occupied, we should have a shot. But no, it's going to be a save. I mean, they don't have any explosive entry into the site. And of course, the Cypher most likely anchoring on B.
Ada yang satu tua, yang tua satu semua ikutan tua.
Get the setup on B too. I don't think B is a site that they've explored all too much. So there are some unknown variables. They don't know exactly where these trips might be, where the cam is.
Ada Hiko, ada dia, ada Angel. Sisanya udah kan?
There's really a lot to consider.
Di atas 30 cuma
A couple rounds ago, we saw 𝘰𝘰𝘯𝘵 just playing up around tunnel, around elbow a little bit. So they are still thinking that Team Secret setup might be 2 on B, 3 on A. So we don't want to toy with that too much. At least for this round.
Yeah, and you don't have the KO either, right? No way to just shut down that utility. So you have to really use everything you got, start to scout it out. And as you mentioned, haven't spent too many rounds figuring out NDG's preferred default setups. But if anyone's going to do it, it's got to be Ban on that Yoru. Got it during the pistol round.
Yeah, if not Ben, it's got to be Lenny with the shock darts. Again, information first.
I bet.
So back to the drawing board for Talon now as Team Secret starts to catch up. 𝘰𝘰𝘯𝘵 kind of catching up in terms of kills too.
3v5. Mending mundur aja. Nextnya soalnya si Ban sama si Governor masih bisa beli.
Shark dart into elbow. And Jesse's making the
sisanya nggak bisa miskin.
Right? Just let them know that we are looking at elbow a bit heavy, and then let's try to reposition ourselves, shift the weight a little bit. But I think he correctly recognize the situation here. No solid info that they're working off of, so just a 2-on-2 default.
Nanti lawannya cuma satu nih, dua sekarang anjir nggak jadi. Aduh, fuck man.
Good to anchor, just as Asterai said.
Aduh, nice banget anjir.
Suddenly pushing into it,
bunuh dia.
Gate crash allows
bunuh
Ben
omom
to sneak
itu.
and infiltrate onto site, just as you mentioned, Will. And apart from that, look at what's happening on the map. He gets out. 𝘰𝘰𝘯𝘵
Dari tadi mainnya dengan 50 HP doang anjir.
In case anyone crosses over from mid. Cruz, as long as he
30
stays alive,
lagi sekarang 1 HP.
uses his utility. He's still got the reckoning available. There's so much that Talon has invested into this round.
Masih dapat satu lagi.
Another shot. 𝘰𝘰𝘯𝘵 out in the open.
Nice.
𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮 revealed by Ban.
Oh.
And that's Talon back into the game just where they left.
Envy had full utility ready to go, but Cruz just gets him right before he's able to set up the rest of his teammates. Obviously, the distance from each other, not exactly the ideal, but this gate crash was brilliant. Ban gate crashes into the site, so NDG has to wait, but then Cruz holds before pushing out of the cyber cage, as they know that he now has to pick and choose a 50-50 between the Yoru and the decoy. And then they just pinch onto him. During all that, Ban's able to still get the first kill on site as well. And now, because they have that successful B execute, I mean, Team Secret, they can't really rest on their laurels on any part of the map.
Yeah, just trying to change up everything now. NDG swapping up his setup on towards B side as well. Jeremy trying to explore mid a little bit, maybe pull off something cheeky. But again, this high tide just makes him question a lot. But guess what? Talon's actually corralled up towards B instead. Just watching elbow.
A good read, you have to imagine, on what the potential is from Team Secret, right? Because they just pressured B successfully as well. Talon's read is that Team Secret has to push out to get info.
apart from that too, I mean,
Halo Adi.
that's what they're playing off of. Now they want
Udah
to
kena
get their own
serangan Fajar.
info past enough
Gimana
time.
gimana?
Yeah, Dimensional Drift does clear out a lot, so NDG has no choice but to relinquish the
Anjir,
site.
anjir.
Relay
Anjir.
boats corralling him.
Wah, sumpah kalau nggak dapet sih itu menangis sih.
Comboed with Ben and the Dimensional
Aduh,
Crash
nggak bisa,
gets
anjir.
out onto another one. Jesse
Nice try
Vash
deh.
making a trade
Kamu tidak
happen,
sekurus itu,
not
Ban.
impossible for Team Secret to come back.
Jeremy on the flank,
Bang,
but so is
bang.
Lenny. Now this cuts the timer for
my
Lenny
God.
quite
Overhead
short,
HP.
but I don't think they're aware at all. So if
Nice
𝘰𝘯𝘀
try
can stay
deh
alive
ini.
alongside Governor, this is
Anjir.
huge.
Here
Gets
comes
one.
Lenny,
Halo,
all
semua.
right. Managed to pull attention away. Envy turns back around. Toxic Screen back up, and 𝘰𝘯𝘀 still trying to keep things
Nice
alive. Governor and Envy, though, suddenly pinched
Envy,
down.
Governor.
And with that, the spike available. They
Dingin
knew where
anjir,
Lenny
udah
was.
setengah dulu.
They knew where he was about to show up. And Envy collects another round for Team
Semangat.
Secret.
Team Secret immediately ups the tempo as soon as they recognize that Lenny gets the first kill on the flank. Instead of trying to say, well, one person watch for Lenny, and the rest of us will go in and go for 1v1s, they just say, well, he's still pretty far out. He would have to walk all the way up to Arches to be able to combat us and provide backup.
Ben carry
So
parah.
let's just
Ben
push
jago
in
banget.
and win these
Governor
fights.
juga awalnya nyala
And
banget.
Jeremy's
Gigi
learned,
diem
I
gak
mean,
lu?
he catches
Berantem ya?
sight alongside
Gila.
Cruz. They see each other in mid, and
Gigi.
Jeremy just follows all the way. Good call.
So kind of just like forgetting for a second that although, yes, they might have been pushing out on
Enggak ada
defense,
Batman.
Team Secret, to get more info,
Ini udah siap tidur.
they could also put themselves in the deep position.
Enggak,
like
gue nggak
what Jeremy
tidur.
did. And
Gue
that
cuman
gives them
kedinginan.
that 7-11. Talon now calling their first
Aduh,
timeout,
dingin banget cuy.
trying to collect on those last 2 rounds.
Aduh,
Talon, they seem to have the number, especially
siapa yang mau milih kepanasan daripada keinginan? Aku.
the attacking side. I like the attempted hit onto B, that success that
Tapi nggak kuat juga sih kalau siang-siang lagi terik.
but not
Untuk hangat terik nggak?
as much control around the map just yet. I mean, on defense,
Aman,
they were
Bang.
running amok. They held mid, they held pillar, they held both sides, they held A main. Sometimes they pushed out a B main, get that early pick.
Right here.
But on attack, I mean,
Kayak panas
first of
pengen
all,
ngamuk.
not too many answers about pressuring mid.
Kalau kedinginan
right?
tuh kayak-
And this is allowing Team Secret to
Aduh,
just say, all
kayak
right,
kebelet
pressure
kencing
one
mulu gitu
side,
loh.
go back to 2-on-2 default, and then shift the
Punya
weight
kawan,
over on a
aku ada.
timer.
Yeah. Haven't really gone through
Asal lu
mid,
set berapa?
haven't really,
AC gue 26.
played much around halls either. They did think about that.
Tapi masih kedinginan,
halls
gue
play
nggak ngerti
with
sih.
that 3-on-5 round where they lost 2 players really early on.
Satu PK juga deh,
Well,
kayaknya nggak
this is
sampai.
going to be finally the
Dia
Yoru
bukan 2 PK.
trying to shake up the utility from Cypher as Jeremy gets the first kill.
Let's go, Ban. Bani.
NDG was ready for this too. I mean, Ban got pinged
Nah,
by the
sentral
camp, so he
giginya
has to
harus ke
slow
sentral.
down. He can't just go in, wreck the setup, and then gate crash out.
Anime Luffy
Farah
siapa
still
anjir?
gets a shot onto Lenny.
Ini bukan nggak mungkin buahan
We
kok
just
kan.
lost a little bit of info
Nggak
gathering.
mungkin Ami juga, Robin juga nggak mungkin deh
Now
kayaknya.
we're starting to creep up instead.
Thank you Jo. Oke,
Well,
siap.
two-pronged attack.
Minum air. Di sini mau
So
ambil
always got a
coklat.
backup plan.
Okay, all the way up and
Kami
through
cepet
halls.
larin,
Jesse
talon
Vash is
anjay.
right on the other end. Gets the information.
Sentral tuh
Jeremy
rumah mama.
still
Gue
staying
nggak pakai
tucked
OS
away in
sentral, gila ya.
So
Serius,
Talon
Kak?
seems to have heard and or seen Jesse Vash on the rotate back over to A. Now, the recon just comes out, so they're both stuck in their own position. But the real question is
Dia
can they
sama
break
mama
into
semuanya
B?
kusut
Because
semua.
otherwise
Itu
Jeremy's
kusut
just
karena kalah
holding
anjir,
mid.
bukan karena gue
And
makan.
Talon doesn't have proof that Jeremy's here.
Bot.
Oh,
Not even a guess, it looks like.
thought they might have had
Aduh,
an
ya
idea,
Tuhan
but guess not.
Yesus.
And
Ya
with that
Tuhan
now, Team Secret
Yesus.
very much in control over the map. Van trying to fight back, but not for long. 5 HP. His teammate and the spike dropped.
Udah lah.
The round is over. I guess he's
Sudah
going
lah.
for that save. 15 seconds left.
Yeah, I mean, only 5 HP.
Suhu doang menikmati nasi,
Not
guys.
exactly even across the
Tapi
board.
masih dingin. Nggak tahu kenapa.
And we've been
Gue
trading
emang ngangkat
rounds
dingin
back
aja
and
sih.
forth, so not quite at the maximum loss
Tapi kalau
streak
misalnya nggak
bonus.
pakai AC kepanasan.
Talon carrying one Vandal over, losing a lot of steam. And this one, it could have very well looked different had Lenny been alive,
Wey,
right? They
yang
could have pressured a
bener.
lot more with the Soviet utility, but now Jeremy seems a bit more warmed up,
Dari
a
dua
bit
sekarang
more
5.
confident, digging deep to really cut up the forces from Talon Esports.
Gue bener masih mentok nih killnya.
What we need to see
Yuk
them
bisa
do,
yuk.
especially on this defensive
Ben bentar
side, if they
lagi.
can
Ini
repeat
anjir.
that formula.
Nyusul si Governor.
It's going to be that much more difficult for Talon. NDG going back to the slightly different setup still, but
Ya,
heavily
bisa yuk.
anchoring on the B
Semangat,
side. The game plan has swapped back up to what we saw just a few rounds ago. A solo NDG on B.
Yeah, but this is a retake from Team
Rotate
Secret.
semua.
And they get the payload to pretty much everybody,
Oh.
if not literally everybody, on the side of Talon. So backups now arrived as well. I mean, Talon, yeah, you have to reset at the very least.
Yeah, retake setup too. Talon has to reconsider their options, but
Mati
given
lah
the
ini.
time passed, they
Dapet
never
dah.
quite know
Fuck, man.
who might be on the other side, and it's gonna be
Aduh,
Jeremy with
dapet.
an operator.
Siapa yang mati?
They suspect
Siapa
something.
yang
One
mati?
pixel is all it takes. Shot hasn't been fired off. Oh, the
Oh,
move by
never mind.
Governor. A sudden, he jumped
Never
over
mind.
and carried the momentum through. Jeremy repeats
Jeremy.
though. Is that
Anjir.
good? The cascade pushes him away, and Governor wants to pressure it. Oh,
Nice,
the
anjir.
storm.
Nice trade.
Right click, and then Lenny
Ban
with
dapat satu,
the
anjir.
shorty. Ben is here to assist as well. So although Governor dies,
Bisa nih 12 nih,
it's enough
28.
space for Talon.
28, 38,
Potentially take
let's
the
go.
site. High tide blocks off so much vision.
Spike gets planted. Post plant, not bad. You could even go for a rotate, even the pit to make sure. I mean, this is going up to match point for
Oh,
Talon.
nice.
Wow, and all they got to do is to protect the Viper right now, up around the edges of this Viper's pit.
I mean, Secret wants to attempt this so badly, but it just looks nigh impossible.
Nice banget. Satu lagi bang, situ bang, kiri.
So many layers of safety. Cruz dies. We still got Jit
Oh,
Boys. We still got
okay.
Ben and Lenny on the other side of Cave.
Bunuh dia, bunuh.
So it's the call for Envy to save instead.
Yeah,
Nice,
looking
nice.
at their creds, I don't mind that they attempted
Ya,
to go to the
38 nih,
pit.
38,
You just
38.
don't want to give over map
Comeback
point.
manis enggak,
And you still
menang.
had another flash drive, a 0 point.
Oh,
You know,
well,
you
lu
get
kenapa
the
banyak
first
hitam-hitam
cheeky pick.
bordernya?
Sure, there's a world where a story could be told, but not in that
Hitam-hitam
one. And
bordernya.
Talon goes up to
Nggak
map
ada.
point. Lost a lot of steam in the second half,
Yang dari sananya
but
sih.
it was only a couple steps up to here.
Yeah, picked it up again. I mean, again, it might just also be Breeze on defense, and you know, you gotta
Gini.
figure out those openings.
Yang atas ya.
Especially with Talon. I mean, Team
Ini kayak
Secret now
overlay
starting to peek out a
belakang
little bit
deh.
more. They had to adapt. And adapt
Gua
they
cut dulu
did.
deh.
Well, this is, it's actually giving me a bit of a nightmare flashback to when DRX just couldn't figure out how to attack on Breeze on an international stage. And a lot of it comes down to they keep tabs on the actual setup, and they're just trying to combat the setup itself on a site ban. Great opening kill,
Kuning
takes
jadi
out the
poin,
operator from the
bukan.
opposing side.
Don't just
Bukan,
combat the
salah.
setup, right? Combat the players.
Well,
38
okay,
nih,
sure,
grup
yes,
WhatsApp.
combat the players as
Yang
well. But what I'm
38
trying to
udah
say
ini.
is you want to work the map, right? If you're just saying, okay, well, they
GG.
hide in this cubby, they have this strip, let's go in and break it and break it and break it.
Ban masih
You
di
still, at the end of the day, have to not only win the fights, but they make one micro adjustment, one change in timing, and it throws the entire thing off.
Jangan mati anjir.
Now, I would say Talon, a bit more flexibility here in the second half. Also, they didn't need to win as many rounds, but this time, Van's operator is the one who really shakes things up.
Boy as well makes Borkum feel a little bit uneasy.
Masih dapet.
And then
Dang.
the fast lane, they think it's going to be an A hit, but look at where the spike's headed towards.
Yeah, the nail in the coffin pretty much.
Gobi,
Now,
Gobi,
a
Gobi,
pretty
let's
early
go,
call from
Gobi.
Team Secret. They recognize this as they don't hear any more
Masuk,
footsteps, but whoa,
ini
Governor
dia.
flying
Oh,
high off of
bayar.
the boxes.
No way.
Nanti guys, GG. Map 2.
1v5.
Map 2 time.
What a great
Nice,
debut
GG.
on the Neon and Jit Boys to end it all as he hops around for his teammate to
Anjir,
pick up
Governor
the
tinggi
kill.
banget.
13-8. This first map goes to Talon.
Map 2 bro.
A huge showing from Governor. Obviously, ex-teammates with Rossi from T1, 2 members coming over from Turtle Troop, from the challenger scene in North America. And they're here to say that talent is not lacking on the other side of the globe. A great debut for Governor, but it is a best of 3. I think a lot of us perhaps expected a bit more from Team Secret in terms of the mid-round
Thank you,
the
like,
adjustment, the synergy even.
Bang.
But
Kan
just not able to do that.
anjir lah.
And I guess
Dia
we're going
kan
to
tadi
leave the
beneran
rest for
nggak
our
lawan.
analysts to pick up
Oh, iya,
because,
iya.
wow, what a match to break down.
Justin anjir. Lupa dia.
Showing what they're made of on Breeze. Governor on the Outlaw. Absolutely insane. It was like
Tadi
that
pagi nggak bangun
content
dia?
piece he did with the Outlaw. He definitely is a Neon player as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's had plenty of experience on the Neon, but this was still a bit of a different flavor. Like we said, a bit of a mashup from the
Nice
comps that we
try
saw
there.
yesterday on Breeze. They come out here with that Neon alongside the Yoru, and I mean, it was Governor and Van shining through, and this is really strong when you have two players that are also very well versed with that operator, which is snipers in general in their hands. We saw Ban picking up some kills there on the back end with that op. A very fearsome double duelist setup that Talon has right now.
Yeah, when you look at the compositions, right, from the start of this entire game, especially with Talon's comp, it's very specialized, and you immediately see the big win condition that Talon needs. It's a lot of contact, a lot of aggressive contact, and they were so good at that. And what TS needed to do was to try to counteract that when they were on the attacking side, which means that a lot of the pressure relied on Jeremy being able to find openings into the site. Unfortunately, you saw he was just dashing in, getting caught, getting punished by Governor, and then everyone else from Team Secret was just walking up, dying to or taking extra damage from the Viper utility, and then Governor's just there to say 3 kills for me, and then it just kind of happened over and over again until we end like a 9-3 in the first half.
Yeah, just fairly brutal here. I mean, Team Secret, granted, this is a map that they're the most proficient on. Obviously, with Ascent coming up, it would be that, and then Haven, which is out of the pool. So I think there's still certainly an opportunity for them to rally back in this series. I don't think it's necessarily done yet, but I mean, if Governor is going to be playing like that, playing like this with the sniper coming into his hands, then Ascent is still a very scary prospect because you can very easily just flip over onto that Jet. Hell, you can even have Ban play the Jet and Governor play something else going into Ascent if it's not a double duelist setup. But if Talon continue to cook, if they continue to have some unique looks as far as their strategies are concerned on certain maps, maybe they have something different for Ascent as well.
Now, what kind of improvements do we want to see from Team Secret? Jeremy was on the Jet there, but I think there were some critical moments that he missed. And what's it gonna take for Secret to step up going into Ascent?
The thing is, I think Secret before already had some really good entry setups, and that's why I think they were so feared, you know, when they had those good days back in 2023 for Pacific League. But this time it just feels like they're letting Jeremy do everything by himself. We don't see the follow-up, the kind of back and forth he has with 𝘧𝘰𝘮𝘮𝘦, no support utility for 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮𝘮. It's just the standard setups that you kind of see with these kind of agent pickups, and that's not going to be enough against Talon. So they, at least in terms of improvement, they really need to have that support system for Jeremy. He can't just be alone when he's going to be having to go up against a possible double duelist in the form of Ban and Governor.
Yeah, I mean, also when he's going into these sites, I mean, we see 4 first kills, 4 first deaths for Jeremy. It's very much the same.
Kayak lo janji kita apa?
When you have that secondary,
Gue udah nggak ini, gue tidak berbohong.
If Governor does go down, and more often than not, especially that first half, Governor was entering and no one was able to stop him at all. Jeremy, when he's getting traded, it's that trade back hasn't really been there in a lot of these rounds from Team Secret. We see him going out trying to get a line with an operator. He ends up getting picked off. But also just some of these shots that he absolutely should have when he set up over there in A main, staring down over towards the defender's spawn. Governor swings that corner. Jeremy should have that shot pretty much 100% of the time, but the whiff comes in, they manage to hound him down, and then they close out the map from there. It's just, we need to see the shots coming through. I mean, does Jeremy look improved when it comes down to the opping compared to what we've seen in the past? Yes, I would say that he has, but I don't think it's at that top level right now, and there are so many great operas in this league that you're going to have to contend with at some point.
I'm really liking this iteration of Talon, whatever it is. The crews also very different kind of energy this year. You watched him on the cam, on the player cam. He just looks cool as a cucumber throughout the entire match. He's not overly, yes, very zen. Not overly, no overheating happening on, at least on his side. When they got like 6-7 consecutive
kalau nggak ngasih cowok bukan teman namanya.
What they kind of want from an IGL, right? You were talking about how in the green room, wow, it looks like they were overheating a little bit, you know, chasing the kills, both Ban and Governor. And they have someone like Cruz to reel them back in. It's perfect for this tight roster.
Yeah, I mean, having sat down with these guys and talked to them extensively, like they were so excited to they wanted any compositions to the world, you know, finally play against the other teams that are in this league, because again, everybody has been hiding strategies away from one another. No one within this tournament has been scrimming against each other, maybe barring a couple exceptions. But widely, they've been keeping everything locked away, hiding it from the opponent's eyes. They wanted to put it out on display, and they finally have done that. And I think that did mean a lot towards them being a bit overzealous, having a bit too much fun. Like you said, chasing in for those kills. There's a couple times where Governor was very clearly just trying to pad the stats, and he ended up cutting down his ACS a little bit there. But as long as Frost in his downtime, as they get ready to go into map 2, if he can rein them in a little bit more, if they have that kind of hot start, then I think that they're going to still be in a really strong position. For Team Secret, right now it's more about, okay, you had a slight warm-up in that second half. You started getting the gears shifting in the right direction. Can you carry that momentum forward? Start off hot like we saw from the side of Talon, and just take that early lead and run away with it and take us to map 3.
While, we're saying that a lot of the teams have been hiding a lot of their game plan for the season this year, so we haven't seen a lot of that, especially Talon, especially teams that have a lot of changes. But with Ascent and with Team Secret, we've seen, we have a lot of data to go off of.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, Team Secret has gotten probably their most successful games on the Ascent map, probably because every single time that they've played it, it's always the same composition over and over again. It's the double initiator with the Sova and the KO, and so on and so forth. You get yourself the jet and everything. But, I mean, at this point, they might just have to think about, Talon might have a different approach in this one, kind of change the status quo, and Team Secret might not be aware of this, but what is going to be at least better right now, at least compared to Breeze, if I'm just, hyper-analyzing a little bit, NDG and Envy, the two most recent pickups for Team Secret, weren't really given a chance to do anything on that first half because it feels like they had to always follow up on Jeremy, and they kind of get punished every single time. On the second half, when they were on defense, you saw that they had more chances to do so. Ascent as a map, whether it's attacking or defending, allows you to have those more individualistic plays. So I feel like they have a lot more opportunity now to influence the game compared to this first map, but still is
I'm just curious, for Secret, do they have something up their sleeve when it comes down to Ascent? Because there is plenty of tape of them on how they like to play this map. So either there needs to be a big compositional difference as far as what agents they're selecting, or a really big change in the pace, the setups that they have as they go to attack these sites. Because again, with Talon, you know what to expect with these 5 players, because the slate's been wide clean. For Team Secret, if it's mostly just going to be, okay, we're going for Ascent because historically we've been very good at this, then Talon can be the ones who are hyper-analyzing. They can sit down and just really review how you played this across the last several years and then break it down and really find your weaknesses.
That's right, and on top of that, the coaches from both sides, it's been made very clear how well they know each other, and they are definitely trying to, break down each other's mental and into the mind games of what they may or may not do, and that is definitely a lot of fun between Frost and Warbirds.
Again, it just puts that much more pressure on Warbirds because he is the one that's working with a much more known quantity here, so he has a lot more onus on him that he has to try to really reinvent this team as far as what they're going to be doing.
Jadi buat WP kayaknya gue masih tidak ngerti apa-apa deh, ntar kayak gue bingung lagi skill-skillnya segala macem.
They do not change the status quo, so it's going to be about how the approach will be. I will say this though, at least looking back at Jeremy's performance,
tadi mapiknya Talon soalnya.
His lurking on the second half,
tadi
he was actually
Talon,
pretty successful
sekarang
at creating those 1v1
decidernya nggak tahu tadi apa.
So maybe he was able to isolate a couple of fights, or he builds up on that confidence of his, make it into multi-kills, following the footsteps of Governor. That really is something that is going to be so beneficial here for Team Secret, because it really just goes back on having to have a very reliable duelist. And Jeremy, even though he's gotten top frag for Team Secret, it wasn't the top frag that they were kind of hoping for that will get them that game.
Yeah, I mean, in comparison, just that impact wasn't quite there as much as it was for Talon.
All right, let's go into our second map of Ascent. We got Team Secret versus Talon. Are we going to go to a map 3, or does it stop here on Ascent?
I guess that is the question, right? 𝘧𝘰𝘮𝘮𝘦 asked, right? 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮𝘮𝘮𝘦. I mean, it's going to be Ascent. We've seen this so many times. It's the exact same composition for both sides. What do we think, Will?
Well, there was a part of me that hoped. We saw the Neon and Yoru on Breeze. Saw, right, Talon's cooking. They said even Ascent can't be cooked anymore. It is perfect. We gotta just let the steak rest forever, as it is just the same old composition. But I mean, even whether it's the shots, the confidence, maybe even the comms, the backup, I mean, everything Talon looked better in map 1. Now TS back in comfort zone. Isn't enough to change it up. Waiting for a mid push out. I mean, you know, these days Ascent is really just kind of this rock, paper, scissors among teams, right? Everyone knows each other's plays books. Everyone's reading from each other.
Well, might not know too much about what Talon might do, though. Pushing out the B main that way. Not quite finding the shots, now re-peeking into it. Governor still with that share, trying to make it work.
My God.
Managing to take down NDG now.
NDG just wanted one piece of the action. He can't land enough shots to get the assist there, and Jeremy just cleans it up, but not quite safe at the site. Chip boys.
That's a good enough pickup that it gives them numbers advantage, even though Governor is pretty low. Spike plant goes down, and at this point, just a clean retake is all it needs.
Dang.
Oh, the turret. Just doing a little extra chip damage. Everything counts here in a pistol round.
Oh no.
Oh, the ping!
Anjir.
Yeah.
Anjir.
He was ready for it. He was crouched.
Anjir. Nah,
Can't find the headshot either. Oof.
What the hell? Nice.
Listen, I mean, I was one of those people that was hoping that Germany would come in this year and fire right off the bat. Because, I mean, he kind of needs to for himself. He needs to find that confidence on the stage. We've seen peak moments.
Tadi berapa sih? Tadi 9 ya? Apa 8? 8 ya? 8-13 ya? Kali ini 10-13. 10-13 biar lebih seru.
Not finding it just yet in the pistol.
Sorry ya. Ntar muncul di monitor. Enggak. All good.
Back into heaven was definitely throwing him off a little bit.
Lu gak niatan jadi pro player Valorant? Gak ada sih. Orang mau cupu jadi pro player gimana? Kalau jago baru.
Inching forward on main, they do
pengen sih, cuman kayak mental gue gak sekuat itu deh. Gas terus, Governor.
Okay, seems like Talon did have a discussion about greeting and overheating for stats. Obviously, just a second round. Lead for his kill. Backed up, and they know that there's still members here. Talon has no reason to give the entire area for free.
Tumben sadar diri gini. Gue selalu sadar diri anjir, gila ya.
Every member.
And at the same time, just wanting to make sure they don't give away too
much. Tapi udah 2 tahun tim mesin gini ya.
Nanostorm's available. However, the 0 point does connect.
Iya sih, bener sih.
Yeah, and they were also all pretty much through, right? A little bit of scratches here and there. Actually,
yang fake,
taking a bit more than
dipakai deh waktu itu dulu. Sebelum di nerf lagi.
At least they get the spike plant.
So it's a good enough win for Team Secret. Now can Talon make this
harus inisiator nih. Hero-nya.
Quick enough. The rest of them trying to wall bang through. We do have an Ares,
so
might as
well
try
to
make it happen. But here comes NDG. A good shot from the back of Boathouse, but Governor's just that much sharper as well. Okay, bad with the Guardian. And then Lenny with a ghost. Why not? 4 out of 5 weapons saved. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Good shots from Governor. He's continuing to put up highlights for Talon, putting them back on the board, putting them back in discussion for VCT Pacific. We'll see if he can continue. You know, the Desk talked about a little bit of overheating towards the end, trying to pad those stats.
Gue main 3 game aja udah mumet anjir pala gue. Gimana gue main 8 jam sehari?
You know, it ends on a happy note. I don't know if you can blame him too much. At least for today, he's riding that momentum. And this is a player that came in and just started confidently talking before even playing one official in Pacific, right? Said he thinks he can fight everybody here. He's been very outspoken in all of their videos so far, building up to kickoff. And now he's here to back up the talk.
He's got that confidence. 5 kills already in round 2. 1 point away from the Blade Storm.
Desainnya kayak bagus deh kalau sekarang.
Not much of the same can be said for
Icebox.
dear Jeremy, just for the time being. They are trying to attack though, so we'll give them that. But Governor continues to wreak havoc outside of B main. NDG was not expecting that. Team Secret needs to find another option into a site.
Breeze.
It's going to be a smoke to try to block off main. But they do know that it should be a split here.
Ooh, okay, Jeremy got the movement. Tries to bypass the space.
Does
allow them into the site, although the wall bangs from Lenny are just firing off. At the very least, we've got the site now.
I wonder if it's going to be at least one person going for the long wraparound. Doesn't look like it, so just a 2-way retake coming in through tree.
Well, Vash might be the one wrapping around instead. Has to make it quick enough, though. The rest of the team has to stay alive enough.
Nice banget.
But here comes Governor.
Anjir, nice.
Blade Storm available. He goes up and
anjir ini mah. Nice try anjir.
Now he's looking for the last. Doesn't quite get onto Jesse Vash, but it's enough for Ben to stick the spike. Gets up almost at the half, but just not quite secure enough to take down Jesse Vash.
Round 3's not the round you want to overheat on for kills. I mean, listen, quite frankly, he was definitely feeling the momentum. His movement was good on the retake. And if he did get the kill, it would have been the thumbnail, the highlight for this match for sure, if they end up winning the entire thing. But it gives just enough room for 𝘧𝘰𝘯𝘴, and this is why Team Secret was always getting so close last year. Even if they had a rough match, even if they have rough rounds, they have these players who are able to kind of calm things down and stop the bleeding, buy them enough time to regroup. That is the threat for Team Secret. And it might not seem like much, but it is just enough.
Yeah, they've played enough games to know, like, hey, calm down, it's all good. I can still bring things back. Now with that 2-1 score, we're looking to turn it to a 2-2, hopefully. Lenny has an Odin, though.
Yeah, very desperate, too, because while, yeah, it was a clutch, that's not what you want to see on the third round on your bye round.
Wow, quick, simple execute. Paranoia out as well. Cruz trying to put things back. A little bit off on the shrouded step play, but still able to gun them down regardless. 𝘧𝘰𝘯𝘴 with Hunter's Fury in as well. Now the rest of them with that Odin almost trying to connect, but Envy manages to stay alive. Now options available are just heaven. Not quite so much door, but they have no idea that NDG is right around that spot.
I mean, with the type of util available, yeah, I'm not surprised it's safe. Sure, you got the recon on the drone, but
fair enough.
Yeah, you would need to use it a bit further back if you don't want to get spammed out, as Lenny's pretty low. And then you would have needed to jump right on it. No flashes as well. No information on Trey, like you mentioned. And NDG was there, so good positioning by NDG. Very quick on that backup, should the retake have come through. Secret looking a bit more alive on one of their favorite maps from 2023.
I mean, when it's that much rehearsed, the executes are fast, they're decisive, they're impactful. Meanwhile, for Talon, it does feel as though some of this carries over from, you know, the previous map. I'm pretty set. When the pace gets switched up against them, and when it's a rush coming out from Team Secret, they can't really hold it down all too well sometimes.
Why Team Secret?
Sorry dah guys, nonton free run dulu. Berarti main sama ya tuh sakit terus. Yeay. Tapi lu gak pernah sakit ya, Mon ya? Tidur yang gak jelas juga. Kok gue sakit mulu ya tidur jelas? Tidur jelas, tidur gak jelas, tetep aja sakit. Bingung gue. Kalau pilek langganan obatnya apa? Gue biasanya minum 𝘧𝘰𝘮𝘮𝘦 sama Panadol. Kalau demam dikit barusan mau minum vitamin dulu. Gue minum. Minum? Bingung apa lagi yang butuh gue minum anjir. Malah ada yang gak pernah sakit lagi. Kayaknya gue gak pernah liat Emon sakit deh. Gue gak pernah sakit anjir, sama jaga pola makan. Gue sama lu lebih sehat gue makannya, gila ya. Mana minum gue banyak banget lagi.
Still trying to find that opening pick though.
Lu mah makannya masih nggak jelas man kadang. Kalau makan di luar.
But then smoked off immediately by Cruz. Talon controlling the map for the time being.
Lu makan junk food mana ada? Kagak cuy, gue gak makan junk food.
Great save.
Oh, nice banget anjir.
I was gonna say earlier from 𝘧𝘰𝘯𝘴 to keep Jeremy alive, but government will find
gue cuma suka makan coklat doang yang tidak baik. Biasanya gue makan sehat anjir.
With that now,
minum buah, makan buah.
To prevent Team Secret from smoking
kena anjir itu.
Lenny sensing that the hit is headed towards B, sends out the recon.
Oh, nyayur.
Let it rip, 𝘧𝘰𝘯𝘴. Triple kill back to back. Governor getting the last one onto Jeremy. Everything lines up for Talon.
Sembarangan teratur gue makannya gak pernah skip makan. Lu pas di NA selalu gak skip makan, gila. Kan lu pas di NA makannya cuma sehari sekali. Jangan Kailik maklum umur. Anjir.
Good reset after the first kill for 𝘧𝘰𝘯𝘴, and he was one of the members that we all thought last year showed so much consistency, so much just good value for Talon
dulu juga lu gak pernah sakit anjir. Apa lu sakit gue gak tahu sih.
Especially on the Sentinel role.
Gue gak pernah lihat ngeluh lu sakit gitu. Gak pernah.
Still though, Team Secret
very much in the game.
Jeremy with the blade storm. Let's see if he can make some magic work.
Emang iya pola tidur lu sehat?
Towards A with another A split, setting up for that
execute.
Spots one.
Oh. Nggak kelihatan ya?
Didn't see him on the minimap, so his teammates get the trade, but he gets stuck on the door.
Dia nggak bunuh sih.
The decoy play for Indy to peek out. But it's just a trade.
Serius tadi.
Dia
suruh temennya bunuh, dia bunuh yang depan.
It's still a little bit
Dang,
risky to
man.
get the spike down. Okay, they managed to make it happen. No wall banks just yet. We also have NDG just kind of lurking around mid, so that's the idea now.
Masih
is going to be so crucial because 𝘧𝘰𝘮𝘮𝘦 suspects it, but
muda.
NDG
Kalau
just
bangun
needs to
pagi
be
gue dulu
patient.
pas
Teammates
US.
are still alive. He doesn't need to be the one that gets first contact.
Tidurnya, tapi tidurnya kayaknya nggak sehat.
Peeked out a little bit too early. Now Envy might have some utility, but he's just pinched down.
Goodbye,
Recon has to make his shots
goodbye.
ring true, but 𝘰𝘮𝘮 just sprays
Kan
it
gue ada
down with an
latihan
Odin.
siangnya terus ngopi tiap pagi. Tapi tidurnya malam nggak sih dulu? Valorant. Sering berjompo, ya sorry dah.
So there was a
Lu private nutrition ya, Monlek tahu banget lu. Iya, iya, kok iya sih? Kok iya? Enggak, soalnya dia cerita makan cuma sehari, makannya sehat. Cuma sehari anjir dulu, sehari sekali.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of performances from Governor, and now a little bit more from 𝘧𝘰𝘮𝘮𝘮. I'm telling you, don't doubt 𝘰𝘮𝘮. And now he's got this Odin.
Gue lupa sih.
There's
Cuman
no
ya iya sih, lu
way that
bangun pagi
Envy
sih.
could've made it out of that one.
Cuma tidurnya sih gue lupa ya.
Especially 𝘰𝘮𝘮𝘮's just spraying as he falls down.
Gagah anjing.
On to the next round, though. Again, Talon switching out their positions. A little bit more thin stack on A, but reading things wrong. It's going to be Team Secret that's enabled into be.
Yeah, well, of course, the no command on the other side, and they have their own lockdown. So this is a read for read.
11 jam.
Retake.
Yeah, now their own no command coming out first. I
Iya
like
bah,
it.
enggak anjay. Makanan Lemon tiap hari sama soalnya. Gua hafal anjir.
Have a smoke. Yeah, there it is for B main. Governor gets an opening shot. Two
Nice
players
banget, anjir.
isolated on the
Bunuh
other
dia.
side, and it allows for
Dang,
Governor
man.
to swing up on towards B.
Udah nggak sih ini mah menang?
Just to decimate anyone
Emang badan
hiding
gue
inside
strong
of
aja sih, sorry ya.
Talon makes it a quick round, a flawless round, and a retake.
Bagus, good for you dah.
Forget the
Anjir.
frags itself. 𝘰𝘮𝘮𝘮's calling has been
Aduh,
very
ganti ya,
solid on the defensive side of
Talon
both
anjir,
maps.
gila ya.
This one, it's one of those very
Menang
standard
nih.
things just because Ascent is such a known
Win
value
streak
now
gue
across the entire
akhirnya
world, but you
pecah
keep
telur.
tabs on the ultimates, right? You keep tabs on what the ping pong has been across the sites, and you say MTB site, we've got more tools to go for retakes. Now, obviously, if Envy had used null command to start with, it's even more value that they get out of it. But since they don't, they immediately pop their null command first a little bit early to deny that response, so they're able to go in a bit stronger on the retake.
And that's what they needed, especially with that pacing coming through.
Emang ada like manusia yang daya tahannya nggak ngotak, nggak pernah sakit, terima kenyataan.
This time it's an A empty as well, because that null command is still available.
Aku nggak iri.
They're just letting this happen. They still have the lockdown for the retake on A. I mean, 𝘰𝘮𝘮𝘮 is reading Team Secret's habits.
Aduh.
Great anticipation.
Geli gue liatnya.
Null command doesn't connect onto anything, and as soon as that timer runs out, Talon's got the sight surrounded. You've got the lockdown. You've got the Hunter's Fury. How does Team Secret respond to this?
If he gets this,
Nice banget
no,
anjir.
so clean.
Timingnya.
He finds one more as well. Does get traded.
And even with the one way, it's just enables Governor to find a little bit more, jumps back out, another shot through. 𝘰𝘮𝘮𝘮 tries to spray transfer over, but it's pressured into shooting down this lockdown instead. 𝘰𝘮𝘮 goes in front of Chase, and it's
Anjir, nice banget, sumpah Governor jago banget, anjir gue ngerti lagi.
all the way from A main.
Nice banget.
Can't find the end.
Anjir, nice banget. Sampai pusing.
It does seem like at times that NDG
Si Ior sampai kayak, aduh pick mana.
You know, it looks like it's just a bit too chaotic. It's just a bit things moving too fast.
Gue lihat sekarang streaming cuma Nobar doang nih, nggak pernah main game lain lagi.
A big debut stage for him, coming up onto a big LAN stage against VCT teams.
Gue nggak tahu mau main sama siapa. Kok ada temen main anjir. Temen gue di luar semua. Main Valo sendiri, apa-apa sendiri. Capek juga gue.
Quite enough. I mean, we've seen him able to anchor, but
jago parah, jago
not
sih.
quite so much with the clutches, and especially with Talon now retaking sites, the post plants.
Itu tuh friend gitu.
It's a little bit shaky, and with the score 6-2 right now.
Main Valo biasa.
Team Secret doesn't fix things. This match
James
could be
tengah
over.
sama si
I
William.
mean, yes,
udah
again,
keluar.
etc. defensive half, but the way things are looking now, it looks like they're well on their way to at least another 9-3 half, which is what they had on Breeze. Starting on that defense.
Handy tuh selalu bisa. Nggak mau.
Good reads on to 𝘧𝘰𝘮𝘮𝘮.
Nggak mau sama Handy.
And Team Secret, I mean, what a way to prove a point for 𝘰𝘮𝘮𝘮. sitting behind this 5-man roster all year last year, only getting one chance, and not exactly a fair one, when you had to play the one map against DRX.
Iya, Jir. Gue juga Batman sih sama teman-teman gue. Tapi itu pun
I mean, round 7 and 8
minggu 2 kali.
so much. But of course, now off the timeout, what does Team Secret have in store for us?
Gue ngapain sih akhir ini? Gue kerja anjir. Shooting segala macam. Biasa malam Batman kalau sempet.
Okay, oh Lenny.
Anjir, nice banget.
IGL for IGL.
Yeah, and that spam, it
just comes
up every so often enough that you almost forget about it, right? The B main one is there every day, all day.
So
like everyone knows it can be done, but it just doesn't happen every round.
It's another read though, because he knew there was going to be that Aldro being committed. As soon as he saw it fly up, he went in for that spray, but here comes NDG now. Trying to open things up against Governor. So Starduel is gone. 𝘰𝘯𝘬𝘮𝘮 boys with a bit of a trade. Back to a 3-on-3. Space created and all of a sudden adaptation from Team Secret. Can Cruz play against this? Ben just peeks out. Cruz holds his ground. And all that's left is going to be Envy on a 1-on-3.
Gila, tiba-tiba nengok ngeflick gitu anjir. Kasian gue ngeliatnya juga. Ngaca anjir, gue kasian liat lu.
The best option he's had.
Oh, nice banget anjir. Nice.
Crouch spray commitment
nice,
from
10-2 yuk. Udah.
I want to see that swivel from Ben.
Nih kalau gitu ini 13-37 aja lah. 13-36 aja lah. 36. Dah. Video anarki aja malah gitu.
He's been free another, and
tapi
this time
di
it is on the
lapangan bisa
KO, right? So it's not
daripada
necessarily
di
about putting him on the jet. Last year it was only on the jet that he looked confident. But something about the comms, the chemistry on this team, we gotta remember, Governor says he was the one who suggested and fought for Ban to be brought on board to this roster of Talon Esports.
There's that bit of a duo. It certainly works out well. Apart from that, I mean, just no.
What the fuck?
The game plan from Team Secret instantly shut down, but Jeremy has okay, a little bit to say, but not all too much. 3-on-4.
Jago banget anjir nih orang. Anjir jago banget anjir.
You know, not to say anything about necessarily the cleanliness or whether you overheat or not, but the style that Governor is playing, he is playing like a world-class duelist. He's playing as if he just simply cannot lose fights.
Aduh anjir. Aduh, nice banget. What the fuck?
Insane. I mean, there's so much that he's doing, jumping around, updrafting.
Jangan berantem di sini ya. Moderator tolong ya.
The team backs him up.
Ini bukan lapak untuk berantem.
A lot of these rounds would actually end up looking like overeats.
Lu mau miring ke kiri, lu miring ke kanan. Ya udah sama-sama cupu lah. Kenapa lu merendahkan gue seperti itu?
But the trades are there that either keep him alive or even if he dies, it's a very clean win for the team. The pacing that Talon has right now is exactly what a player like Governor would want. If he wants to go in and take every fight, assume that he's going to win. He wants backup to be there immediately, and it is every time on the defensive side for Talon.
Sama aja lu berdua emang. Oh iya sih emang. Tapi kayaknya gue 50, gue kayak oke 50% gitu, kayak Emon 40%. Lu nggak terima fakta gitu, gue mau terima aja cupu. Gue emang cupu juga.
Changing angles as well now.
Kan gue nggak bilang gue jago, gila ya.
We do have Team Secret players trying to creep up on Catwalk. Governor has
a very good chance
of spotting all of them.
Jangan nggak baik berantem.
By the way, so keep notes on that.
Okay.
Ya elah, ninggoy dong bang.
No.
Nice try dah, borku manjay. Nggak ada smoke.
That's another thing about Lenny is Sova. Punisher always good for a couple kills. Jeremy sees it and wants to push the pressure. Odin will put up a bit of a roadblock though as the sprays cut Envy in half. Make that a 4 kills.
Odin omdet nih bro.
The quick swivel onto Jeremy. I thought Jeremy was going to have a timing there, jumping up amidst all that noise. But Lenny.
This is, I'm telling you, this is that Lenny that I saw from
rematch
2 years ago.
Well, I'm glad someone's keeping that memory because it's coming back.
Udah tadi upload TikTok.
I mean, the 𝘧𝘰𝘮𝘮𝘦 Fury, great. Part of it, _KAM kind of hoping that he wasn't spotted
sekali
because
gue
of the first shot
upload, atau 2 hari sekali.
But then Lenny, the fact that he's keeping the focus as well
Mending tanding gue pulang deh daripada ungkit masa lalu. Iya Jir, tahu, kan sudah berbeda sekarang.
of an entire new mix.
Terus soalnya pokoknya nggak selesai. Nggak selesai. Baru 3 bulan.
All too much. The game plan still sound, still good. Odin sprays through.
Anjir, apa yang
Governor
terjadi,
just
cuy?
a bit of a peek
Pusing
and
gua.
it takes down NDG. Here comes Jeremy though. Bladestorm at the ready. And he's looking to get to work.
Tri ya bang. Bisa yuk. Jeremy.
Just one more round.
Jeremy kalau nge-pick mati sih.
3-9. Hope for the curse.
Aduh anjir keding. Keding
He says
lagi.
enough is
Wallbang.
enough. I want that 9-3.
Itu.
Governor. What?
Anjir.
I'm telling you, Governor doesn't think there's a single person that can stop him in the server.
He's overflowing with confidence right now, and he's supported by Ben of all things
Kalah
right
dah
now.
bang. Canda kalah. Belakang lu.
A trade.
He's expecting it.
Wah nice try anjir.
Oh man,
Anjir
𝘧𝘰𝘯𝘴𝘂
ente.
quick on the trigger,
Ente
but
kers
man, a
manis.
good read
Sama
on the
nih 93
situation.
kayak tadi.
I mean,
2024 nih. Iya. Anak sabar yang Tuhan. Anak sabar yang sayang Tuhan. Halo Mikazuki.
Stabilizing at 3-9. The attacking side, I mean, listen, it was the same story on Breeze. A bit lacking, and on Ascent, it's even tougher because, again, the playbook is just so textbook and across the entire world that if you're bringing out this composition, everyone knows the options. It's just a matter of a chess game and the flowchart of who stays one step ahead. And today, it was not secret, both in terms of the decisions they made, but the speed of it as well.
Yeah, Secret are definitely catching up to a lot of things. At times when they switch up the pace, they might be able to sneak away a round or two, especially when 𝘧𝘰𝘯𝘴 is there to clutch things out. But if not for that, it definitely looks like, you know, we've got Governor fragging out, we've got Lenny reading them, and staying one step ahead in that chess game, like you mentioned, Will.
Okay, the pistol round once again, ever so important. Frost speaking his mind, wants to
the contrast.
Out. I know.
𝘧𝘰𝘮𝘮, it doesn't say anything.
Well, he also just seems like he's just racking his brain as well.
First nggak aktif di Frozen. Ada loh.
Part of it is, I think even the execution of what they have
Justru
been doing
seringnya di
isn't
Frozen
exactly been
nggak
the
sih?
cleanest, right? And then the shots as well.
Besok sama Nior nggak?
Listen,
Kita
if the
marah.
players aren't hitting the shots that they normally would, what do you say at that point? I mean, I guess if you're head coach 𝘧𝘰𝘮𝘮𝘮, you actually do tell them to pick up their guns and hit their shots. Or if you're Alex of 𝘧𝘰𝘮𝑚, right? It works for some teams.
Morale boost, you know, is something that's needed sometimes.
I mean, that depends on, you know, player-to-player personality, but that is part of it. Team Secret, they need to hit their first shots a bit more often.
The form just feels a little bit off today, but as we swap sides, maybe
13-6 defense.
Then again, we don't quite know Talon's game plan as they switch things up. Governor just trying to go quick up against Jeremy. Doesn't quite work out, but here comes Ben. There is that follow-up. You always talk about it, Will, and here it is.
I thought Jeremy's backup was quick enough. I thought that was going to catch Talon off guard. But after the one kill, Ben swings on the trade, and then there's Shadow Step. 𝘧𝘰𝘯𝘴𝘂.
Kocak loh.
Good shock dart and a ghost kill to follow up, but not quite enough. Half HP though. He might be spotted. He might be vulnerable, but he might be able to find some shots.
Killjoy juga lagi Ior.
He's waiting, but there's no reason for them to peek.
Ooh.
Aduh, nice banget. Nice try, Ior.
Yeah.
Oh, bagusnya sih Dio cewek kok pada tergila. Gila Dio tuh udah kayak
That was honestly, it's a 2v1. You spotted him once. That was a round where they could have suddenly gone for the
idaman
double
gitu
swing,
loh.
and they probably would have won it either way, but they
Idaman
still
banget
wait
anjir Dio.
until one more
Aduh.
peek. They go for
Udah
another
gak banyak
jump because the
ngomong,
turret
langsung
wasn't
action,
broken.
suaranya bagus.
This is how you know that it's not just the hype and momentum that they're riding off of. The comms are there for Talon.
Idaman anjir.
I mean, color me impressed because I did not expect this. At least not in the first match of kickoff. I thought they were going to look shaky. I thought we were going to see like bits and pieces that they were trying to put together. But here's the whole entire pizza.
Especially with that turret play too. Off to the next round now. We've got some guns. Not just some guns, a lot of guns. Thanks to the kills that they got before. Secret with the Sheriffs though, you never quite want to count them out fully.
I mean, they didn't get the turret either.
Okay.
This goes from bad to worse, honestly.
Aduh.
Hit towards V. The spike's not there though. It's not a full commit. Nobody's quite pushing out of A main, so 𝘰𝘯 decides to make a move. Talon decides to pull back.
And he's pushing up very aggressively with an outlaw.
Well, close range, it still works. No armor, one shot, one kill. And then suddenly committing into B. Oh my goodness, Team Secret did not expect this whatsoever. And then the other boom shot onto 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮𝘮. We're past double digits now.
Lenny's IGLing looks very good. The thing is what we're seeing is he seems to have enough ideas in his head that he can make the split-second calls. Well, it looks like he was actually just looking into his notes right there as well, right next to him. Trying to keep tabs or maybe remind himself of what they want to do next, what the game plan was coming into today's match. But, I mean, that call, you dig deep. If I get the kill, just go for B, like you said. Not something Secret expected because everything was quiet, audio was cut on B main. It's small things like that, but the speed at which they're able to do it shows the practice and the calls from the IGL of Talon.
Entire team's cohesion as well now. They're looking for that match points. Just switching things up in terms of pace. 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮𝑚 wants to go ham.
Wah gila sih 𝘭𝘪𝘬. Wah gila sih nih orang. Gila anjir nih orang.
But then the rest of the team has already made their way onto site. It's a 2-on-2 and not impossible for Talon to pick up this bonus and match point.
Gila, sumpah. Jago banget anjir
Secret has to go for this, but Jeremy is so low, 10 HP.
The
shock dart, the outlaw, everything is going to have so much value.
Oh, the outlaw.
Loh, ini 1 HP tinggal disentil mati anjir.
That's gonna be it. Lenny
nice, guys.
popping up with the classic just to check, and he
GG,
found what he was looking for.
I mean, I'll see what we're all thinking. This is some justice for Lenny. What in the world?
I was trying not to mention it. He's
like coming back with a vengeance from the bench.
Put me on Gecko again.
Yeah, well, not even that. Just don't put me on the stage again. See what happens.
All right, it's just kickoff. It's just the first match, but what a way to start things out.
Sure, Talon did this to us last year, but I mean, honestly, a great showing. And you know, that outlaw, I mean, some of the pros have talked about that as well, right? Close range. It's still good enough. You got the double shot.
It is. And now we've got the half armor all across Team Secret. Phantoms to everyone on Talon. 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮𝘮 already so deep into the site, infiltrating. And just trying to block them off as they try to push out from defender spawn. Team Secret, this retake, it doesn't feel like it's gonna happen. 𝘰𝘮𝘮𝘦 trying to watch the angles though. Nobody flushed out of logs. Shortly inside of B main, trying to fire off the shot with the 𝘰𝘮𝑚age Guardian, but it's not quite gonna find all too much. Get the swing from Van and Jit Boys. All that's left is going to be just 𝘰𝘮𝑚 and 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝑚 with the angle. Makes it a flawless 13-3 on a set.
A statement made by Talon Esports. Sure, it's a new roster, but a lot of us still don't know exactly what to expect.
Man.
You take apart the individual players, sure, it looked good, but the offseason, it looked like they still needed a lot of time to gel together. And they say, no, it was the exact perfect time to cook. Meanwhile, Team Secret, the warm-up still needed, and a slow start to the Filipino squad.
Yeah, I think that's another thing, too, is just that, you know, Aqiluz always mentions about Warbirds and Team Secret. They'd love to get enough prep. When you don't have enough prep against a team like Talon, who show up incredible compositions, such as that Neon and Yoru, 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮𝑚 going crazy like this. Lenny even, you know, showing off the 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮𝑚 now. It's something that Team Secret doesn't expect. It's something that none of us expected.
Yeah, and of course, Talon's now going to be facing the winner of that next match, DRX versus DFM. I'm excited to see how that looks, because again, Lenny, even Frost, they have some good ideas about how the tendencies work for Team Secret. Now when they're going up against another new value, how do they look? How do they come prepared?
DRX
I still like the sportsmanship though. No bad blood, just some hugs all around.
DFM.
But look at how elated the Talon Esports boys are. And not just that too. I mean, if we get into stats in a second, our desk is gonna go crazy.
I mean, we thought we were surprised yesterday, but 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮𝘮 has had an absolute field day on the stage. His very first time standing on the VCT Pacific stage, bringing the victory alongside his new teammates for Talon Esports.
What a day it's shaping out to be. We saw like new Zeta Division, now new Talon Esports too. closing things out 2-0 in this first matchup. Still, I mean, that said, everything's not over yet. We still got one more match to go. Talon Esports, they've got more obstacles if they are to make it. But so far, so good. I mean, consistent performance from Governor, consistent from Lenny and 𝘧𝘰𝘯𝘵 now in our interview.
Pacific kickoff, the second win goes to Talon. Congratulations! Woo! Yes, I can see the fans so excited for Talon. And for Governor, you show like crazy shots perfectly showing up. So how do you feel about your first debut? 이제 거버너 선수를 만나보겠는데요. 오늘 좀 에임이 정말 미쳤습니다. 오늘 이 활약에 대해서 데뷔에 대해서 어떻게 생각하는지 물어보겠습니다.
I was definitely
interview about this
a little bit for the first like 2 rounds maybe, but that
dia orang NA tapi
my first like 2 rounds in my first
Korea
match,
juga.
I was definitely nervous.
Korean
once
NA
you're in
gitu.
the server, it's like
Ini sering baca kapan sampai DRX DFM kelar. Kakak banget interviewnya tuh cendek.
처음 두
라운드에서는
그냥
긴장했습니다.
저번
banget, anjir.
챌린지에서 같은 경우도 두 라운드까지는 조금 긴장했지만 갈수록 적응을 했고 그게 승리로 이끌었던 것 같습니다. So also Talon's revenge to TS was stronger than expected. So what do you think affected today's massive win? 또 오늘 이제 탈론이 반격에 나서면서 예상보다 더 큰 활약을 보여줬는데 이 승리에 대해서 어떤 게 가장 큰 요소가 있었을까요?
Obviously, there's like some history between Lenny and a secret. I think for this match, like we knew how much it meant to Lenny, especially me. But the match, I really wanted to win this one more than anything, just for my teammate. I know how much it meant to him, so I'm really happy I was able to have such a performance.
Yeah, you really did.
Yeah.
But anything to continue?
No.
Okay. 네, 일단 조금 의문으로 남기도 했지만 제가 이번 경기에서 활약을 했고 그리고 더 크게 기여한 것에 대해서 기쁨을 느낀다고 전했는데요. 또 다음 질문으로 이어가 보면은 이제 새로운 코치와 함께 경기를 진행하게 됐는데 이 코치와 팀과의 케미는 어떤지 또 물어보겠습니다. Also, we have the new coach Frost in Talon. So, what do you think? How was the chemistry with the team? How did it work with the coach?
So I've actually worked with Frost in the past.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I was on a free agent team for about 6 months with him. When I first,
mirip balik.
Worked
Semuanya mirip
with him,
gua.
he was a lot stricter.
Habis sering turu. Iya deh, nggak turu deh kayaknya.
Very,
Tapi
strict.
kayak nugas deh.
Basically, the first person to probably, call me stupid a lot.
Sekarang 𝘧𝘰𝘯𝘵𝘮.
But I have a history with him.
Mirip Mina sih.
When he brought me to
Mina
Talon.
Gudan, enggak ya? Mirip siapa ya?
I was because of my history with him, I think it
Enggak,
meshed
mirip
already
siapa
really
sih
well.
nih?
Because in the past,
Mirip 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮𝘮 anjir.
at first I definitely didn't know how to feel about it, but even now we argue a lot, but it's healthy.
Ini artinya.
It's a healthy amount of
Dia ngomongin di
arguing
Inggris, dia cuma translatein doang apa yang dia ngomong.
또 이제 코치님이 되게 엄격하시다고 말했는데 작년에도 이제 코치님과 함께 했지만 이번에는 조금 더 코치님과 더 투닥투닥 거리면서 좀 더 케미 좋은 팀으로 만들어 나갔다고 이야기를 했습니다. 또 이두월 지나칠 수 없죠. 팬분들께 선물로 드릴 인형인데요. 여기에서 직접 승리의 데뷔 사인과 함께 팬분들께 던져보겠습니다.
fansnya minta ditandatanganin.
We're gonna throw to the fans. Your sign here, this marker. Udah sebelum Radian kurang ajar ya. Pencarian 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮𝘮, ya nggak sih? You can sign it.
Lo ikutin Koreanya, like. Gak bisa lah kan gue gak tau dia mau ngomong apa.
Yes. Anywhere you want. 네, 지금 사인을 하고 계신데요. 이 행운의 인형을 갖고 싶으신 팬분들은 손을 번쩍 들고 계시면 그쪽으로 갈 확률이 좀 높겠죠? 그리고 제가 또
gue kira translate dari yang Korea. Iya tadi gue translate dari yang Korea. Yang boneka kasih ke fans, minta ditantanganin. Mau juga, tapi pengen yang penguin.
To the back or to the front. And your hand will feel you're lucky.
Anjir.
Good job. Okay. Thank you so much for the interview. I hope to see you
Mau
again.
yang penguin bang.
Bye. Bye to camera.
Lucu banget.
Thank you.
Wow, there are a lot of fans there trying to catch that tactic bunny from Governor, who was incredible. There's so much history between these two teams. But it's surprising actually how Team Secret performed here. You know, they have so much history on this map.
Governor texture lumayan dirong-dirong ke arah
the other side, Talon looked phenomenal.
Yeah, surprising is one word to use. I could think of several other ones, but I won't utter them on the broadcast right now. This was absolutely disappointing and not at all what we expected from Team Secret. We expected them to come out, again, like I said, they have a decent jumping off point given that they have such a solid foundation still on this squad with just one new player joining in. But Talon, good lord, what a performance from them the whole way throughout. Utterly dominant here on Ascent. And this is where we said, okay, you know what, Secret, they started warming up a little bit on the back end of Breeze. Now they found their footing. We saw that pistol round coming out from Envy on Breeze as well. So it's like, okay, now they're a little bit more warmed up. They're a little bit more in the zone. No, not at all.
Yeah.
Talon were just completely unflappable on this map.
And you know how important that pistol round was, because it felt like after that, because they lost it, it felt like Jeremy just couldn't find his groove. There was a point where he had the blades coming into short, he spotted two targets and couldn't decide which one to actually, just actually focus on.
We have to just point straight to the stats. Governor drops a 399 on Ascent. Wow. Nearly cresting 400 and has 7 first kills. He only gave up 1 first death that entire map. It's just utterly dominant the whole way throughout. Lenny as well, stepping into this IGL role, also putting up fantastic figures. He comes away with 100% kill participation on that Sova. He was contributing to absolutely everything that was being done in the lobby. This is a renaissance for a lot of these players. Ban, somebody who was subject to a lot of scrutiny after last year. We did see improvements from him on his jet, particularly on Fracture, but so far seeing him on the Euro, seeing him on KO, the system that he's in right now, it seems like they're really utilizing him.
Yeah, so where does that put us now? We got T1 and Zeta facing up, and Talon is going to be facing up the winner of the next match, which is DRX and DFM. Now, I know, like Talon, a lot of us had a lot of question marks about DFM, but judging by Talon's performance, maybe we should give DFM a lot of credit too.
Yeah. It certainly is possible. I mean, they come in, they have a lot riding on this game right here for the side of DFM. So, I mean, they need to prove themselves for sure with this newer roster coming through. Crazy Raccoon crossover, Anthem there as well still. But the odds are stacked against them. But I think no matter which team comes out on top of this one, whoever it is, them versus Talon makes for an awesome match.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a banger.
Heck yeah. We're going to break down more of this. We're going to go on a quick commercial break. When we come back, we are going to go into the last and final matchup of today.
Kalau copyright anjay. Udah guys. Gue unfollow dulu. No, sekali monitor. Bener juga. Lagi sakit ya, Lik? Enggak sih. Bentar ya. Aduh. Gak tau nih kok bisa atau kagak, Rau. Wah. Berat Rabu. Mereka offline. Di Rabu nggak WP, nggak tahu nih. Gue lagi kapal tuh lagi coba discuss dulu sama itu ya orangnya. Gue pengen nonton ini dong. Nonton anjir yang ini.
Receive it. Here's the reaction though. Wall goes up now straight into the B side. The knife connect. No, it didn't. There's still one trip.
The free site. 5-man retake.
Backside control. Still the plant is there.
Hold on, Demon One's alive. Everyone lock in.
Normally these teams on the retake are going to battle for the window position.
Oh my god, oh my god.
How many Furia players are ready to
They're all here.
And here it is, crashes. The just broken.
Big trade.
But instantly returned. It's Conan there, still holding his ground as
well.
Bosan gue tarik. Hah? Gue suka banget lagi. Gimana kan masa nggak di schedule?
Oh no.
Studionya udah di ini katanya udah di box segala macam.
Time.
Aduh jelek banget anjir audionya tarik.
It took so long. Victor's rocking that cipher, huh?
Nggak tarik. Oh sorry. Nggak tarik. Gue di mana dong? Gue di sini deh. Sorry, lupa anjir. Yang sedih lah, gue jadi ikutan sedih. Nggak sedih. Anjir, what the fuck?
The transfer? Wait, he's right behind you, bro. It's okay.
What the hell?
First rounds don't even matter. Demon One's alone on A. Oh, mouse jump.
With the recon as well.
Oh no. Hold on.
Players in his face, lots of chances, lots of opportunities.
Aduh.
He still got it.
What the fuck? Menuan. Kok pakai ini anjir, nggak pakai skin. Alasan gosong anjay. Ntar tiap pagi gue ini tarik. Iya anjir sama, seru banget dia anjir. Tarik dari Justin Timberlake kena cekok nggak? Anjir lah. Tapi tarik nggak jelek.
Wait.
1, 2, aduh ya keren dapat lebih.
We need the rest of the team to lock in though, right?
To the side now, 55 seconds, plenty of time left into this round. Back to the site, and now G just slowing it down, making sure to contain, but 𝘰𝘮𝘰 could really be a difference maker.
Yaz is in the halls.
That doesn't mean they can deal with it.
One halls, one mid. Big kill.
Still, here's 𝘰𝘮𝘰. Finds the one.
Anjir. Oh.
2v2. At the double doors now.
This is kind of tough, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
This teammate watching his back.
This kill right here is huge. Let's see how Victor peeks.
Anjir, jago banget Fur ini. Furia. Oh. Anjir. Reaction tarik menarik banget. Iya. Menurut gue ini lucu banget.
Wait, this is a good spot, right?
Gue sering ketawa anjir kalau nontonin tarik.
Oh no. Reaction time.
Oh my god.
What the fuck? He was surprised himself.
Di mana-mana mau washed anjir selalu. Wah crashes anjir.
Everyone shut the fuck up, bro.
Menang kan ya Narji tau gue.
The server might be fucked up.
Really just getting out of their hands here.
Oh, nice. Nice anjir. Marv save the day anjir.
Oh, knives on knives.
Oh, nggak bisa WP loh aja lagi nggak balik. Iya. Dang.
She did that and got away with it. That's like hella balls, you know? Like,
Duh, jelek banget tapi ini ininya.
you just get one shot.
Quality-nya.
Kind of ballsy, bro.
Udah di venue mulu ya? Orang dalam kah?
Oh my god.
Oh, tarik mah emang udah partner sama Valorant-nya nggak sih? Oh, nice try anjir.
It's literally, he actually does not give up.
Ini WP mulu anjir di tempat.
One spawn. Oh, Victor's coming back in.
The drone, Molly down, but there's nobody going to be following up through it. Instead, everybody right through the tunnel now.
They can't find bro.
It's going to be the man to do the most here, alongside Ethan.
Nice kills. We didn't see that, but nice kills.
Aduh. Oh my god. 1 HP anjir.
Good for Ethan to not peek more.
Oh shit man. Gak dapet lagi.
Take it.
Iceman so cold.
Uh-oh. Into the demon. Here we go. Oh, he's in. No, he's not.
Kayak mirip-mirip gitu Marv sama si ini. Sama si Aaron.
Easy go. Look, he never misses.
Sama-sama cold.
He never misses. If you give him a chance to get the kill, he always gets the kill. Look. It's so free for him.
Mohon maaf, itu rambutnya si Demon One apa jadi lollipop anjir? Anjir, dapet lagi.
Last one left. Not a chance.
Dang.
What's that mean? I can't
Tarik sahabat rakyat. Nunggu DFM jelek banget ya. Mirip DRX anjir.
Full retake? They're comfortable playing retake.
Anjir.
Yes.
Bit of a cheeky one. Crashies as well. They are collecting this one. The crossfire setup. They just don't have the angles. Watchful and Furia to the pillar. Finally, the plant's starting to go down.
Oh my god.
An important one.
1 HP.
But it's a 3v4, the op on the
Ew, Crashes is swiffing.
One. Good one to begin. All three respond.
3v3. What about who can get these first picks as well? Demon One's also holding the operator angle. It's a difficult.
Semua di sini anjir.
Oh, he's holding for so long, bro.
Once more Khalil, still close to the pillar. Weaving all over the place right now. So his teammates are trying watches back in these crits.
Oh, wow, what a retake.
Nice.
Wow.
Dia kalah sama Zeta. Iya, 2-0 ya. Kemarin minum malam. Baru jam berapa? Baru jam 5.
And there are still 3, maybe even 4 people ready to hit.
Here we go. Oh no, he got caught darting.
Set it up as well. Push these players out of
Wait,
position.
big kill Marv.
They didn't account for him. He's in through the back. There's the trade though.
What the fuck? Oh, that's a bad jump up. You can't jump up there. I don't know what happened, but they got cooked.
Both spots here.
I'm pretty sure that's what they were saying.
A lot of noise being made into Nest.
Yeah.
And pings on the minimap.
Yeah. I mean, NRG.
Yeah.
Gotta be aware of this one here. They are potentially being
No, not to that extent. To that extent.
For Victor, so they got past his trip.
Here it is.
What the fuck?
Nice.
Well, yeah, and it's hard. This man, he's making all sorts of weaponry, isn't he? Dash forwards, he's feeling. Really just getting involved into.
Ayo, anime battle. Oh, what the fuck? Nice try, anjir. Jet div, bang.
This jet head to head, manifesting for the last round.
Ayo coba PRX Zeta.
Finally down in play. So down.
Terus sih, PRX janji dulu anjir. Ih, anjir clean banget ya.
Nice, big round for Furia.
Kanan kiri gitu anjir.
So,
well, that is risky.
But like,
really interesting.
Let's look at the match here. Let's look at the match here.
NRG were running a fake into B there. Demon One got into the site and they were hoping to try to get an easy.
Oh, gue merasa lihat PS sama Talon tadi.
Let's go. Who died here? Marv and Demon One on A main.
Gak penting lagi match lower.
When? Go Havoc, bro! Go Havoc! Let's go Havoc!
55 seconds left.
Let's go Havoc! Lock in, Cody! Come on, bro! Come on!
Oh my god.
Oh! This guy's... No, I'm kidding.
2 plays left now for Fury. Still up onto the staircase. He crashes.
No, I didn't even notice that.
That one. The Sova diff here.
Keding anjir.
Shot lands.
Oh, Bro, I want him to get an ace.
But still, maybe there's a chance.
And they lost pistol.
Turns it into a 1v1.
20 HP though.
But a single shot will do it really. Potentially onto 𝘧𝘰𝘯𝘵 side.
It's actually big. It's actually big right here, but 20 HP is tough.
It's all about the gambles. Could have crossed it onto it. Ethan.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
That's the way back in the game. 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮𝘮 going to turn up for real? No joke. I don't think he is.
From 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮𝘮.
I don't think he is.
Apa harus anjay?
I've ended teams with 0 kills before.
It's alright. Halo, Iqbal.
Damn, bro, you have 1 HP!
Really off there. MW still
Dia aja anak mana sih?
He's shooting back!
He's shooting back anjing.
Is that cyberbullying? I don't know, but
that's my goal! That's my goal!
Anjing.
It's 5v5! It's officially 5v5!
Anjing Havoc.
𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮𝘮 my goal!
Gue berasa ngeliat pasti tarik gituin si Angel anjir. Jahat banget.
This is a weird angle. It's a really weird angle. I mean, this is the one thing working against 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮. They don't have any map control. They're gonna have to clear this one. Will they do so? Yes.
Have some respect, bro.
𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮 falling.
3v5? Alright, there's no way 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮 will win this 3v5 retake, bro.
These players.
I mean, 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮 is one of the 3. Alright, I'm just kidding.
Nice nade there.
That's fucked up.
𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮
That's actually
to apply this pressure.
I take that back.
They only really require a few players on site to do this too.
There's no way. Might as well save.
Nice. Yeah, with mid lurk from Victor.
𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮 as well.
Yeah, into halls.
Up deep in halls.
Plenty of threats available here. 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮 going to be finding.
Ini tapi low banget anjir udah.
Retake. Time potentially against them. Ethan making noise.
Aduh! Oh nice anjir.
You can't do it, bro!
Aduh malam sih. Yang boleh terus Angel, iya anjir kesian. Belum ya? Belum lagi sih. Anjir sih barunya. Ih mah kok urusan ya.
Bro.
That's a decent
We're cutting that dude.
They've still got money to
That's the last thing you hear me say.
That's the thing now.
Watch this, 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮 about it. Wait, it's 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮.
Can he do anything with it?
Ngomong toilet, bye.
Oh my god, I forgot it was him. I shouldn't have said anything.
Semangat 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮.
Everything to set it up once more. Initiators really helping it out. One last bullet. Not for it, but yeah, 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮.
They've just walked Ethan onto site, kind of alone.
He hears them though. There we go. Offloading the ult. See if he can survive as well. This is revealed for about a moment. Here we go. Hunter's Fury into Ethan. Couldn't quite stand this crowd.
Where the f is going on?
Will stand and deliver. Hunter's Fury eventually a kill to be claimed.
Lurk mid.
This crashes onto 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮. Door opened up. Demon 1. That's a nice available if he really wants to just let them rip. Still the dash active on top of things. Still.
I don't know about this.
It's a weird round.
Over peak.
They can make the most of all of this here with time running.
What? How?
Man of the hour.
You can't let them win this round.
How do they win this?
Insane. Got to be kidding me. MW to the 1v1. Dart doesn't scan him.
𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮 is gonna peek. 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮 is gonna peek.
So this one moment defining. It could be everything. The back-breaking round.
Oh wait, 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮 is walking up now.
This one out, but the timing's here. Caught it to the side. Crashes.
The timing is so trash for crashies, dude. Bro's KD is today's date. Okay, dude, you guys are like, bro, you guys need to stop at some point, dude.
Be waiting for him though. There's a flash with the knife to set this one.
Damn! How dare you?
Oh my, looking like week 1 2013.
Any kind of purchase on the A side.
Yeah, single shot.
Oh no, it's 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮. They're cheering him on. The crowd is cheering on 𝘭𝘭𝘬𝘮. The poor guy, bro! The poor guy! Oh my god, the poor guy!
Lit up. Players now starting to swarm onto the site still. They do have the benefit of having this pit towards main. They don't have to worry about that position clear though. He is being swarmed.
They know 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮 in there.
Players finally arriving.
He's fully alone. Rotate is late.
Still 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮 alive.
He went for that?
More playing into this
that is so ballsy.
Here, and they want to be trying to commit.
Wait, what is Ethan doing?
An absolute disaster for 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮.
30 seconds left.
Leave it up to Victor.
What the f
Can't
happened?
find any easy fight. And it's shut down in a moment's notice.
Switch as the rest of his team gets close.
Will this flash connect onto the backside player? That's the around the corner. Start flash, everything being combined, even with the knife. Players running his way up there. That's Victor.
The split is good.
Siapa tadi bro? Talon.
What's happening?
The one making these rounds.
𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮?
Outside the side though, does not expect crashes.
2v2 though, still winnable for both.
Dia sekarang lebih seminggu.
The angle here. So close.
Mau banget sih ini.
Viper ult, 15 seconds, you can get the bomb. Actually helped him off the
Cantik
cross,
banget.
right? Yeah. Wait,
Trying to get himself there.
planning all the way there.
Time
Damn.
available for the plant.
Ult's gonna go down.
Termi, 날 좋아한다고 나를 기다렸다고.
I don't know if they're expecting, but
Tuan bye Bobo.
okay, yeah.
Bye.
Let's see the jiggles.
Mei siapa Mei?
Yeah, but they put
Tadi.
you safe here. Or
Yang
no? Wait,
cantik.
Iceman, hold on.
DFM.
39 HP.
Tiniest amount of chip damage.
He needs
will
one
do it.
pickup quick.
Round to the side. That's a bit overkill with a shot to the cranium, but.
팀에 비해 로스터 교체를 굉장히 조금 잘 안 하는 팀인데 저희가 국제 모델을 그동안 한 3년 정도 경험을
Stop nggak lu Hani anjir?
저희도 분명히
File lagi,
한계를
file lagi nggak
느꼈고
apa-apa.
저희를 좋아하시는 팬분들도 똑같이 느끼셨을 거라고 저는
Beneran
생각해요.
Sokachi.
그래서 저희도 공격적인 변화가 좀
Mana sih sini ya?
필요했고 그에 맞는 리빌딩이라고 생각을 하고 있습니다.
꼭 필요했던 시점에 다시 로스터를 바꿨다라고 말씀해 주셨는데 yes, we were known for not changing the roster for a while, but after experiencing the
Sinteyong,
international
bukan,
games, we
salah.
think that it's time
Ini Termi.
and we like hit the limit, so it was the time to change our roster. 그러면 이제 플래시백 선수가 팀 내에서 어떻게 적응을 하고 있는지에 대해서도 여쭤볼게요. So how well is Flashback adapting to the team?
플래시백 선수 같은 경우는
Flashback.
저희 아카데미 소속에서 콜업을
Flashback.
해서 이제 주전이 된 선수인데 개인적인 에임 능력이나 뭐 머리나 이런 게 굉장히 수준 높은 선수라고 생각을 해서 사실 지금 당장은 뭐 플래시백 선수가 대회 때 얼만큼 잘해줄지는 저도 잘 모르겠지만 시간을 두고 보면 한국에서 가장 잘하는 선수가 될 거라고 저는 확신을 하고 있습니다.
I mean, we scouted Flashback in our academy, but we don't know well how.
Nggak jadi suaranya cakep. Babi Arsa, woi. Gila.
네, 그럼 또
Laki, dasar laki. Arasa IG-nya dong cantik.
Can you tell us about your team's strengths? 우리 팀의 장점에 대해서 한번 허심탄회하게 자랑해 보시죠.
네. 뭐 저희 팀은 다들 좀 우선 커뮤니케이션적인 문제라든지는 좀 이때까지 있었는데 지금은 좀 그런 게 많이 고쳐지고 좀 또다시 새로운 멤버로 시작하게 되었는데 네, 다 같이 좀 노력하면서 서로를 믿고 잘 성장해
baru semuanya trust in
그런 게
it.
장점이잖아요.
Well, we had some weakness in our cons, but now we improved a lot. And with the new players, we had the faith back up, and now we're gonna be more powerful. 네, 그러면 또 그 감독님께 또 여쭤볼 게 있습니다. 또 이쪽
mulai aja
DFM
nggak, Mbak?
선수 측에서 좀 경계하는 선수가 있을까요?
Mau ngeliat setak.
DFM에서 또 뭐 많은 선수들이 굉장히
아,
다 잘하지만
네.
저는 개인적으로 메이 선수에 대한 좀 기대가 있어서요. 상대 팀이지만 굉장히 좋은 모습을 보여줄 거라고 오늘 기대하고 있습니다. 네.
Looking forward to this match.
For me about who are you keeping an eye on DFM? And he told
Namanya
me
iya.
it was May, and he is really expecting a.
Waktu itu pernah temen gue manggil rival tiba-tiba kayak what langsung dekat Alec. Rival.
Who are you looking after at DRX?
DRX는
Ivo kan bakal tok yang tengah Alec. Kurang tahu ya. Tolong ditanya sendiri. Karena si cewek juga kalau lihat cowok ganteng juga bisa nggak jadi juga. Kagak jir. Kecuali Dio ya, mungkin kalau Dio gue nggak jadi tidur dah. Sisanya kagak jir. Only for Dio dan Kangkang.
그러면 마지막으로
Nih,
서로에
itu yang tengah kamu
대해서
ya Min?
한마디
Bukan, salah. Aku di kanan.
So lastly, I hear what you want to say to each other's
Uni. Arso tidur anjing sana.
일단
bangke.
이번에 뭐 리빌딩 하셨지만 굉장히 뭐 저도 개인적으로 DFM 팀을 좋아하기 때문에 이번 퍼시픽 킥오프랑 앞으로 있을 대회에서 좀 좋은 모습을 보여줬으면 좋겠고요. 오늘 좀 재밌는 경기 했었으면 좋겠습니다.
네. I mean, I personally like DFM, so I expect a really good match today.
Bohong,
and
Termi.
for the,
Lo kalau ngebandingin Dio jangan sama Kangkang gue jauh.
그러면 이제 감독님께서도 DRX에 대해 한마디 해주시죠.
Beda-beda kan kalau Dio kan actor kan sama idol. Kalau Kangkang tuh kan pro player, jadi nggak bisa disamain. Jadi maksudnya kalau misalnya kalau misalnya genre lagi. Satu tuh pro player, satu tuh idol, jadi beda anjir, beda job. Gak usah samain. Jahat anjay. Nobar orang ngomong tapi nggak ngerti ngomong apa.
네, 그러면 오늘 인터뷰 해주신 감독님 두 분 너무 감사합니다.
Dan udah kelar.
좋은 결과 얻으시길 바라겠습니다.
Kalau misalnya lu nggak dapet DO, jadi jatuhnya ke Kangkang. Janganlah. Kangkang berondong anjay, beda 3 tahun.
Thank you, 𝘭𝘰𝘮𝘮 and
Lucu
coaches Attorney and Estelle.
Now,
we gotta talk about DRX and the reason why they changed
kok nggak ada
their
penguinnya
roster
sih? Penguinnya mana, Mbak?
over 600 days. The reason is because there was this giant brick wall that DRX did not let anyone in the region pass because they were unstoppable. And like, you know why change it? If it ain't broke. But at some point, it did, you know, cracks started to form. �ㄴ𝘂𝑟𝑥 finally took them down after years of wanting to get that win from DRX. What are we looking like? What was weakening? What were those chinks in the armor for DRX?
Itu pengen di baju.
Chinks in the armor rather than just the whole landscape.
Ciwi rakus coy. Enggak, cuma 2 doang, Dio sama Kangkang.
W Gaming was the sort of golden standard. What's �ヂ𝑟𝑥 was able to perfect that.
Kasih mulik, roster DRX masih sama apa beda? Beda dong. Kan masuk flashback. Flashback masuk, yang keluar RB sama Zes keluar.
Be able to just outduel the players of
Sisanya
𝘂𝑟𝑥,
sama.
and everyone else just kind of follows suit, and you saw that there was that form of
Judulnya nggak lu ganti. Oh iya, lupa anjir.
Motivation to follow through. That I felt like DRX really suffered from that.
I think that there was a multitude of reasons. You're touching on a couple of them, but one of the big ones, especially around Masters Tokyo, there was burnout. You know, that would, we could see that from the players. They've talked about it. I mean, it can happen when you're constantly playing, constantly practicing. I mean, look at 𝘰𝘰𝘮𝘮 on the back end of, you know, last season as well. Just always playing games. That was pretty much DRX. There was a ton of burnout for them, but one of the other things we saw was, as you were kind of talking about, was the gameplay just fall off for them. We didn't see them innovating. That's what made them famous when they were Vision Strikers and then became DRX. They were the squad that everybody looked to.
Ini gue dikasih Jordi dulu. Tapi Jordi udah gak jualan deh baju. Gue bilang lucu, dikasih anjay.
And we stopped seeing that innovation.
Gimana DRX aja
now and then
hafal.
something else would come out, but we stopped seeing them coming up with new things, even as new agents and new maps were added to this game. They were kind of just following along a trend. Still doing, you know, okay, doing well, maintaining their position at the top, but they weren't doing anything to surprise and to really just inspire this, you know, this feeling of awe in their creativity. So that was completely gone. And then we also just saw a trend into more aggressive play styles coming through. �ヂ𝘂𝑟𝑥 very much piloting and leading the charge on that alongside 𝘰𝘰𝘮𝘮 last season. So DRX, we saw them finally being willing to do a little bit more, be a little bit more aggressive over champions, but it still wasn't.
Gets them the round. Or otherwise, maybe some util. Drone used to clear close, just in case somebody repositioned into main. Here's MW chat.
Mozera. Manggilnya apa anjir Mozera? Ya Allah, master. Ente dah. Yang terjadi, sumpah. Hai Alex Marinho, makasih. DFM dari 2022 sampai sekarang belum menang, kenapa gak bubar aja? Itu gue juga bingung jujur. Gak pernah menang. Kalau kebantai. Tapi gak apa-apa. Mungkin dia belum menemukan roster yang tepat. Jadi sekarang lagi coba-coba aja. Udah 2 tahun coba-coba. Semoga aja nih ada menang-menangnya dikit.
Dude, the pressure there is very high. I'm not gonna lie. Huge round for real. Yeah, look at their money, by the way. Look at the Fury.
Diligence isn't there. Look at that, Ethan. Not expecting it. I believe that's one of the first.
It's okay. I do the same thing, honestly. They fake the A split with just the wall.
He's going to be under pressure. Only a Spectre to his name.
Yeah, and Tunnel needs.
They heard him on the ladder.
Squeeze doesn't come in.
They're loud as hell. He don't give a.
Hoping and praying for it now. Look at it. They've already crossed. MW's missed that one, and the dart reveals him. He's going to be pushed off this angle. Crashes is already.
Wait, these guys are up.
Behind them. Conan.
He didn't know.
Watching it with his own gun. As he still there, close to the corner. Only with
Lama half.
They're mollied out. They're orbed out, bro. What the f are we doing? Who called this mid-round? Show me Havoc.
Halo Yuki. Dan temen ini aman dah buat di nomor di YouTube.
Shot, bro. Give him a break, man.
Aman. DFM dari mana? Dari Korea. Orang kita nggak pernah bubar. Kamu jangan gitu ya. Semoga menang, amin. Orang yang kena backlash, kurang ajar ya. Gila lu. Makanya kemarin collab sama Afrika itu nggak aman ya, Ci. Kalau Afrika yang kemarin, kayaknya emang nggak boleh deh. Soalnya cuma boleh di Afrika kan, platformnya bukan di YouTube. Kalau saya yang sekarang boleh, tapi harus dapat license dulu, harus di approve sama rakyatnya, baru boleh. Kalau nggak takutnya kena strike anjir. Hati-hati Yuki. Kalau nggak terjadi berkas, harusnya masuk untuk franchise Crazy Raccoon bukan DFM. Crazy Raccoon anjir, lama nggak dengar Crazy Raccoon.
They've scared them away, but look at this. Conan and Havoc have read it straight there.
Ya Allah, masih ngobrol aja baik. Masih fans Mako nggak sih? Masih.
4 versus 4 with a minute left.
Mako jago banget ya, Nir. Tapi nggak ngefans sama Mako. Oh, dang.
Yeah. How is the classic beating the sheriff there? It's absurd.
Anjir, Victor nyantuy di situ. Oh shit. Anjir, half semua. Oh nice. Dapat satu di mid. Ya, Talon who win. Talon.
Any swing available? Not quite. Ethan wasn't in a position for it. So
Anjir. Buta bang. Conan, detektif, bang, detektif bang.
If he wins this, I'll eat my headset.
Talon 2-0. Min masih cantik kah? Oh nice.
So this is a blending of
Sak lagi Shala dari lawan
with NRG or that kind of optic core.
Iya. Soalnya pengen nobar, cuma gara-gara nontonnya PRX itu kena strike. Iya, jangan, hati-hati. Kalau di platform lain lebih baik jangan di stream. Anjir, keding anjir.
No, throwing the gun out was smart, chat, because he doesn't want to give it back to them.
But actually going into an A split,
players there. Oh my god.
Seemed like he didn't react almost.
Victor was hoping for the B main push. That's where he set his sights.
Good molly, Havoc.
Sorry dong, mau ketarik. Havoc. Aduh, anjir, triple pick anjir. Wah, luck dah, Mozera.
And this actually is how Furia could lose this game.
Havoc just doubled his kill. Jahat anjir orang-orang.
The more aggressive they play the defense, the more I think they're going to play into NRG.
Even it up, 4v4.
To catch Victor.
Wondering where they can really stand.
Timing.
He's not anything out. It's all about timing.
Oh dang.
Nice shot, bro.
Classic playstyle of his, always just making sure.
Itu bagus loh itunya. Apa?
Knife against the dice.
Or is it?
Vandalnya yang Sunggokong itu. Celestial. Bukan Celestial ya? Aduh, goodbye anjir. Nice. Maaf, lama banget tadi.
Timing? Wait, no, that smoke's fresh.
Aduh.
Damn, that smoke was fresh. They know where both is though. He knows both is there.
Anjir, geding gue. Wah. Oh, nice try. Hampir anjir. Pengen nobar cuma takut strike yang ini. Ya kalau misalnya belum isi form kayaknya jangan nobarin deh. Hilang tiba-tiba YouTube-mu. Demon One kayak kagak main anjir. Nggak lihat gue dari dia main.
Still has that paranoia. Can he cook anything up with that? Looks like he's going to try and use it on these lane players.
Need a miracle, but time maybe. Working on their side.
Mampus like delay kayak kemarin kalau Recon. Sumpah. Enggak anjir. Ngobrol-ngobrol bahaya anjir.
Damn, they saved them so well too. Those smokes are so good, right? Wow.
Can MW do anything about this? Because 𝘭𝘪𝘬 is here, looking at it. That's a wide face jumping around, but
the timing is perfect.
Into this one, Victor right from behind. The low timing. They do not expect.
Ya Allah, nice banget anjir, Victor. Sneaky rat.
They gotta save low key. This guy's 5 HP. This is a big win for NRG.
Into A, into 𝘭𝘪𝘬. Did they spot the fact that he has an off?
Off on KJ? Is that legal?
Off on KJ.
A moment enough as well for the team to get right into the site. They gained all that ground. Hunter's Fury is late. Conan.
Nggak kena anjir.
Here goes the plan. Ethan.
KO flash for heaven. KO flash for heaven. Prime it. He's got Omen bind. One-way door. This Omen bind is pretty big.
The operator again. Drone. What does it see? What players close now? Shock darts. Against the side, nades as well. Time is ticking.
Anjir, di delay anjir.
So much delay, bro.
What the fuck? Aduh anjir, what the hell?
He finds that one. It's up to 𝘭𝑪𝑬.
Let's go Demon One. It's your time to shine anjir. Ya Tuhan, Demon One. Ninggoy. Wah, nice try dah. Kenapa nih Demon One nih? Demon Zero. Demon belum nge-kill. Oh, nice try dah.
They bought here.
Do you expect that to happen again the very next round?
Cara ngisi form gimana? Cara ngisi form, wah, itu dia. Nggak tahu, gue dapat dari RRQ soalnya. Atau nggak bisa ditawarin deh, setahu gue.
Lock in right here. Lock in right here. Lock in right here for the
Langsung ngabong soalnya VCT di lane 6 jam. Emang iya sih, kemarin sih gila sih 6 jam. Lu main gila kanan lu anjir. Hey fuck.
That is a nice attempt. Look at the ult from Marv. He's all the way behind them. Yep, straight onto heaven.
Wait, is that
in there. Finally a kill to be found. Off to the side there.
Nice.
I thought that was a defender.
Taking the space once more. It's all the way theirs. The plan.
He got a kill, by the way. I didn't see it.
Be looking like knives. Demon One.
Wait, he's starting to feel it now. Hold on. Oh, that shot would have killed him. He fluffed it.
Aduh, hit lagi. Itu anjir 1 HP.
Oh my god. Down to the 45 health. 𝘭𝘪𝘬 though. He's playing his time with
Nice
this one.
anjir.
He's got his own ult as well. Playing
Aduh.
tucked as well in a safe position straight through main. As long as he survives, it's really.
He's back.
Anjir, akhirnya nge-kill.
You had James Bond for the memes.
Fans DRX, siapin tisu ya. DFM bakal bantai-bantai. Yeay. Gue sih in DRX I trust anjir. Lu lama banget anjir, lu ngapain sih?
Save.
How
do they clear this? They have drone or no? Oh!
I have to take another 10-hour nap.
Too soon!
𝘭𝘪𝘬 did not catch. Again, 𝘭𝘪𝘬 just playing ahead.
Aduh, males dah begini dah.
That would have been really good if he peeked like a second later. Wait, he just jump roped that fucking solo.
Si Tsunami kemana, Min? Satu pisau nggak tuh? Emang GG. Dang. Hancur kah? Lockdownnya? Enggak anjir. Enggak hancur. Oh shit. Ketat amat. Like, 𝘰𝘰𝘮𝘮, dicariin 𝘰𝘪𝘀𝘨 kemana? Sex lagi touch up, delay dulu. Lagi make up.
Nah, that's nice, bro.
Mau lihat lagi dong. Lihat lagi dong. Gue tadi nggak lihat anjay. Apa di one tap ya? Oh, di one tap anjay. Cari siapa kocak lu itu sama Afuk.
Nah, that's nice.
Cariin 𝘰𝘪𝘀𝘨 di mana?
What can you do in this situation, son? I mean,
look at him, he's trolling him, dude.
It's not given.
This guy does not give up, and it works.
Oh, anjir, nice.
Swing from Ethan, 6-6.
Diamond wand.
Exploding onto B. There's still 3
Lock in. Big pistol.
on B. They didn't buy it for a moment.
Not at all. They've got the dart close to the corner. Doesn't actually tag onto anybody. MW.
Ya elah. Anjir, ada trade-nya. Wah, what the fuck?
So many
Ngeding anjir. Ya bisa yuk, Marv.
Literally 7 kills in 1
Duit,
second.
bro.
He has a lot of util to work with. One smoke.
Mars 1v2. Iceman.
Just contacting though. Doesn't want to reveal his position. It's a double
Oh, nice try.
time for Fury. A pistol round game.
Oh shit.
Langsung aja 𝘰𝘪𝘀𝘨.
This time they do want to commit. All the util being expended. Look at that. There was even a
Where is
paranoia
Said?
through into Gen, but nobody.
Shit, bro. Don't mind if I do.
It's the name of the game. NRG. All their players alive. Flash ready. Yeah.
Kocak.
Paranoia, 2 flashes, nade, recon, everything.
Oh my god.
3v3.
Main. Oh, nice anjir.
Meet of all of them. MW is the last one left.
One HP, bye-bye. Goodbye, Mazera. Lemau.
Ethan. Replay. Run it back. What's happening here? Yo, can you guys focus on the fucking match? I'm gonna turn my webcam off.
Got a pick.
Oh.
Takes down another and then.
Whoa.
Ooh, imagine
Almost.
120.
Enough money though to get this buy online, and now using the util.
These guys are like grouping up a lot more than NRG. They got orb for who? I didn't actually see it, but okay, they're getting the orb and dipping. Let's see.
Enggak kak, aku tunggu Alik mau ngetim sama aku. Allah.
Check out this off angle right here.
Victor.
Gila, mulutmu itu. Oh, wow. Victor nih bos. Victor optik. Kesel banget kalau liat Cam tarik ke zoom. Dundan. Lu lagi ngapain, Ci? Lagi nobar sama Kanap ya? Kalau nggak nobar sama Kanap sama gue dong. Oi, JJ, kita nonton Oppa bareng. Lagi dia sama Kanap. Oh ya udah jangan deh. Kenapa udah off stream? Hah? Kenapa off dia? Kenapa?
I mean, when they don't hear the plant go down, they are so ready for the exploration somewhere else.
Encok kah?
He's looked away for just a moment.
Hold up, rifle, bloody hell, and W updraft, avoiding the spot.
Encok kah manis?
He's in a really precarious spot. They have to double face this one now.
Oh, what the fuck? Nggak mungkin dong.
Targets.
This is still pretty hard though. The double heaven
Nggak mungkin dong.
Pushing him back.
Doesn't have the read.
Out of the corner, doesn't know where they could essentially be
Ah,
watching.
good luck lah.
Ethan, he's playing this
Good
so
jiggles.
bloody well.
Anjir, nice. Ketua dia. Oh ya, menarik. Katakan apa tua ya, Sal.
Wait, he got caught by it though.
Ini kagak main-main, bro. Main gak sih?
The smoke just a little bit delayed, trying to push past it. They're right through with the Hunter's Fury. Conan was hoping to clear the way for his team.
Main jam bener-beneran anjing.
This is like
She's
fuck.
alone, a little isolated, and yet Fury has stopped in the choke point.
He has
unable
the
to
spike.
Work further forward.
He's tucked close to market. He's got the spike.
And Dima won.
He knows.
How does he know?
Lollipop carry ini meresahkan.
I don't know actually.
Drone not seeing.
Kata gue sih off stream juga, like. Ih, mau nonton DRX anjing.
What is 𝘰𝘰𝘮𝘮𝘮's evacuation plan here?
Sure, walking. All the way through into the
Oh.
top down. The counter spam. It's there, necessary, really securing that trade, but the spike in such a precarious spot.
Oh, dang.
Nails him straight to the wall.
This shit's Jover.
Kangen sinet dah.
If you live in LA, pull up.
Maybe if
Well, tickets are sold out, but
he's just playing this one so patient.
maybe next week.
Wah, goodbye dah. Konan.
The KO lineups on so many of these maps have just been affected.
This is 35 seconds now. They're running straight.
All right, they got eco twice. It's only fair if they win one eco back. The problem is, it ain't looking likely.
Victor and 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮𝘮 are set up for success. Old forwards is all being watched for. They just know so damn. Furious. Oh my goodness.
He's just like me, bro. He goes for the rotators. Fuck the
15
site.
seconds left. Hello, there's a lot. Really not much time at all. You got to try and make your way across the lane. It's all being
watched. Anjir. Aduh, crashes anjir. 1v1. Gimana si Demong?
Demon don't give a fuck, watch. You don't give a fuck.
Wah, sumpah sih. Dang. Udah bangun anjir.
0-7 to 12-9, you're right.
Damn ready.
There's a double molly set up here. I think usually to try to stop anybody pushing
Damn,
onto
this
the lockdown,
𝘰𝘰𝘯𝘬𝘮𝘮
Victor just rips it, not even playing it for the
He's
retake.
buying so much time.
Holding it to delay.
But I don't know how much he's gonna do.
𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮𝘮.
He's faking the B-split. He's faking it.
Siapa 14 saja min. Kenapa emang? Berapa emang? Wow. Itu jago banget anjir. Gila. Dari yang 𝘰𝘰𝘮𝘮 sih, itu udah gila sumpah. Nice guys.
W fake, Havoc, nice try.
Everyone grouped up. Here's the lockdown. But an 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮𝘮 this is going to be removing that threat immediately with the Hunter's Fury. So players 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮, they can't anchor this one. Marv, good paranoia. Needs some help though from the rest of
Nice
his team.
banget.
There it is, Ethan.
Gila anjir. Anjir, wah anjir. Oh, GG anjir. Deng. Awalnya terbantai, comeback bro. Aduh, lama. Terus dulu deh. Sorry, kaget juga gue. Ya, salah pencet anjir. Ah, mama. Mana sih? Aduh, sorry. Salah pencet anjay. Oh shit man. nih gue. Anda kalah, jadi shit man. Duh, taruh mana lagi? Aduh. Shit man. Aduh. Salah. Kalah anjir gua. Ini mah shit man. Aduh bodoh anjay gua. Aduh ente dah. Bisa nggak ya? Nggak bisa. Sengaja bikin lo kesel nggak? Beneran kepencet. Jadi main Tetris, soalnya bingung main apa. Lama banget lagi. Ngapain ya? Ngapain guys kita? By file. Ya Suna. Kok jadi begini mukanya? Ngapain kita? Ngapain nih orang?
Dekat juga sih Batam Karawang.
SB gitu.
Emang Batam Karawang emang dekat, gak ada yang bilang jauh sih sebenarnya.
Iya, semua juga bisa jangkau pakai pesawat, apa yang jauh?
Iya, cuma orangnya aja mau atau enggak gitu aja sih guys sebenarnya mah.
Iya, sebenarnya balik ke orangnya aja ya kan.
Kita lihat aja.
Iya, kayak ngomong-ngomong doang, terus nanti disamperin Nika juga bisa aja sebenarnya.
Iya, tapi nggak nyampe-nyampe ya kan dong. Iya, kayaknya pesawatnya ada delay di mana kali gitu guys. Jadi nggak nyampe-nyampe ke Karawang gitu.
Transit mungkin pesawatnya mungkin.
Iya, mungkin transit kemana gitu ke Lampung gitu.
Iya, transit dulu ya kan. kalau ini
Neng
kesana
makan.
transit
Gue
dulu ke
lapar anjir.
Singapura gitu.
Deathmatch. Yuk, mau main.
Apa nih FTV apa nih? Udah lu nobar aja sana lu. Yang menang siapa? Yang menang siapa? Iwan ya? Enggak, Valo.
Wangsa mau kuliah di Bandung katanya Om.
Calon.
Oke, boleh.
Oh,
Tapi kamu jangan,
Tiwan
kamu tinggalnya di mana Ira? Di rumah kan?
Tiwan kemarin aja iya cok. Seru banget anjing, nggak kelar.
Main yuk, main yuk.
Siapa yang di Karawang? Ini si Lindung di Karawang.
Main aja, kita main Valo. Aduh, Valo. Pegel banget lagi. Udah encok juga gue, kayak kanap. Kok nggak bisa sih? Tim deathmatch yuk. Mau nggak? TDS. Nyicil main tank dulu nggak Min? Nyicil main tank. Main tank apa? Oh, World of Tank. Lu ikut Del. Lumayan lo dapat OVO GoPay 150.000. 150 deh kayaknya. Dapat 150.000. Lumayan kalau kalian mau download. Download guys. World of Tank. Ada di link IG gue. Raiso lagi di pelosok. Di mana? Kok nggak jalan? Valorant gue. Nah, kocak. Begini. Error anjay. F. Nggak bisa anjir. Ini bisa deh. Ini tuh apa sih maksudnya? Ada hati yang ini, hatinya patah. Yang ini banyak deh. Mana sih yang kemarin pakai banyak anjir. Si Ame juga pakai deh setahu gue. Gimana lihat deh? Lo nggak bisa lihat kalau nggak on anjir. Intinya gitulah. Title leak itu patah hati. Oh, itu title. Ikut dong. Gue juga mau. Mau dong pakai title yang patah hati. Nanti dulu title-nya. Gimana title-nya ya? Title di mana guys? Title di mana? Jomblo nggak relate bundle. Gue udah punya bundlenya. Gue udah beliin si Chris kemarin. Ini kan? Oh ini anjir ada patah hati. Gantinya di mana guys? Mau dong? Oh ini anjir. Nah, lucu kan? Malah ikutan pasang patah hati. Ini nggak ada yang mau tim deathmatch sama gua. Nggak ada yang mau ikut. Nggak ada yang mau ikut. Main yuk. Dia ceritanya lo patah hati dengan dia apa Kangkang? Sama Dio aja deh. Sama Kangkang aja deh. Kayak Dio-nya masih ada chance. Ya enggak? Recon Phantom. Menarik. Tapi saya tidak soal Phantom. Udah jadi deh. Aduh, dingin. Nyari temen Min. Iya, mau main, mau tim deathmatch doang sih. Coba mematahkan hatimu bang. Dio. Halo Geral. Apa yang biru? Biru mana sih? Ini ya. Coba biru. Kim So-hyun. Masih nanya men. Lagi dong like bersih pet-pet. Anjir, takut banget. Tanya James. What you do? Oh ya bang, kenapa Ariel? Input review macam main, sabar ya. Oh, itunya yang DRX sih nggak tahu ya. Aduh, main.
게임을 찾았습니다.
I don't know sih.
They can't hear my voice. Yes, but I can truly feel their energy. And so many fans are enjoying.
Nggak jadi main. Sorry Kim So-hyun. Udah mau mulai anjir. Jago nggak mainnya enggak. Kalau mau yang jago kayaknya jangan nonton gue deh. Sorry Kim So-hyun. Ninjain. Miane.
DRX.
Pas banget mulai anjir. Pas lu kena FPP. Sorry. Mulai anjir, gue nggak tahu. Ini lucu banget Foxy. Kayak bocil. Sakit. Masih sakit ya, lagi udah mulai tinggal. Sorry. Ya nih.
And looking to
DFM.
make the greatest comeback, it is Detonation
Focus Me. Detonation Focus Me. �ヲ𝘰𝘮𝘮𝘦. Ada mantan Min, iya nih. Aduh, kenangan terindah Del. Sorry, sorry Kim So Hyun. Sorry, nanti next ya kalau gue main, kita main ya. DRX jago nggak menurut lo? Jago anjir, gila. Jago dong. Sorry, sorry Kim. Jangan nangis. Cuman banget injain satu orang dapat donate. Gitu gak caranya? Menarik. Para Lek, sorry. Lek main. Gak bisa ini, mantan gue udah main.
Now we're going into our map picks with DRX versus DFM. Is DRX gonna reign supreme?
DRX Monjo.
DFM gonna have the greatest upset of all Pacific?
That is the question, and we'll have to see what the maps look like to maybe get a better idea of what the story is going to be going to this one. Obviously, 𝘭𝘪𝑚𝑦 and 𝘰𝘯 here set up, ready to do the draft alongside DFM. We got Anthem out here as well. We'll have to see the players alongside the coaching staff.
Del, jangan ikutan anjir. Makasih Om.
I mean, as I mentioned, that icebox, something that they probably are going to be a bit concerned
Habis sih sering-sering nanyain orang. Udah dapet donate, gue di rate sekarang. Makasih loh, makasih Om. Udah ngobrolnya sama Linda. Oh dia nggak main lagi. Iya, dia adanya di hati gue soalnya. Dia baru buang. Banget guys.
They always have such a positive win rate on it. So if you're on DFM's seat, what do you try to prioritize? Is it to just get away the best maps of DRX, or is it to bring in the maps that you're very much known for when you were Crazy Raccoon?
But this is not one
sponsor DFM banyak banget. Sponsor DFM.
This is not a map that that they have that much experience. So I mean, obviously Anthem, he's had plenty of performances on this map throughout just the last season on DFM, and even did have an ace on this very map. But
Sahabat binatang.
This is a very bold choice. I mean,
Sahabat binatang.
DRX, they certainly had
Sahabat bintang, sahabat bintang. Kalau fanbase lo namanya apa Lek? Gak ada anjir.
You think back to the playoffs, it was pretty catastrophic, but they absolutely got things together on that map as they went into champions. That's where they had the 2-10 comeback.
Kalau mau main aku login Lek. Enggak, aku gak main.
Going back to similar old comfort actually here though, given that Icebox is banned, Haven's out of the pool, they're gonna go to Breeze now that's opened up again.
It does feel like this is just the lesser.
Nggak ngerti ngomongnya iya soalnya Korea.
Split ban, I mean, it makes sense. That would be another big comfort. I mean, there's very few maps that aren't comfortable, honestly, for the side of DRX. As you said, the statistics always look very good.
Sahabat bintang.
Really trying to pin down what is
Sahabat
going to be the
bintang.
biggest weakness to try to exploit can be difficult, but it feels like aside from the
di mana sih sponsornya?
a pretty good job, but Lotus has me a bit concerned, honestly.
𝘰𝘰𝘮𝘮𝘦 DRX Breeze. Dang.
Cider. How are you guys feeling about 3-mapper to end the day?
3-mapper.
Unless DFM truly does have something completely game-changing and unexpected here on the side of Lotus, I feel like DRX are walking away from this draft in a really positive position because Bind as well.
Emangnya sahabatnya bintang apa Lek? Sahabatnya bintang malam.
That is a map that
Peliharaan Alik.
these are all 3 maps that they are incredibly well versed on. So DFM,
sahabat bintang ya streamernya bapaknya binatang bener nggak ada.
With that chamber certainly is something that could come into play here as we get ready to shift over to Lotus. Maybe they're gonna take a leaf out of �ヰ𝘁𝘮�𝘮𝑧 book here and try to pilot that to success. But either way, even if they do that, it has to have a high impact.
Yeah, I mean, for you, Asteroid, like we're talking, agent comps are ready to go.
Ooh, fade.
It's just going to be damn near mirrored. I mean, Anthem is going to be going for the sky here, and Stack's going back over to the Fade, something that he has played a multitude of times. But yeah, this isn't anything shocking at all. This is pretty much just stock standard.
The thing is,
Reci mau beli makanan dulu, ntar balik lagi.
At least these type of maps that you need to have a good support system when you're on that duelist role. Doesn't really have
Bulan
any
juga sih.
form of escape. Raze, you have a satchel, but it's not as clear cut as, like, let's say a dismiss or a tailwind to get out of harm's way. So DFM really has to solidify Mei, because that's the one player that DRX pointed out.
Udah kayak bakal menang. Gak boleh gitu, namanya harapan, secercah harapan untuk menang.
It's going to be 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮𝘦 who's going to be running that Viper. It is not flashback.
Good point. Let's jump
Yang
straight to the game.
pada pasti
We're really excited for this first map.
Setuju. Oh, flashback gantiin si RB.
Match of the day. Thank you very much, 𝘬𝘰𝘮𝘮.
𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮 main flex sekarang. Padahal gue suka lihat 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮 main.
Yeah, the 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮 on Viper is a little surprising, but I guess someone
Let's
had
go
to
stuck.
really be that trustworthy anchor and potential lurk on that Killjoy. So flashback being given the position for that Sentinel.
Oh, 𝘭𝘪𝘬 Viper. Iya, anjir.
I mean, again, yes, very
Tapi kan dia emang terakhir kan juga udah gak dimainin kan?
I mean, he's had some good calls on
Dimaininnya Zez malahan. 𝘭𝘪𝘬 udah gak dimainin.
the results not necessarily pointing that way last year in Pacific. So I'm curious to see the
Player
big difference.
menurut lo paling jago se-Valorant siapa? Menurut gue Leo sih. Gue suka banget sama Leo.
Not as much freedom to get info
Leo
right off the bat
sama
in the early part of the round for DFM.
Enggak sih Leo sih. Leo sih gila sih menurut gue.
And I think about just committing into the B
Jago banget.
site. Already diving in is going to be Mei with that frenzy, but look at the movement from Stax. Although it is a new DRX, Stax is still here and still has that movement, still has that
Udahlah, DFM.
to trickle backwards. 2 kills and then flashback comes in. Although Cess is able to find a bit of a double.
Yeah, also interesting to me that Cess is
tiba-tiba sendiri anjir. Roto anjir.
I mean, he's bounced around several different agents.
Kang coba like Lilo nggak sih? Oh Lilo.
Generally seeming to lean more towards
Ya harus trauma di map Lotus.
But for now, Medusa, you gotta win so many duels in a row.
Udah goodbye anjir. Nice.
Yeah, not gonna
Ya,
happen
Batman.
today.
Kangkang
I mean, it's not
jago.
easy at the very least, and especially not up against a Sheriff, but still, this is just DFM, and we can see that the entire game plan in that pistol, although it is just a pistol, they just go right into the site.
Yeah, now, picking this Lotus against DRX, I mean, DRX likes to play pretty default heavy on any map, so I'm not too surprised by it. We saw how their Haven eventually got dismantled as well, especially... Yeah, you love to see that.
Siapa aja jadi sponsornya? Gue nggak lihat tadi.
Just really force the issue on one part of the map, make sure that you're winning by numbers. So I get the idea. The pistol they chose
monitornya aneh banget. Iya, kayak baca buku. Ada beberapa kok yang kayak gitu. Nggak cuma Kangkang doang.
With those pistols, unless you get that first kill.
That's exactly why. I mean, I'm kind of like wondering what the game plan is for DFM, and although it is just a pistol, and it is the DRX that goes default heavy, committing without much information is, I'm not sure if
ini timnya si Kangkung. Ah bukan, kok jadi Kangkang sih tadi? Bukan anjir, Kangkang kan China. Kayaknya DFM udah karena cupu banget. Ya nggak boleh gitu tahu, walaupun nggak pernah menang juga. Ya, mungkin kali ini dengan roster yang berbeda bisa menang. Nggak tahu. Cuman kayak lawan DRX kayak enggak deh.
They know that the nanoswarms are there. I mean, they're doing what they can, and to me, the biggest thing is
siapa lagi monitor yang Kangkang? Ada. Gue pernah lihat. Kangkang juga. Wah, stuff. Rata anjir. Ayo flashback.
Oh yeah, more for 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮 with that bulldog on the other hand. Stax as well, and a simple cleanup for flashback. The crowd loves this.
Kangkung kapan main? Masih lama Kangkang. 25 ya setahu gue.
To be able to kind of cheer enthusiastically for DRX with a new roster. I mean, it used to be you kind of knew that they were going to win, right? The excitement wasn't quite there. But then once the excitement did arrive, it didn't last long before they were dethroned. And then the representatives of Pacific, the hope of Pacific, became Paper Rex instantly on a dime. DRX struggling to kind of find that magic that they once had. And the players, the coaching staff, some of the fans, some of, potential scrim partners are all saying Flashback might be that guy that brings that extra touch to the Korean squad.
25 ya? Selama anjir. Dia pengen coba Nasgor Gondrong, enak banget loh. Pegang siapa? Menurut lo? Gak mungkin dong yang di FM. DRX dong.
Just wondering if we can trust our
goreng-goreng ini mah. Ejet 13-0. Pokoknya DRX menang ini, tapi 2-1 biar lamaan. Jangan 2-0 aja udah biar cepet, capek. Duduk doang anjir gua. Anjir, hati-hati lu. Parah langsung nih.
Both Mako and Buzz. Yeah, the flash was so good, but you got to remember this box is here. The potential. Did you see?
No,
I think that angle is just tough.
Wow.
To spot.
Anjir semuanya
Don't think
dari.
it would have even shown up on the minimap either.
Apa sih namanya? Door.
So they're gonna make it in safely.
Haters banget
Still
ya.
some damage potentially done. Oh, shows the elbow
Dia
right
hater
through the
banget sih.
box.
What a
Emang
shot
dasar
from
Lani.
Now Prowler in just to see if anyone's
Kayak DFM sama Martian follow lu masih menang lu Delik. Mohon maaf. Martian follow gua tuh. Gua sama James maksudnya. Berdua. 2v5 menang kah?
And he knows exactly where Cess is at this point. Goes in. It's pretty much a heads-up duel at this point too.
Ya nice try anjir.
The Vandal with full auto simply bursts Sax down a little bit more.
Tawa lu mahal, kocak.
For DFM to pick that up.
Yeah, a rough round. I mean, to be very honest, for DFM, of course,
satu lalik tuh masih lama, lalik soalnya hampir ada
plays that
tontonan.
very well, right? Puts up the smoke.
2-1 gue enak dekan nanti.
Just right around the cusp of that smoke, so hard for Stacks to get
Dasar
the
berapa
first
kamu fase terakhir?
Good crafty 1v1
Gue
from
udah
Cess, a
lagi
great
di
showing
sakir.
in this first match for him
Mei
and
sidang.
the rest of the squad in VCT Pacific.
Mei atau
Just trying to keep things up, trying to keep things alive.
April atau April
2-1
akhir.
is a pretty good start. We shall see how they can continue forward. So far, Cess has been that person up around DFM. But
Cimei.
watching up some of these other players as well. How
Sudah mau WP DRX DFM bang saya viewers baru. Sama loh. Deng.
Able to get the splash damage kill on towards 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮, so that might just open up the site, but right around the corners, you've got Stacks, you've got Flashback.
Oh, that boom bot. I thought it wasn't going to spot him, and that would have been dangerous. But Buzz gets one kill to open things up, even things out 4-4.
Oh.
What a way to shoot through the smokes.
Not bad loh. Oh, goodbye tapi. Goodbye bro. Oh, nice banget anjir. Close anjir di kanan. Nice, cetak. Raja terakhirnya belum tumbang guys. Aku nih bos. Halo Hendra. Deg-degan naruh gede di DRX ya. Gila lo. Gak main gituan gue mah.
𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮, I mean, curious to see what the comms were, if we'll ever find out, because ultimates were coming online.
Kan satu tim sama Napski ya? Iya. Ararki kapan main lagi? Rabu. Tim 1 Ararki main.
Got taken out by the showstopper, but just a good peek out by Buzz. And the fact that he's just able to stay alive long enough brings Mako into the site.
Still can rely on these two to definitely clean things up.
Kalau nyari artis setia kau tengok lah pendukung DFM dari 2022.
Into this map. Definitely a bit of a game changer.
Ada ya?
And it helps DRX out
Ada lah ya pasti. Banyak.
off to the next round now. DFM economy not so great.
Untuk kesian sih DFM, aduh.
I don't know how much that can really do though, unless
Sedih
you're
gue
able to find that pick and given the
Thank
positioning
you,
of DRX
Regita.
right now, it's not going to be the easiest task.
Ini Regita Rea bukan sih? Mana ya? Bukan deh, kayaknya emang Gunci deh.
Look at how quick the response is, Will. Oh my goodness.
I have bought enough time for the backup to arrive over from A-Link. Sure, you die, but you deny the plant, and they had already pushed them out of Link, so that was still technically DRX's control, and Mako, the awareness to get one more kill.
Neth, though, not too shabby.
One more bang.
But how long can you hold this? He wants to retrieve the rifle. At this point, not really the wisest choice, but wow, okay, it's just a wide swing. Buzz not quite able to drag his mouse down along with that air model. And with that, all right, rifle retrieved. I've done my
Kalau
job.
bakal ketemu 𝘧𝘰𝘮𝘮 yang menang siapa kan? Sama-sama raja terakhir. Oh ya sih benar. Ya 𝘧𝘰𝘮𝘮 nih. DRX aja takut sama 𝘧𝘰𝘮𝘮 anjir. Tapi Mako juga jago banget sih. Tapi gue pegang 𝘧𝘰𝘮𝘮 kayaknya.
That allows flashback.
Goodbye man.
I thought he was going to say he went back into it. Flashback holding the angle. So 4-1 right now. DRX still very much.
Harus tadi mabar, sekarang balik lagi sini Nobar lagi Ci. Mabar sama siapa? Oh sama 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮𝘮 tadi, benar. Mabar tadi gue.
It's 2024. I don't know if we can keep giving these, you know, very small pieces of cake.
𝘧𝘰𝘮𝘮 sih.
Listen, it wasn't. I mean, it was never meant to be a good round. That's my point.
𝘧𝘰𝘮𝘮 cuma salah tim aja itu.
I'm not sure how far that's gonna go.
Padahal udah ada Ye loh. Gue kira bakal kayak kayak ada perlawanan lah, tapi kemarin kayak ngebantai gitu anjir. Dibantai sama �モ𝘁𝘯𝘵. Tapi saya player emang gila juga sih.
Bits of fame, bits of
Dari
shooting,
dulu saya player sih
bits
gila.
of ideas as well. DRX are still very much controlling
Musuhnya lagi nyorot
all around.
pas.
And look what's happening up around Rubble, especially up around B as
Yeah,
well.
he's fighting.
They need to win this fight one more time, and in a very explosive manner, because if they are not able to put pressure on either side of the map, this is such an easy defense for DRX, and it's a 3-site map.
Oh yeah. Good flash again, though, but here comes Buzz! Oh, the spray down! 3 hits, 3 bodies down!
One HP sih nggak mungkin sih. Anjir. Aduh, beli gue liatnya. Nice banget anjir
𝘧𝘰𝘮𝘮𝘦 claims his head, and that's gonna be down to net.
Bye net. Bye net. Goodbye bro.
He hasn't come through. They're all around him.
Nice banget anjir.
Just got you completely surrounded.
Nice
It's gonna
banget.
be gloomy
My god,
clouds for
bus
DFM
light here.
for now. While they try
Yang tadi gue
to
tidur Ci pas hujan lagi.
look for a different idea to break apart this map.
Di sini belum ada hujan guys.
Just having a good
King DFM saya suatu cerita 2030. Jangan jahat lah sama DFM. Gitu-gitu. Gitu-gitu tapi jago kok. Emang gak sejago DRX aja. Bisa kali menurut dua tim yang masuk final siapa lagi? Dua tim yang masuk final menurut gue kayak DRX lagi deh. Seperti biasa gak sih 𝘂𝑥 DRX atau nggak 𝘰𝘯? 3. 𝘰𝘯 juga kuat banget soalnya.
I mean, if you're not gonna fight for it early, which to be fair, I actually do think the fade gives DRX a bit of an edge in the very
DFM
start of the round, right?
tapi tahun 2025. Lu pada jahat banget anjir. Kira-kira scary via sesuatu something ya bagus mana? Beda nggak sih scary sama something kan udah beda ini. Beda role atau duelist atau enggak scary sekarang. Masih ini ya? Moker ya? Beda. Nggak bisa samain. Tadi benernya udah kayak scary sama Mako gitu. Itu scary sih gue megang. Jadi RRQ, oh iya maksudnya RRQ kan udah pasti. RRQ tuh absolut. RRQ nggak mungkin ketinggalan lah. Absolut itu anjir, nggak usah ditanya lagi. Anjir lah.
As we talk about C, here it comes. Despite this being a bit of an eco round,
For second lawan 𝘧𝘰𝘮𝘮𝘦 nggak sih? Wah itu asik sih. Itu asik banget. Gue lupa jir kemarin gue kira tuh 𝘧𝘰𝘮𝘮𝘮 tuh 𝘰𝘰𝘮𝘮𝘮 soalnya terakhir sama King kan. King kan 𝘰𝘰𝘮𝘮𝘮 waktu itu. 𝘧𝘰𝘮𝘮𝘮. Oh iya ternyata 𝘧𝘰𝘮𝘮𝘮 anjir lupa gue. King yang pindah. Santo Derby. RRQ udah pasti lolos champion Madrid. Bener, champion, master, champion lagi guys. In 𝘧𝘰𝘮𝘮𝘮 we believe. In Bani sih. In telur.
50, it's not even 40%. I would say less.
I mean, it's not even 30.
It's not even 30?
Think about it, because I mean, let's take away the spawns because you start there.
Sure.
You're not getting behind the barriers right now.
You got maybe pillars, not even. Yeah, just right around mounds. That's about it. Anthem up around Rubble.
They're going for this with the Omen ultimate.
All right, we walk through. 𝘧𝘰𝘮𝘮𝘮 up around the corners, instantly spotting out the player outlines.
Aduh, di atas anjir.
𝘧𝘰𝘮𝘮 being able to play off of that contact, gets a shot. Anthem with the flinch, a bit of a double.
Tapi nice try ya adik-adik. Kencana. Lumayan mengagetkan ya Deagle-nya. Ini mendingan pakai Deagle deh. Dapat banyak.
Looking good, looking crispy here as the IGL
Itu minima Sheriff kok ada yang mau beli. Ih, banyak tuh yang pakai minima. Walaupun jelek, kayak Roblox.
Not too bad with those sheriff shots.
Ya, kayak yang gosong juga. DFM kayaknya nggak rela lu streak, mereka putus.
We're talking about that map control, and you mentioned needing to see DFM commit to a site.
Komen dah gue.
Maybe now with a full buy, maybe now with the
Dan terjadi lagi.
May 1 point away from ult as well.
Yeah, DFM's idea this whole time is shake up the setups on C and B, try to apply pressure and then go to A, and now GRX, what a round to start pushing out. This momentum change. Doesn't matter if they're C, because the line
nice
swing
banget
is clean
anjir
from Buzz.
swingnya. Dang.
This is new DRX.
Owner!
Not just a white swing, you got 2 more players aiding him. Oh, but then �ヲ𝑰.
Oh, keping di mana?
Yeah, not quite ready for some extra trades. I don't mind the extra pressure put on from DRX. That's just a good fire back from DFM. But the point is, they still have no control.
Siapa yang dukung DFM nggak bisa dijagoin. Ada kan yang dukung?
You've got the toxic screen up towards C, but it's not doing all that much.
Yeah, but they do know now.
Emang
that
DFM beneran nggak pernah
it should be
menang
weaker on the A site, right? Anthem had activated those Seekers, so trying to claw their way back in. 45 seconds on the clock. Still options to rotate out as
Ini
well.
kayak
I
Alex
do
stream
like this
semalam di Global
from here
Fun.
on out. It's still plenty of time to rotate.
Enggak, itu klarifikasi ya, itu nge-lag ya.
On DRX.
Tapi pas pakai Deagle nggak nge-lag, gua ngerti juga kenapa.
𝘧𝘰𝘮𝘮𝘦, that would be it. That's what Anthem's calling for. But wow, committing on that night ball. And it's so much information for Stacks. 𝘧𝘰𝘮𝘮𝘮 doesn't quite connect. Although there's a good bit of damage. Stacks goes down. Anthem trades it back up. You got 15 seconds left to secure the spike plant. Can they make it happen? Finally picking it up now.
Ini flashback?
Go for it in the corner. Anthem watching the back.
Jaga biru.
Showstopper. Oh. Flashback just trying to get information, but he knows that there are members in the site.
Nggak tahu.
Good shot up on that corner too.
Medusa.
Oh, no.
Anjir menolak kalah cuy. Woi, Stacks, close anjir.
Here and he has to push up front. Goes in for the person to
Nice
lockdown,
try.
and that is when Anthem strikes.
0% ya, mesin banget.
Risky but good post plant from DFM.
Kesian, tapi gua nggak mau kasih.
I wonder if Flashback pushes in or not, because there's two ways to play that. Either you swing out at the same time with the showstopper, or you're trying to get that information right as he arrives. So Flashback peeks out. He secures that there's members in the corner, but they weren't aware of how many were going to be out by Mound as well. Just a great save from Medusa.
Yes.
To keep his teammates alive.
Nice banget sih.
That was the main.
Ini lebih gila sih.
Rocket, keeping up the lockdown as
bisa deh, dapat 2 dah.
A little quiet in the beginning of the map, but putting his name back on the board.
Yeah, if that nuke went off, it might have been a different story, but still. Well played by Medusa nonetheless. And we go back towards DFM, trying to blind commit in towards B. Off of the eco that DRX has. They managed to gun down Stacks. Swordbird's alive
marah,
and
bro.
just flicks
Woi,
back
siapa
on
nih yang ngatain
Gets
DFM?
another shot.
Marah
Buzz and
anjir.
𝘂𝑰 trade back through though. And here comes Neth. They want to secure the angles. They want to get the spike down.
Let's go 𝘂𝑰, in 𝘂𝑰.
who peeks
Never
out
mind. Never mind.
into multiple targets.
Never mind.
DFM claims
DFM pahalanya besar, suka berbagi kemenangan. Donasi ya.
From DRX, but uncharacteristically taking 1v1
Udah
duels.
kan yang
Just
kenal
one
mulai
by one.
terpancing.
So I am
Let's
curious
go
if,
rematch final DRX
the new
Prax.
DRX, is it a change in the tempo as well for potential timeouts, just to say, listen,
curse
like I
nggak sih?
know 𝘧𝘰𝘮𝘮𝘮, just cool things down a little bit. Because this is exactly what
Kasihnya
DFM
satu
was
round
looking for
eco.
this
Tadi
round.
kan udah dapet 2
Go in
round
with
tuh,
the better firepower.
Dodol goreng.
And May, Medusa talks
Dodol
about it in the
goreng.
Emerge
Wow.
video. He likes him as an entry. He's going in and getting those opening
Oke,
frags.
ntar aku ambil.
And so far, when he is set up, like the Dust said,
Dodol goreng anjir,
they
ntar aku ambil.
will make that happen.
Halo, thank you, it's Michael.
Looking to make it
Welcome to
happen
Minty.
again. Oh, okay, a little bit of a fake around the door.
Yeah, but DRX already has control of C Mound. They're already in the spawn. They know it's an 8-hit.
Good timing on that peak too from Stacks. However, great trades coming out from Anthem, but what is this? Buzz almost with the spray transfer. Neth trying to trade things back for his team. 𝘂𝑰 wrapping up around from behind along with Flashback. They've got that Killjoy lockdown. So DFM has to be very careful. They are thinking about rotating off to the other side.
Aduh,
But
ini timing anjir.
caught in no man's land.
Here's the thing, Neth, if he does put that pit up, he knows the lockdown is going to happen. So he wants, he just wishes he could get 1 kill. It doesn't matter if it's a Killjoy Omen, but at least if you make it a 1v1, you can play for a timing around those ultimates. But DRX, not one to overextend at a time like this. 𝘂𝑰 going back. He saw the barrel, and 𝘂𝑰 will not miss the shot.
1 pixel, that's all it takes. And this gentle guy just keeps smiling like that. In game, it's so different, but in real life, I just love the guy.
I mean, he is just a cozy teddy bear on stage.
Right?
But then in the server, I mean, cold as ice. That's the thing, right? He's not the fanciest player, but he is just tunneled in
Cosplay lebih silver.
on the mission.
Kenapa? Menang kan? Ada senyum meriah begitu biasa. Mako nggak pernah senyum anjir. Kok tumben Mako kok kayak flip jeder gila lu. Gak ada anjir mirip yang Bani. Lu harus lihat yang ini jir. Yang di Twitter lucu banget mirip banget sama Bani. Mau mah? Gak boleh kamu batuk.
DFM trying to hold off a bit of a default, anticipating some pushes.
Makan guys.
Don't have that information. They can't quite commit. Maybe B side again, but the setup is different from DRX this time.
DRX has been playing with the tempo quite flexibly, right? A lot of 𝘰𝘮𝘯𝘵 pressure the early part of this map, and now a couple fast pushes, and then the default that they so love. A 2-2-1, mind you, especially because of the focus on B side from DFM.
A is not challenged anymore. Dark cover says a lot, though. Bit of a flash pop through. Mako able to hold the off angle for a trade. 𝘧𝘰𝘮𝘮𝘦 coming right back in, but traded right back out against his counter. Here comes Mako, though. Great shots to start things off, but then me. What a quick movement up on top of the platform. He guns down Stacks. This is now a 1-on-2. Buzz has got a bit of utility. Can he make it happen, though?
The way 𝘰𝘮𝘮 looking, if 𝘰𝘮 is able to get the kill and DFM gets around win, they
dodol goreng anjir bukan waffle.
As well, the showstopper.
Not quite.
Well, he'll get the showstopper now. It's up to Anthem.
Just trying to watch the
Bumbot. Ya aduh.
Bit of a movement out around. Time is still ticking. Pink Shell's committed, but Anthem stays tucked away. Boombot confirms position, but Buzz has to push in. Oh, and with the map changes, it's just all too much. He has to commit, and it's an easy strafe shot for Anthem to collect the fourth round.
Dodol goreng apa ya? Baru dengar. Dodol goreng enak banget.
You get the showstopper and the Seekers online. One through the
death,
one through the kill, and another round
win.
That fifth round win could come through, and at that point, it's already looking tighter than most people expected. But I would say DFM looking hopeful. And one thing I want to point out is they're actually not relying too much on Medusa having to lurk and get through. That used to bite the old 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮𝘮 in the back. Is that things they wouldn't know how to go through it and be like, Medusa, go kill. If you do, we'll rotate. That's not always going to be their answers here on DFM.
Manis pedas gitu.
But still, I mean, Anthem as the mainstay, as the calls come through, it just works so well. They've got 4 ultimates now for this round.
Siapa tahu mantan-mantan lu main. Masih dong di. Gue mah been good friends with mantan gue. Ini 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮𝘮 bukan nulis, udah bukan. Rex ya sekarang.
So it is a mind game of how do you bait out each other first. Seekers just to break it open. DFM just wants to get into the site. They'll worry about the counter ults later.
Wow. Oh, well, there is a
mungkin kalau yang double duelist mungkin masih main kali ya.
Both spent.
Nah, cocok lah, nggak cocok ya? Nggak pernah coba sih, cuman kayak enak.
I don't know, warning shots, explosive radiuses just right around
ini kemana soalnya?
area.
But right as we had talked about Medusa now, Medusa's in position to go for the flank if they're able to get into the site, but a judge?
Oh no.
That's not what they want to do.
Nice try aja.
A shorty will seal the deal, and now it's up to Stacks. Teammates rotated over as well. Flashback, quick response. But do you have the angle? That's the thing. Neth tries to hop up quick, tries to go for the Viper's pit. But the Hunt just buys his time away. Not to mention the lockdown too. And look at how they relay backwards. 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮𝘮 ready to pick them off. Still though, side has been gained.
Yeah, and Medusa already shook up the backside as well. Now the pit up, looking like a tough retake. They know they want to get some of those early kills through the pit, but DFM's just not giving the angles away.
It's not that usage, but still DRX 1 point away for each of Stacks or 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮𝘮's ultimate. As soon as they maybe spray through and get the single one, but look at the angle. Seth with the shorty. Second shot fired through does tag Mako up to really low. Allows for Neth to spray through and Stacks just decides
to
go over to the next round.
Mama bikin.
Tries, but that's wow, a DFM coming up huge in this first half.
7-5's honestly a pretty solid scoreline, especially considering that switching out the Sky for the Fade here for DRX, it was meant to take control of Rubble, especially on the defensive side. It's not going to be as easy to try to force that issue unless you're really dumping every piece of utility. And even then, I mean, this time the
7 is all you got. Actually, half-nya 75 itu kayak not bad loh buat seorang DFM.
DFM is going to be okay, considering a bit of a rough start that they had losing the pistol.
Map 1 kalah aja DRX, jangan dong.
A little bit taken aback, a little bit surprised. The game is evolving. We are feeling some of these changes.
You saw that
soalnya
kan sama DRX.
with the layout on C site and how they planted Spike. You saw that with the judge that Buzz
siapa yang
was
mencupul?
and how DFM is able to capitalize
Apa
on
DFM
that.
sudah berubah?
So
Karena roster baru.
bits of control or maybe some of these counter flashes that Sky has, DFM is actually able to come back into the game. As we swap sides though, I mean, what do you think?
Well, I mean, again, I think it did take them a bit longer to get a read on, exactly DRX's setups and how they're really spreading across utility, etc. Sure, DRX's comp was meant to do that. It was meant to win out the Rubble fight and things like that.
Kalau DFM win,
but surely they
ini
should have an
Bloodlust.
answer, because now still the Haunt able to return on a cooldown, obviously not too many times
Kok
in a
DRX?
round, but DRX could still go in, get info, and then set up for an execute with the Prowler and, of course, the Paranoia. So DFM, what's their answer? Surely they play a bit more aggressively here, pushing out a couple times.
I wonder if that's what that pillar's positioning is all about. But you're absolutely right. That's DRX's game plan. That's our option. Oh, actually, okay. Toxic screens towards
Yeah, just crossing across each other, but DFM wanted to kind of go for a fake that they were weak on B, right? They put up the one-way onto C. They show themselves a little bit with the screen on A. And DRX did not bite. So now they're just all going to back out.
We just got Flashback watching the back with the Sheriff. The rest of them trying to set up for that position. Is this like one of these classic DRX executes?
Well, DRX senses something fishy. It's just too quiet around A. And if it is going to be left empty, they have to watch out for the back, which is Flashback not moving at all near A main.
Okay, so that's what Flashback is doing. Meanwhile, the rest of them have cleared out the entire site.
Nice banget anjir.
DFM trying to get a read for DRX's executes, and that's why they fall back so far, but a little bit too far. Spike is down. Medusa trying to get the shot onto Buzz. Paint Shells flushes him out of position, and that's going to be the frag. A bit of a reload as Mako finds a trade on towards May. And then the shots go through even further. Here comes Stacks though, but only for the time being. The rest of them now needing to watch that Spike. Out in the open, DFM
Nice banget lagi ya bang. Nice banget.
How long can they dance back and forth? Not before DRX comes in.
The two youngsters getting a kill each to finish off that pistol round. Both pistols going to DRX. That's one of the reasons obviously they stayed in the lead in the first half. And it might be just what they needed to close things out safely on Lotus.
Hah? Mepik DFM?
I mean, the fact that they were just so insistent on watching the flank. They just knew someone would be in. Now, they probably expected it. This time it was Anthem. They will be rewarded nonetheless for the
DFM.
Still very much so strong fundamentals, good reads all throughout the game. But what is this from DFM? Pistol round. We're banking on this. Did 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮𝘦 see something?
I think he saw perhaps one of the jump peaks. Either way, though, you bought up the extra guiding light. You already used it, but no rewards there. So this could very well turn into a round where DFM's going to have to pick and choose between giving away potential kills. Now they're trying to go in on an offbeat. It looks like they're trying to get up close to C and surprise DRX.
Just a wee bit.
The reload.
Not too much of a surprise anymore, though, as they push through. Red's out of ammo. Neth able to secure the kill on towards Mako. Not too bad.
Not planted yet. And the door's pressuring them from behind.
Is that a lot of pressure? I feel like with the rifles, DRX still should be able to shoot them down. Yes, it's a lot of smokes. It's a lot of question marks.
Well,
they should.
Yeah, the tempo's away from them now. I mean, right as Anthem peaks there, they were hoping to get one more kill. Not able to secure it.
Nice. Oh, nice banget. What the fuck, last 1 HP bang. Nice.
Still some kills that are good enough to bring them
Udah
over
deh, suka
to
hati
the
dia
next
kan.
round. Now just
Kalau ditakutnya kenapa lumayan deket nih anjir. Skornya.
Not that much of a rookie.
Well,
yes,
I mean,
from the academy, but
well, no, I mean he's absolutely a rookie. The only real experience he has is the couple matches that he played during this offseason, but he looks like he was always ready to play on the main stage.
That's what I mean. Oh, there might be a bit of an issue as we go in for.
Kemana RRQ menang? Kalah. Bang, kalah bang.
Don't sound so disappointed. It's a friendly face. Hopefully not too long of one here. Thank you so much for waiting around. I think everyone right now, all around us, obviously, lots of fans who have been waiting for the DRX opening match of VCT kickoff here in Korea. Everyone just hoping to get right back into the game. And, I mean, DFM, the unfortunate story is the bar was set very low for this team, right? Let's not beat around the bush. The bar was set very low. Obviously, very much new faces, 4 of them all coming over from the old core 𝘭𝘰𝘮𝘮𝘦 roster, only Anthem remaining as the IGL. But some things that, you know, a couple of the fans who have been following Challengers Japan, or I would assume actually a lot of the fans in Japan as well, were, okay, well, you know, this team looked like they had some individual potential. The question was who's doing the calling? And that's calling often left something to be desired, and then Anthem's now the one calling. Off of his experience trying to lead a team in VCT Pacific 2023, he wants to come in with a motivated new roster.
RRQ main lagi kapan bang? Rabu. Main. Mako kurusan. Iya tadi gue udah bilang. Mako ini kurusan ya?
It's not bad.
Yang PRX main besok ya? Iya. Besok hari Senin.
Surely these players want so much more out of this match from DRX.
Am I getting the sense that, you know, are you disappointed with the performance so far from DRX? Or
I'm not saying it's disappointing, but I'm just saying that it wasn't hard to impress anybody when it comes to DFM's history. And the thing is anyone who was hyping up saying, well, yeah, but they've got potential. I hear they're doing well in scrims, etc. All of those things pointed to them being much more explosive.
Yes, Talon win siapa? Talon tadi menang.
And then the map, the comps, DRX came in prepared for the defensive side. The bubble fights were good.
Jejongan,
𝘭𝘰𝘮𝘮𝘦. I think part of it was just getting the fast reads, right? And then trying to make sure that if you are set up some B and C, you go in on a timing, you kind of take that risk at some point.
Apa lo sulit tiba-tiba RRQ ya? Enggak, semangat banget gue. Gak bisa ya RRQ hari Rabu, walaupun gue gak bisa WP kayaknya. RRQ lolos kayak yang ini. Kalah kemarin. Coba ya. Jahat anjir. Itu staff ya? Ya staffnya deh.
A little bit lacking, but of course, you know, we're expecting the win result from DRX. I mean, we're talking about literal champions or, you know, ex-champions versus...
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's been a while since I've seen DRX lift up a trophy, so...
I mean, throughout the league last year, 2023 versus DFM score, is this the scoreline that we're looking at?
Staff itu cosplay fanbase. Aku pernah RRQ yang ada PRX atau JNJ.
How much does it say? DFM right now with the full binds, they are going
PRX masih kuat banget.
For that hold.
Another retake setup for A for
3-1-1 though. Huh?
Yeah, they're gonna back out. I mean, you already see Net going all the way up deep into the backside of Heaven, so they are giving this up. Even potentially B site. So because of that, they want to up the tempo, pushing out of Mound, but Flashback has now dug into B main.
And Mako holds on to his Dark Harvest just for this too, but he's kind of lost the timing a little bit. Can't quite peek out of the top Heaven for now. But look at what's happening on the mini-map.
The turret not facing them just yet, but they will have to cross that line at some point. They're hoping that he peeks out on a timer. But no need. Good faith in that turret coming out from Flashback.
Alright.
Aduh, langsung di... Aduh. Langsung di flash anjir. Nice banget.
Oh shit, man. Double dipping, he gets punished. DFM now with the retake setting up through. It's gonna be Cess takes down Mako. Buzz now trying to hold from right underneath. Good support from 𝘭𝘰𝘮𝘮𝘦.
Repost.
And they managed to fend them off. It's just enough utility, buying enough time. While DFM continues to try to push
my 𝘭𝘰𝘮𝘮𝘦. Oh my god, nice try. Gimana nih?
Is it enough?
Oi.
It looks like it.
Let's see PRX without Jing. Oh, nggak ada Jing, ada monyet. Monyet.
Once they realized that they would have to go through the turret, I was afraid that they would wait so long because 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘦 was actually getting ready to lurk all the way around stairs, wrapping around to defend her spawn. But once they realized, okay, we can't wait on this any longer, they just go in with the pop flash.
Harus bisa menang nih
right around the corner allows them to get the first kill, and then it's just trades chain through. Sure. Decent support from 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘦. But you know, DFM, they upped that tempo on that retake. They started on the right timing.
Minta pape buat turun di venue langsung sama ketemu yang
flashes are still just so valuable.
seperti tidak bisa. Tidak mungkin. PRX akan main lagi PRX besok main lawan 𝘧𝘰𝘮𝘮.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, once you send it out, the value is still strong. But you just can't spam it non-stop and absolutely
PRX after Jing kurang menarik. PRX after Jing cabut kurang menarik.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say
Jing kapan militer ya? Kok masih nge-stream aja?
Wow.
You know me, I'm more controller guy. Anyway, DRX still taking things slow. And DFM not really getting too much information off of it apart from the utility.
Wah, cuman satu di B. Gas. Bunuh dia. Wih, Buzz. Oh, nice banget anjir, hampir aja.
Shot and step just lines up perfectly with Buzz's crosshair. Here comes the paint shells to block them off. The spike plant is secured.
That's unfortunate. I mean, says he was just
besok nobar PRX 𝘧𝘰𝘮𝘮 nobar PRX 𝘧𝘰𝘮𝘮. Rabunya yang gua kayaknya nggak bisa.
Yeah, gets hit by the 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘬, and at that point, you're just hoping that the shadow step lands and saves you, but Buzz waits for it and shoots right through.
Cover. Oh, nice anjir. Gila, butanya 1000 abad anjir.
If they don't quite land, if DRX are playing anti-flash, yeah, just running out of time at that point.
Udah save. Nice, 10-6, 13-6 lah. Yuk, bisa yuk, biar cepat.
Another one of these rounds with DRX getting in position, setting up for that classic.
PRX 𝘧𝘰𝘮𝘮 menarik sih, lebih menarik PRX T1 nggak sih? Itu sangat menarik sih.
Not great on the creds for DRX either. I mean, they'll be fine.
Rabu kan hierarki, iya.
Especially winning the round, but not enough to greed just yet. Now DFM running out of credits to spend. They'll have to save, carry over these two rifles.
And that's where you start thinking about your life on the map. DRX still looking pretty decisive.
Di luar hierarki nggak bisa, like parah banget. Kerja cuy gue. Gimana dong? Gue juga pengen anjir.
Classics for the rest. Okay, I mean a frenzy upgrade, sure, but.
Apa ya, like nobar? Enggak sih, gue lebih suka nobar dibandingin main.
Well, they are trying to hold.
Tapi capek ngomong aja sih kayaknya. Ya mungkin butuh jet spek alik biar.
Yeah, this is a setup for Anthem, right? The 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘬𝘦. Yeah, he wanted to set up kills for the Vandal, but I already know.
Kau masih kuliah ambil jurusan apa? Aku masih sekolah. Masih 12 tahun. Mau naik SMP. Aduh, ngeri banget anjir crosshair di pala lagi.
Yeah, but this one way helps. He knows it can't be an easy cross angle.
Siapa yang menang?
So he's lined up for just the one kill. Good setup and good support from Death. He even gets the Vandal and gets out for free. DRX just says, okay, if that's the setup, we want to rush and get the plant onto the other side of the map.
They're rushing over just as quick as 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘬𝘦 drops. But guess what? Up around the doors, DFM presses that button. The flash comes out. They might be able to rip them apart. Buzz, though, guns them down for a little bit. But it's a classic that ends his life. Suddenly, it's going to be flashback cutting a 1-on-2.
Never a better time than to prove the hype was correct.
Both waterfall, 1 HP, winnable.
The greatest player in Korea.
Bisa bang.
Knows at least one coming from waterfall.
Udah paranoia ya? Oh, nice banget anjir. Nggak kena. Aduh, di swing anjir.
Back and forth, and it just throws flashback off for a little bit.
Kanan kiri gitu pick.
It's gonna be DFM picking up that 7th win.
Nice try.
And that's with a little nod to Coach 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮. He's great. He does need a little bit more time.
Kok deket anjir.
Wins out that 1v1 duel.
Boleh sih map 2 sih.
I mean, 𝘧𝘰𝘮𝘦 just kind of had to commit to the bit there, but the one-way setup, starting it after the toxic screen.
Nice DFM.
You can tell that, I mean, they're happy, but obviously it was a little bit of a nail biter, says. Bit of a nervous laughter
Besok
there.
WP jam berapa? Jam 1 siang. Jam 1 pagi ya. Udah nggak ada lagi dah. Jam 5 pagi. Turu anjay. Pembangun besok udah 5.
Got the showstopper available as well.
Okay, we're not seeing anything outside B for DFM. DRX making their presence known outside the A site.
Oh gitu, kerja di atas RRQ. Kerjanya buat RRQ anjir masalahnya. Bukan kerja yang lain.
Wait for the dark cover, is that the game plan? And then just commit towards, wow.
Ih sama, persis anjir stratnya. Begini terus.
Flashback, you have what it takes. Oh, shoulders exposed. That's all Seth needs. May now with the shot. Stacks though not refusing to back down. Bias Lonesome takes down 2.
1 AP.
With the spike down now and a bit more information.
Satu asik sih.
He's trying to keep them away.
Wah.
Lockdown.
Wah, nice try dia begini mah. Oh, bercanda.
It's gonna be Stacks trying to bury his fangs and slash his claws, but still
Mako, I believe.
Makes them blunt for the time being.
Aduh! And you know what the worst part is this has happened to Mako before. Oh my goodness. The thing is,
feels bad, man.
He had to go in like on a split second that the lockdown ends.
Weh, tangan lu Mako. Ya
Allah.
Allah.
You just gotta laugh it off. What can you do?
Gak apa, nice try.
He's smiling at that one, you know.
Well, I think Stacks was kind of laughing into their comms just to loosen things
Anjir
up.
lucu sih.
I mean, it happens, because otherwise you're giving away the half so much for free. It's still a 2v1.
And you never want to play that flame game either. Not on a stage like this.
Biasa aja mau kalau di FM. Di FM mau kalah mau menang juga tetap senyum anjir. Positive vibes mereka.
Alright, May still on that operator. Prowler gives out the info. Oh, what a tap from Buzz.
Nice, bro.
I think Buzz might have
Nice, Buzz Lightyear.
jump off of the box earlier too, so he was ready for it.
And off of it, the showstopper now onto the top of the platform. Can push in deeper. Seeker gives us the info that DFM is trying to flank up a little bit. So DRX should be set for this retake. Simple frag for flashback, no long range tools, and he is online.
Roster baru nih, bos.
For the third.
Nice banget anjir. Ini nice banget.
And then
save damang.
A Mako operator kill. A rare find.
Mako pakai op.
Yeah, I'll put that nice one into my little collection of kills.
It's a good one. Not that we got to see it, but we did see the kill feed. Well, I mean, you gotta save. It's not map point just yet, so
nice shit, my god.
carry over whatever you can.
Lama nggak lihat sampai asing suaranya.
It's gonna be a little wonky, but with half armors, they should be able to make something work.
Enggak kok. Bakal sering stream.
Not the easiest task,
and
we are nearing map point after all. But that said, I mean, so far, just some decent, fun Valorant being played on stage. You got DFM showing some, you know, little improvements here and there. Nice firepower from the new pickups from
Kocak DFM ngasih OP gratisan ke DRX.
I mean, this was a map I never wanted to play. Not too much. They showed it.
Harusnya vaksin ada blok ya? Vipernya?
It's still pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, the first showing, and this, we've talked about this before whenever a new map comes out. Like, DRX likes to hide the new map for as long as possible, and they're like, haha, here's the wild card. And
Weh, gue ketiduran nonton dia.
Actually wasn't that good, so we'll come back next time. And then they look good, right? After a whole another split or a whole another tournament, they look good. So that's kind of what happened to Lotus as well.
You guys can see what Will looked like next to me. That's the goofiest post.
Well, that's what it felt like watching DRX trying to hide away this new map as if it was some crazy masterpiece that they had concocted. I mean, it was the same thing with Fracture.
Baru bangun anjir,
I remember when Fracture was first released.
Semangat skripsiannya, biar contoh kali Pak. Thank you, William.
They hadn't even told us on the
Kalau bakal DRX putus pertemanan sama VRX. Iya anjir.
We're like, all right, and they open it up
Ini
against
selalu ini anjir mereka. Selalu tanding di final.
And then you guys are all dead. So, I mean, I think they are starting to learn the lesson.
Tias tahun berapa skor? Dibantai Tias.
But anyway,
3 ya tadi kalau salah.
since those came out,
Apa sih?
it's looking good.
3 deh kayaknya. 3-13.
From a timeout with the half armors, they have mostly rifles, but only a stinger. But if
Yang
they
gue udah
get
kalah.
the plant, it's the pit for Neth.
Kelas dulu dong.
That would be
Suaranya masih ada tapi ya bukan PRX.
DRX, same game plan, making their presence known up around A. Dark cover being propped up. Slight difference this time though from DFM in terms of Neth's toxic screen. They have to think twice about pushing into A, or it's just to bypass it through the door.
Oh, Neth just going to use it early instead of on the retake. Just wants to scare them away, and that way he can utilize his
Makan
stinger a little
ayam,
bit better
makan
as well.
dodol.
Not bad. But now that it's committed, I mean, there's an option for DRX just to rotate over.
Yeah, I mean,
3 orang
I have
anjir,
my questions here because so much time was left, and they don't exactly have the greatest tools to go for
3
a
orang.
retake onto
Ada
B.
ulti sama si 𝘭𝘰𝘮𝘮𝘦.
Cess on that from the shadows Omen ult for info. A little bit early didn't see anything, so I don't know if he's calling it clear. Still kind of jiggling up around C.
I mean, perhaps it's just some way to try to pressure them into B as they're already set up for it.
Kalau sentinel cemen banget ya kira-kira ini. Iya nih, gue juga bingung. Aduh seru kemarin.
This is now a retakes game.
Itu apa anjir?
Stinger for rifles.
Bajunya pink-pink begitu. Lah, kocak. Polosan gitu masuknya nggak ada paranoia, nggak ada apa-apa. Oh half ya soalnya ya? Oh gimana sih? Kenapa nggak ada flash apapun?
DRX's teamwork is still just that good.
Makanya gue liat masuk polosan begitu. Nge-save lagi. Kerjaan yang nge-save anjir.
And that's a sure. Nice little conversation between two veterans.
Nice anjir. Terus makan dodol? Iya ini dodol. Mas Sentinel tadi pagi nonton nggak? Gue watch party. Mana sih ini yang kemarin suruh gue watch party tapi nggak dateng anjir.
Very reliable from flashback. Curious to see how he's going to look on other maps. Of course, he's been tasked with kind of anchoring and holding the flank so far, so not too many opportunities to show his stuff either.
Yeah, in the first half, just chilling on C.
Yeah, not too many rounds where he actually even got a taste of the action. But it seemed like that retake, part of it was
ini udah sore sih guys.
changes a bit, right? The boxes had the extended length of it.
𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘦𝘮𝘮𝘦 abang, please jangan datang. Tadi pagi gue. Cuman Sentinel doang sih sama Lau. Yang One-Native gue nggak nonton. Tidur anjir.
Probably has something nice and fun to say.
If anything, though, I think Flashback might show us a bit more in Breeze.
Yang gue di luar nalar.
As that is the next map.
Aku datang we, bagus moshi-moshi. Oh hadir bang, bagus Chris.
Last effort from DFM, got the judge on Neth. 5 rounds, the first one has been spent.
Judge bang, mundur.
4 slugs remaining. And the rest of DRX, they spike down. The rest of them want to corral around, and they managed to make it happen. Spike and Sight still picked up.
You should run.
Got exciting for a second.
Yeah, but no support. And then DRX, sure, this lockdown can feel a bit early, but there's just no way for them to break it. Just trying to hop around away from that Trailblazer as well.
I want to bite that lockdown. Nothing doing for now.
Imagine if the Trailblazers could break the lockdown.
No.
I think this is the beginning of the end here for map 1.
Certainly feels like it. Look at the positioning from DRX. The timing, it's not great. Sets up, but they have to push it now. And as soon as they make it past the toxic screen, it's an easy
good night for DFM.
1, 2, 3!
Bocil nih bos.
One on the other side, and Mako steals it away.
13-8 DRX. A solid win for DRX on map 1 on their opponent's pick of Lotus. And DFM, I mean, especially because it was their map pick, I have to imagine they had more that they wanted to show. This wasn't the entirety of their preparation. There were some good moments, especially individually.
You know, nggak boleh gitu anjir, gila ya.
But at the end of the day, it did not look like they were able to open up their entire playbook and showcase why they felt confident on Lotus. So you can see a bit of disappointment in themselves, it seems. But the match isn't over just yet.
Certainly not. We still got another map to go, maybe two if DFM picks up the next one. It is DRX's map pick though, so you know what? I'm gonna let our analysts break all of that down.
Break all of that down.
And DRX pockets Lotus, the first map on this series. Now, look, we see the scoreline. I mean, they're going up against one of the titans of Korea, DRX, but DFM came up huge in the first half.
They really did, and I mean, this was a lot closer than you would have anticipated, given that DRX was able to find both of the pistol rounds. You know, they were taking those away, but DFM, with some very solid perseverance, continued to fight back. Yeah, it was really scrappy, but we saw some really nice moments coming through from I mean, pretty much everybody on the team here fighting to the nail and trying to get themselves into a winning position. And DRX, they managed to come out on top. Some really solid performances. We'll see his scoreline in a little bit. And kind of back to being that fragging IGL, which was something that was severely lacking for DRX in the last couple of years. Well, not last couple of years, but last couple of tournaments, let's say.
Yeah, definitely the last couple tournaments. And we were talking about this DRX. I mean, we haven't seen massive
Oke lah, 8-13. Waktu itu kan dibantai-bantai yang terakhir.
Not at all. Again, they wanted to have that consistency over any
improvement
massive changes. To be honest, that's why I was telling how they wanted to at least have the stronger guns with 𝘭𝘰𝘮𝘬 as well as Flashback. And boy, did you actually see both of those players just have some insane shooting highlights throughout this entire first map. So I think it's going in the direction that DRX wants, but as the casters were mentioning, they haven't shown all of what they've got.
Perhaps. I mean, you know, the big issue here is this DRX just kind of getting everybody to that point, to where they were when they had Zest and RB in this roster, and then building on top of that, because obviously the concern is, do you hit the same ceiling? Do you continue to just be in this position where you look good, you look the same, but you don't necessarily look better? So that's the thing to look forward to in the future. But as we get ready to go into Breeze, a map that we haven't seen too much of, pretty much from anybody, but from DRX in particular in VCT, we haven't seen it since they played against Optic back in Istanbul in their lower final. I'm curious if they have anything new, or if this is going to be similar to our, you know, Talon v Secret Ascent, where it's like, okay, well, we're just kind of back to stock standard stuff. So I want to see some new things from them. But for DFM, I think this was a solid effort. They managed to kind of tie the record as far as rounds won against DRX, because they did get 8 on a. But overall, I do.
Ya Allah, sorry dah, Flirin. Maklum sih, gue malah aja sama waktu. It's okay. Dikasih telik sama DRX. Lebih seru nonton Tetris daripada parah anjir. Justice for Zest and RB.
A lot of the players, sometimes the leftover players, kind of just struggling to find those rotations, and that's where I really think DFM needs to focus on. We see Esu, Neth. There was this one round where they didn't just plant the spike because they didn't really know where their opponents were, and you saw how lost DFM was. So if they can find that, the answer to that problem, it'll definitely look a lot more better here for DFM.
Yeah.
We did see moments of glory from Anthem as well. Continues to be really effective on the Sky.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to the Sky in general, he's got really good game sense about when he should use his utility. But aside from that, just his fragging power continues to be quite good. Yeah, I mean, he's playing this, you know, support role, trying to really enable May.
Cepetan 1 jam.
17, not going to be the most impressive thing, you know, not jaw-dropping anything, but we also did have that nice highlight where he had the Sheriff in hand, manages to come up with several quick kills. So Anthem still very much has it. But I think the thing for a lot of people to consider in this is that DFM still are going to be a team that is very much kind of growing from the ground up. Yes, there is a lot of experience between 4 of these players, but Anthem now needs to fit into that mix and kind of find his position, find like what is going to be maximum comfort for him and how he interacts in this squad that has played together for so very long. So while they work towards that, you know, we're going to see some growing pains from DFM, but overall I feel way more positive about the team just after this initial showing, even though they still come away with a loss.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, guys, remember, DFM, this is a really brand new roster. Besides that, a lot of them, this is the first time on the Pacific stage. So this is a pretty amazing showing. Like you said, despite DRX winning 2 pistol rounds, it is a lot closer than you think. On DRX's side, it looks like they're working on it too. And like you said, are they going to hit the ceiling? It looks like they still need to tighten a couple of screws and get it, get it a lot tighter.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, for May to be able to really stick alongside Buzz in a loss where you're only able to pick up 8 rounds,
cantik banget anjir Mei ini.
it's pretty damn impressive. And I mean,
Ajan sekali kalau watch party. Tetris lagi like. Oh, nontonin gue Tetris lagi. Gue gak ngikutin turnamen Val banget. Ini tim yang paling jago siapa selain Tens? Yeay, Tens paling jago. Kemarin kalah 2-0 deh sama Loud.
I feel like even though we were talking about how
paling jago fanatik lah. Menurut gue sih fanatik ya. Kayak jago semua gitu, nggak ada yang cukup. Bisa sampai CTN cuma crew vs gitu doang. Iya.
It showed that DFM was not prepared for that. So again, these change of paces that DRX has in their arsenal of what plays they can make definitely.
19,
a lot of challenges.
Aduh, nggak dulu deh.
This big star that.
Iji siapa ini sekarang?
That was very uncharacteristic of Mako, though. I have to say.
I think it's the second time that's happened to him. I think William was talking about it as well on the broadcast. I believe that has happened one other time.
Oh ini mah, sisanya.
But yeah,
sisanya cabut ya?
Heat of the moment, you're the
Sisanya
guy that everybody looks to.
Ini ya, Ethan di menuan. Ethan di menuan, satu lagi siapa sih? Oh, ini ya Bustio ya? Bustio, Ethan sama di menuan cabut.
There was a smile on his face. So ultimately, I don't think that the gentle giant of Mako is going to be
Alt
too hard.
9.
But I mean, what Asrai was talking about as far as those tempo shifts.
Ini sama kecuali Bustio sama
that kind of mistake, and Buzz just gets angry. And angry Buzz is so terrifying because that's when he does go blast packing into C-Side, comes away with 3 quick kills in the blink of an eye. So it's always something to be a bit concerned about.
Mau kemana guys?
You know, DFM.
Oh kesini Leviathan sama Aspas anjir. Deng, sama King. Oh King emang Leviathan ya dari dulu. Mazino, King, Leviathan.
Would give a Vandal to their sweetheart or the 40-kill-𝘂𝘂 in a ranked game?
I think that these guys definitely care more about
Close, Kesnit, Melser.
I disagree. I think they would give it to their sweetheart because they're already here on the Pacific stage in rank. I mean,
I don't know what
matters, but does it really matter?
I will side with 𝘭𝘰𝘯𝘏 on this one. I'm sorry.
Okay.
You always have to.
Leviathan jago banget sih. Sebelum masuk si Aspas sama Kom juga udah jago banget.
Depending how this goes. Now, the first map Lotus was DFM's pick. You could tell they had some things prepared. The caster mentioned this as well, but it seemed like they weren't able to showcase a lot of what could have been.
Yeah, I think that again, as the growing pains continue, we're gonna see things more fleshed out. We're gonna see just cleaner
Sentinel vs Wonder Thief. Lihat.
The majority of them
kayak dulu 2 tahun yang lalu anjir.
Crazy Raccoon, so there is that pre-existing synergy. We
Sentinel
don't
Wonder
fully
Thief.
know how much time they had
Sengit.
to try and
Dulu gue juga nonton kayak jam 3-an gitu. Nonton Sentinel Wonder
able to make
Thief.
it over towards Ascension, and given
Dang.
all of the
Laut Leviathan seru sih. Ini seru semua sih. Ini kayaknya nggak ada yang nggak seru deh ini.
We don't know how long this 5-man has been playing together because they could have been playing with JoJo, they could have been playing with Suggest, etc. So I think it's going to take a little while to really iterate on this for them to, really get on the horse and be able to ride it.
Yeah, I will just say here for DFM, it feels like in the rounds that they were very successful at, they were able to really read the rotations of DRX. So even through all of those gripes, right, that they have to adjust, all of this and that, coming into a new team, they still have that solid ability to be able to, again, just read out their opponents, which, again, can work out in a pinch, especially when we're coming into this second map.
Yeah, that's right. Going into Breeze. Now, I feel like one map really isn't enough to determine how DFM is going to be playing this. How are they going to be responding to DRX? Surely has prepped something cool.
Halo Shushu.
I mean, we hope.
Kalau seru tentunya WP stream dong.
Could just be, oh, hey, yeah, we're just gonna run what we.
Jam 5 pagi, Bang. RRQ kapan lagi kali? RRQ hari Rabu. Di mana? Di Energy. Di 𝘧𝘰𝘮𝘮𝘦𝘯𝘵. 𝘬𝘰𝘮𝑚𝑜 kan juga cabut. Iya sisa 𝘬𝘰𝘮𝑚𝑜 bener. Yang cabut Bustio, salah. Watch party lagi. Sandwich narrative udah langganan ketemu kayaknya. Tapi yang sandwich party ini, sandwich party kan ini. Sand lawan jam 5 anjir, nggak bisa. Nggak bisa pagi banget ini anjir, nggak mau. Capek lo, kenapa sih Sentinel pagi mulu? Ngantuk anjay. Lebih ke lu pada yang nggak bangun sih, gue sih bangun ya. Nah kita lihat video kita. Gila, my boy. Udah bisa jam 5, sekarang kok nggak bisa.
Yeah, lots of shock and awe from DRX here, and I think it just goes back to what we were talking about. There's a lot of readjustment here for a team like this that hasn't really had that international experience yet, and DRX has that in spades already. So them being able to do this is still somewhat remarkable. But again, at the end of the day, they would want that dub if they can.
Gua nggak tahu dah kalau misalnya
It feels like there is going to be a bit of a tall task against that, especially if, I mean, we're talking about how Stax likes to go for the Sova. I think he might even bring the Fade into Breeze, because he was pretty good on that on Lotus, and it's not the worst on Breeze if you have double controller. You know,
I think it depends on how much work he's put in towards that Sova. Because you pretty much would always rather have that as your initiator coming through just for the info gather, and that tied in alongside the KO gives you a hell of a lot of it, because you can use that 0 point to identify how many people are pushing up elbow right now, how many people are going to be in A main, etc.
Susah berarti bareng sama RRQ.
Especially to just disrupt timing. People who are holding hard angles on Breeze. It's really, really important, but if Stax hasn't gotten that Sova up to a point where it feels like it will work,
Ardi sama Angel lagi.
maybe that's when they decide to opt away from it.
Aduh, ini seru banget sih tapi. Xiao juga jago banget, Sugasu juga jago banget. Ardi sih kemarin lumayan ngecuk ya. Angel.
But maybe they do have something different, because we've been seeing a lot of neon so far.
Cepetan anjir, lama banget breaknya.
That one neon that's been in play. Still haven't really seen that chamber coming into the fold, but you're of course also ever so present. And I'm wondering, do they take a punt here? Do they try to go for something like that to just really shake things up? Or is it just going to be DRX doing what DRX typically does and playing exactly what you expect them to do?
China nonton ntar, mau nonton Del Boy, nonton Del Boy sama ini jir. Nah, ini yang ditunggu-tunggu adik-adik. Cakep.
And we have May now bringing up Yoru as well. Oh, this is divine. Very heavy.
I like this. If you can't have another initiator with a flash, you must go for the Yoru. And again, you have that combination. Also, biggest counter to Cypher right now has got to be the Sova. So I do see it as a staple.
Here's the biggest concern. I'll just throw this out there real quick. We have Mako on Viper, and that's it for smokes.
Let's go, Jet Foxy.
Mako on Viper, Casters, over to you.
Sehat-sehat Bang Alek, terima kasih Dos.
We have Mako on Viper, we got double duelists, we got double Yorus on both sides. Thank you so much, 𝘧𝘰𝘮𝘮𝘦, Asteroid, and
kapan nih jadi pro player biar bisa hit comment. Makanya nggak mau nanti gue di hit. Makin di hit gue nggak apa-apain udah di hit anjir. Menantar kalau gue cupu.
Especially what Asteroid mentioned. You know, considering that he's often played the KO and things like that to be that supporting second line of entry with the flashes, but a very different take on the Euro pickup from DFM, right? You've got Neth on the Harbor, so trying to cut things up a bit more, but it's going to be a tough attack for them. They need to get these early picks, because otherwise it's going to be pretty telling how you enter onto a site. And there's that pick I was talking about.
Yorudivka.
Not going to be happy about that one. Foxy answers right back, though. DFM just losing out their legs for a second, but still very much alive. Oh, as 𝘧𝘰𝘮𝘦 pushes past this, it's so risky.
Well, this is kind of good bait for Cess. They've all gone through halls. Yeah, it's kind of hard to predict that.
Bunuh mereka! Bunuh dia! 1 HP, nice.
What? Wait, what? I guess it's right off the edge. The second one will definitely secure it though. May still very much alive. Goes in for the next shot. 22 HP. Just gate crashes into safety. The plant goes through, but Flashback senses it and uses the timing to push up front.
Nice
A second shot, and here it is that rookie.
Nice, bro.
Good shots too. Very crucial. Both of them were quite low. So if that was a
Gini
headshot
King
right off the
menang,
bat,
tetap
Stacks
menang.
is pretty low.
Dia kayak
Could have
let
still
my
been a
team
1v2
do the
victory
job.
for DFM.
Gue doain yang baik aja di hit. Enggak harus.
Coming in from Flashback here.
Halo 𝘧𝘰𝘮𝘮𝘦.
Very explosive.
Shock that W.
Got two opening picks really quickly.
Shock that anjir itu yang pertama. Masa gak mati? Yang bener aja.
𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘦 like you mentioned, Will. The shot
Gila.
from Stacks
King
to get the kill on
Mako.
the Cess.
Itu deng sih.
So quick.
Gila, nice banget anjir.
You know, maybe 𝘰𝘰𝘮𝑚 not the only player that's the future.
Nah, I'm still more convinced by 𝘰𝘰𝘮 showing so far, but the match isn't over just yet.
Itu ngecit ya.
Really early. 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘦
Tuh,
pulling
gitu
out the
dong.
outlaw. That's gonna be fun to see. Off of that duel as he
Kasih tahu.
loves to go peeking.
Oh, they saw
Definitely
each
spots
other.
one out.
Hilang lu.
And you
Lagi
know
bang,
what,
di
with
kanan.
the outlaw, the wallbang, the penetration on this thing, it's just so good.
And a bit of a way far out jump as well. I mean, Anthem just trying to
Mako
switch it up,
depan komuk
see if
lu,
they can
Mako.
catch him on another timing, bait out the shots so they can run in as a double.
And look at the default positioning from DRX as well. I mean, 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘦, you know, he's put up that wall up around shop or cave, and DFM no longer wants to challenge it. Mako watching halls. You got a little bit more support from Stacks, who has recons that he can send out towards mid as well. So they've got all these bases covered.
Nice.
Mako fires off a shot, and all of a sudden DFM.
Lagi bang.
And I don't know if you want to keep going into A anymore.
Yeah, this is a weird eco round where Neth just keeps
Aduh,
getting
angle-nya.
caught behind alone.
Angle-nya
Now,
bang.
do they check this corner? No,
Ooh,
but it's
nice.
just a classic.
Spike down mid.
Yeah, I mean, sure, it's an eco, but
Nah.
it's just this
Last
weird
player standing.
push
Yo,
up
cepet dia flawless.
DFM where
Connect.
it's Neth with the spike who constantly gets left
Ada
behind.
kampanye apa
How am I
Tetris?
supposed to get out of
Tetris
the
anjir.
point?
Lu sama Flashback mirip kali like.
Solo efforts, getting caught off
Mirip apa ya,
positions,
anjir?
and DRX just being clean with their shots. First you got 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘦, then you got Mako.
The thing I am most impressed about with Flashback, though, I've mentioned it before, is just how calm he looks, right? He's like, oh, this is just another game of Valorant. That he's giving off that vibe on stage. I mean, who knows? You know, if we do have a chance to hear from him, maybe he's going to say this was the most nervous he's ever been. But the thing is with 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘦, we could tell he was nervous. You know, some of the matches that he played, or even the maps when they were winning with 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘦 on stage, you could tell that the adrenaline and the nerves were getting to him, both in his play and just how he looked on camera. Whereas Flashback, yeah, it's just saying, I mean, it's just Valorant, right?
It would be super funny if he actually said he was.
I mean, it's possible. Some people are good at hiding it.
Oh, but look at this. And the drone does not spot him as well. Screen is running out, though, and DFM hasn't pushed out all too far, so Mako's still in a pretty darn good position.
He's holding so close, too.
Medusa off of the lurk, able to capture 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘦. Mako instantly getting the trade-off.
And the snake bite as well, that stops them to enter the cove at all. I mean, the only hope is... But what? You saw
Lemah gue sama yang pakai kacamata. Aduh. Flashback nongki di situ anjir.
No, but I thought he was pretty much part of the wall as
Woi,
a
bas.
right there.
Oh, what? Well...
Dikira bakal kena apa gimana?
I thought that DRX would have responded to it.
Well, I mean, it looked
Apa
like
Stacks nggak lihat tadi?
it was gonna be him just trying to dig into
Oh
the
anjir.
site.
Lah, nggak denger apa? Si Stacks lari.
Some questionable moves, but at the end of the day, DFM
Hayo, comms-nya hayo.
into the B site. Anthem was on the lurk as well.
Lebih bingung. Lebih bingung. Stacks-nya masih nyantu di belakang anjir.
DFM comes back in. No bonuses so far.
Yeah, some mysteries in that one, but
Itu
at the end of the day,
anjir.
the lurk comes in clutch
Aneh sih
from
tadi.
Medusa. I mean, that happened very early on into the round, so a good
Ini
kill
jir.
there.
Kan udah lari tuh ke site teh.
That's the second one.
I am actually
Nggak kedengeran
wondering
ya?
if Buzz was trying to act like he was a decoy, because the way he was walking on that angle is really weird.
Bisa hobby lurking.
I mean, could be. I don't know. Maybe we're reading too much into it.
Who knows? Who knows? We'll find out. I mean, if it wasn't decoy, would you just run forward? Whatever it is, Mei now has the dimensional drift, goes into it, gets all the info on the site, and is looking to get a pinch onto, you know, maybe Flashback or Buzz. Oh, Flash doesn't quite go out, though.
Nice banget, Buzz.
Buzz able to take him down. Neff makes it a bit of a trade. Medusa
udah
now
mati
back
semua
in
tiba-tiba.
from top of elbow. Archers is going to be where Mako is positioned, but without the numbers.
You have to save.
Yeah, and the op too.
Exactly, yeah. A big investment there, so DRX not going to greet it. It's very early on in
Jadi
the
ketat
half,
nih.
so no need for
Kayak
that.
siapa yang meremehkan DFM?
But yeah, we've been seeing a lot more Yorus now with the dimensional drifts as well, where they're not just going to try to go for the flashy plays where you go for the pop flash and then jump out, go for the shorty, things like that. They really do start to utilize that ultimate as an initiating tool. Wait for your teammates and then just pop out, go for the trades. I mean, it looked like Mei should have had an opportunity to get the kill himself onto Buzz, but at the end of the day, only that one weapon dropped. And that should help them stabilize quite steadily, as it was a rough buy round on the third round.
Yeah, not too bad for DFM. And you got to wonder again, I mean, the way Lotus played out for DRX, they had a stronger start. Of course, this is still just early, but this is DRX's map pick.
Yeah, and as the Des mentioned as well, even on Lotus, they won both pistols, so the score itself didn't tell the entire story.
Enggak terlalu sih, 13-8. Tapi kayak nggak nyangka gitu DFM bisa dapat 8.
Count pistols as part of the skill level, but you know they started with a massive
Ya
advantage.
lumayan wow, boleh-boleh sekarang dapat 8.
Makes me wonder how
DRX nggak seganas dulu. Jujur sih bener sih, itu setuju anjir.
We'll save that
Apa
for a
karena
future day,
stratnya
but
sama
for now,
terus?
DFM continuing to try to push through. It is them up against a slightly wounded DRX though. 𝘭𝘪𝘬 with the op still very much alive and just trying to get an angle, but look at all of these walls.
Yeah, they still haven't found any picks that they would want yet either.
Time to jump.
And with that, Spike goes down. Neff gets it done. Stacks, no angle seen either. As soon as you know the high tide goes down, Toxic Scream comes up. And then after that, I don't know, you still got a little bit more utility. One more cascade is available. Oh, look at the gate crash back into safety. Reckoning deployed as well. DRX starting to feel the pressure. 𝘭𝘪𝘬 has to push up front, goes for the tap, wants to bait out peaks. Here comes a bit of a flash, but DRX are landing their shots. Buzz goes in for yet another. Flashback gets one of his own. 𝘭𝘪𝘬 gets another shot too. And
Gua nggak ngerti apa yang terjadi, yang di ulti siapa yang mati siapa anjir.
DRX claims
Tapi
the
oke,
round.
nice.
Yeah, the tempo just one step ahead of DFM. The original idea seemed to be that it was going to be Mace jump peeking, then gate crashing out. Off of that, Medusa goes on the lurk, and then you kind of chain the lurks as well as you're holding out in main, but they realize they're already way close up to pyramids, so you need to just join back in main. The Reckoning sent a little deep as well, so DRX able to start pushing out in front of it, avoid those stuns. Clean shots across the board for DRX.
Really, really clean. I think that was one of the difference makers too. DFM, although they do recognize some of the situations, you know, sometimes it's just tough. A little bit slower on the decision making, and now it's going to be a DRX a little bit more rejuvenated. But what is that swing from Medusa?
Shit, man. Not good.
That was one of the snappier swings against the operator. It's a good call from Medusa. That shakes up the setup from DRX quite a bit, but lots of tools still. The pit remaining for a little bit longer on A main as well.
Just a bit, but hearing the footsteps out towards mid, Mako wants to investigate. That fake out was kind of used as well.
Fuck, man.
Prompts Mei to kind of peek back down. Gate crash will be used as he regroups with his squad. So now it's all up to Buzz actually to kind of receive and welcome them over to the
nice banget, lagi bang. Kasih tahu Buzz Lightyear. Let's go. Overheat, go.
Spotted out, flashes out, but has to
Kanto minti Raden, thank you Raden Ali. Bye, goodbye.
He's getting chipped down even lower. A good gate crash, and Buzz
Udah
draws so
bangun,
much attention to the
bangun.
back of sight. Frees up Flashback to hold close angles. A surprising double kill throws off DFM away from their own tempo. Then they're struggling to at least try to clean up Buzz as well, but the headshots line up.
And it's just, again, a DRX on defense that knows exactly how to play around the corners, knows exactly how to
Buzz is back.
Jiggle back
Nonton
and
agak
forth
lain
and
bang,
try to keep
udah
perfectly.
bagus kok.
Flashback, that's clean. Buzz, a little bit cleaner too.
Timeout, surely from DFM. Trying to see what other answers they can have, because without getting a clean first kill, and usually from the main force, I mean, Medusa had a great first kill here, but you know, it's away from the main force. They had to regroup, and at that point, the execute starts to look a little obvious when Yoru's your only duelist. So I'm curious to see what else they have prepared. Now, working mid, like they did here, mid and Hall is that pressure. It does shake the default just a bit, right? You have to have many more angles to cover, and sometimes maybe that means you can't put all your trips on one site. You have to use one on Halls at the very least. That used to be the go-to way back when. So there's some options to force DRX out of their comfort zone, but DFM, what's their choice?
That is the question, especially for this timeout. I mean, you're absolutely right. With Yoru being their sole duelist, Will, it's a little bit tricky and difficult to really create that space for your team. You don't have the same mobility and dive potential that Jet does, or Raze. So at least for this round, Anthem on the Guardian, I'm just gonna try to play it safe for a second. DRX, though, starting to stretch their legs a little bit. Look at what Buzz is doing down halls.
I like it after the timeout as well. You know they have enough money for a half armor buy.
Yeah,
oh, he jumps down. Make sure that they can't pressure mid too hard. Gate crashes out. Doesn't find solid info.
It does invite Medusa for
a
visit, though?
Yeah, but see, this is the change from DRX. That trip now put on Hall, so the earlier mid pressure, that way they don't have to keep watching both Nest and Hall. So DRX adjusting. They still have the gate crash for backup going to B. Don't have to worry about anything like a KO. So the default is here for DRX. Still finding comfort. Different angles on A side as well. Mako close. He's used that position before.
Wow. He's just ready.
Wah,
Buzz sends out the fake out as well, just for a bit more info. There it is.
Oh, nice banget Foxy.
𝘧𝘰𝘮𝘬𝘦 has arrived up around bridge.
Oh, nice.
That's the first kill. Stax picks up the other. And then Mako, getting cut down actually by Anthem. It gives DFM a little bit more space, but how long can they hold this on? Because 𝘧𝘰𝘮𝘬 has his sights available. Stax with a bit of a lineup from the shock dart too. May still very much in the game. Just wants to go in to retrieve the spike. 15 seconds left, and he has to stick the plant.
Namanya kan udah bulan. Thank you, Ardian.
No, Stax follows him right through on the jump.
Stuck in on the first beam.
Thank you.
So although it was a good idea, did not
udah
quite
mau 2 tahun.
Stax's Hunter's Fury. DRX
Ini lebih dari
investing every
pantasan.
cent and dime to secure the round wins.
Yeah, and the quick decision from Stax as well, both on the shock dart and the Hunter's Fury. I mean, the pit's used to try to just get into the site, because they think that's going to be enough to win it out. Yeah, and he sees that coming up. Yeah, the pit's being used. He doesn't even actually necessarily hear the pit when he draws out the shock dart, but he just wants to deny that spike going into the site, and then he backs off knowing that he has the Hunter's Fury.
This is
incredible.
That goes there.
3 rounds, 1 in a row now. That win bonus is flowing.
DRX kapan main besok? Jam 1 lawan 𝘰𝘰𝘮𝘮𝘦.
Kind of now stuck into their own half armor meta. Wow. May's still putting up kills, but it's not leading to much anymore.
It's just single frags and then trades for DRX. 𝘧𝘰𝘮𝘬𝘦 punishing with that operator, but Stax now coming in to take a peek.
Member udah kayak lama banget, Alik nge-YouTube 2 tahun. Iya, Jir. Gue nge-YouTube 2,5 tahun. Dia udah mau 2 tahun.
Yeah, but look at 𝘧𝘰𝘮𝘬𝘦's position. They know they've lost mid entirely, so he just takes over
White Bang kapan main? Salah game.
The cave. Now, if he peeks out any further, his legs will show on that spy cam.
I like it. Staying vigilant, trying to read the timings for how DRX might rotate. Still is a play in towards the A site though, so trying to make use of the pyramids and the toxic screen. Medusa with such a deep position actually pinches on towards Mako. starting to look like a very secure DFM round.
Yeah, this is a weird round just because, you know, DFM is going to be able to find this round anyway. But Flashback gets 2 in a row. Now with the, yeah, of course you used the blade storm then.
Ayo, gas, Foxy.
I gotta see that. He gets a third kill as he pushes out. 𝘧𝘰𝘮𝘦 just making noise, trying to buy it away from Anthem. Timer is ticking. We spent 1 left click, 1 knife.
Flashback's running in. He's ready for it. The shock dart doesn't go out, and he follows him up the spray around the pyramid. A beautiful 4K. Gets the neural theft with the defuse. The Academy youngster now on the main squad.
DFM lah, raunin DFM anjir. Oh, never mind. Ditro anjir.
Wondering, right, on Lotus, you know, he had some of these one-on-2 situations. If he can clutch this out, he will be amazing. Guess what? 2 on 4. He can do it just as well. He took down 3.
Anjir, man.
I'm starting to see why the DRX players are
Aduh, dartnya kaget. Jangan itu, Mas.
Not just calm anymore. All right.
Okay. The thing is he doesn't seem to be a very flashy player. But in some ways,
shock dat apa anjir, shock dat.
Just doesn't get shaken
Shock datnya bikin beneran shock sih.
Always expecting the next target.
The pop-off, though.
Well, that's unlike Mako for sure.
But yeah, whatever it is, here's the next round. Dimensional Drift was deployed. Hunter's Fury and all the ults and utilities too. 𝘧𝘰𝘮𝘦 starting to feel the pressure, but he's still okay with the shorty.
Aduh,
pops off over
kalah.
onto the decoy, and Mei wins out the duel. Straight from Buzz though. Flashback still very much alive.
Flashback.
Look
What
at
the fuck?
Support
Flashback.
and he
Beast
picks up the
anjir.
3rd kill. Medusa.
Goodbye.
Off of a
Goodbye,
bit of
Medusa.
work. Can't quite find all too
Keseringan
much
ngelurk
as he
lu
gets
anjir.
spotted out towards the end.
ITP-in anjir.
Takes him out.
Let this be a lesson to all the other Korean
semua di
players.
akhir, iya,
Pop-offs
anjir.
matter. All right, the confidence. No, I'm serious. In a game like Valorant, the momentum matters so much. The energy matters. Obviously, it could lead to overheats, but sure, Flashback's been doing consistently well across
Masih
the
DFM match pertama loh ketemu raja terakhir.
smokes, the way he's taking fights alongside veterans on
Panas bener Flashback. Iya anjir.
I hear what you're saying. The
Lagi
confidence, the energy, you love all of that. I'm just laughing because as
Kan
soon as
balik
you
ya?
say that,
Belum.
Mako's
Masih
face
nunggas
shows
kayaknya.
up, and he doesn't pop up.
Well, Mako's an exception. You know, Mako, he talks about how if he had the aim of Flashback, maybe it would have won champions. Maybe if you popped off, you would have won champions. I don't know. Maybe that's the secret ingredient.
Maybe it's got to be whatever it is. Medusa definitely has a bit of aim as well. Off the lurks, off of Mei, the target shots. Despite this being a half by DFM, they are still thorny. They are still
Masih ada Flashback. Chill.
Should be able to go all the way to the plant. Now, Dimensional Drift available for Buzz, so there's some options. He's actually dug all the way deep with the Gate Crash.
Mampus nih hilang nih. Banyak kinda katanya. Ngelurk anjir.
Great crash out towards mid as well, and then maybe he goes in for a bit of pressure play towards the back of main.
Just wants to spot how many people are where. Wow.
Main
flashes just to keep them tied up. 3rd and 4th. He's isolated.
Nice banget anjir.
That's a good shot
Nice
for Flashback.
banget.
What the heck?
Anjir,
Incredible long-range
aduh.
duels. The Reckoning was saved for this
Nice
moment.
Mako.
Tried to go in for that gate crash, but not quite in time. Mako, deeper position, has to
Bantuin.
hold it for his
Nice banget.
teammate.
Satu lagi.
Unfortunately, Flashback drops down, so it comes down to the one-on-one,
Oh,
and
nice
Mei
try
with
anjir.
the
Anjir
Guardian
Mei.
picks out
Oh,
1,
no.
2,
Gila.
3 to the 4.
Yeah.
Boleh Guardian nih.
Just the unfortunate part there.
Nggak ngaruh,
is
like, tetap
Mei
all
trying
in
to go in for an
DFM.
upgrade on the weapon, but not enough time left. The spike goes off.
DFM
So
dapat 6 kayak.
kept over.
Satunya susah.
Still a good win.
Minta 6 gila ya.
I mean, when you're this far behind, though, you gotta make sure you're taking everything you can.
True.
DFM belajar dari VRX tapi next round cuma ilmu throw ya.
But I'm just impressed. I mean, these were all just
Tapi
Guardian
ini jago
shots.
loh. Si Nef ini.
Getting the frag out towards
Dari tadi
Halls,
nge-frag
they're
mulu.
trying to get an idea for how DRX positions themselves.
Si
We are
Mei.
nearing the end of the first half, though.
Oh Nef jadinya. Nef siapa ya?
Could be another potential 7-5.
That is how we ended off the first half on the first map.
That's a good move as well. Just note that Buzz spams that out and then he gate crashes out, and it could have been bait for someone to peek in to 𝘧𝘰𝘮𝘦's operator.
Oh, Mako.
Yeah, but DFM
Ih, Mako nyantai di situ anjir.
Oh, Mako.
Nice.
Just as good. Neth comes back in for that trade, finds
Anjir,
yet another on the
nice
𝘧𝘰𝘮𝘮,
banget.
but Buzz trades right back.
Anjir.
Medusa gets the shot through mid. but then his position is revealed. Stax knows and wants to play around the pyramids. Comes back into support, flashback, Owl drone deployed. They knew where one player was, but not quite sure about Anthem. So it comes down to the gun duels. Oh, jump peeks and wall bangs. �㫂𝑠𝑎 is coming up from behind. 8 rounds left in the mag. Stax tries to stick it halfway. Just left a little bit
𝘂𝑰𝘮𝑎 draws out so much aggro from mid in that post plant. What a crucial lurk. Starts off with a kill as well, a second, and then the cyber cage, and then he breaks the drone from Anthem. Like you said, that keeps him just long enough for flashback to not have his crosshairs lined up on that corner.
You gotta admire how sharp some of these crazy players are.
You mean DFM?
Okay, DFM, yes.
They are DFM. I don't know what you're talking about.
Thank you. They are DFM.
𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮𝘬.
They definitely are. They are showing up bigger performances than last year. If we can end this 7-5, I might actually, have some hope of this possibly going for map 3. May with the dimensional drift now, looking to initiate on towards B site, or at least create a bit of pressure once more. 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮 lurking out towards A main.
Oh, this is hard though. I mean, this is how they're trying to take up space elsewhere, but May's got to have an escape ready to go. It's too late. He's spawning two members on opposite sides. What a risk.
Very, very risky. Everyone's all split up. Now you got Buzz, who took down 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮.
If he gets more than one here.
Yeah.
I mean, then the round's over.
Okay, Cascade flashes through. Wow. Good play, but good shot and good flick away from Anthem as well. He dodged that flash like it's nothing. Just in time for that high tide 2 from Neth. And it keeps Stax at bay.
But they couldn't get Neth the plant, so no reckoning available. Was only 1 point away.
Let's go flashback.
Well, this isn't something DRX has done too much of, but they're wary of it. They have enough people still left alive.
Oh, nice banget.
And the neural theft. You have to push out. You got to take this fight.
Let's go, Bang. Bantuin dong.
They are sandwiched in. 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮. If you don't take the fight against Flashback, 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮 is right on the other end. They held their ground, but it's not quite enough as Flashback. Unbelievable peaks.
Gila. Flashback lagi mau nyala,
I know it's a low-cost ultimate, but what was that? 4 neural thefts, 3 neural thefts? I mean, quite a few. Sure, they fed him a couple, defuses and things like that.
Padahal tadi Bas. Iya.
What a couple of rounds.
Dulunya kena flash anjir, tapi di backup sama main.
And the retakes too of that neural theft. So, I mean, that's the story today. We're seeing DRX, we are seeing new compositions, and we are seeing Flashback.
Ngejaga justru kan tadi si Viper.
Says that they will buy dinner.
Tapi mati kalau fight.
They didn't say who, but if they win, and it said per person $50. So that's like a really decent dinner, like a nice dinner.
It doesn't say who.
It doesn't say, but that means if anybody, right? Like that's up to interpretation. So I'll take it. I'm down for a $50 dinner from a fan.
Yeah, something like Korean barbecue. Whatever it is, the map's not over yet. 8-4. It's a lot of improvements all around. Sharp shots coming out from players such as May, 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮. Thing is, though, as we swap over to the next half, I mean, how do you make the compositions work? It's a little bit better. Yeah,
it should be easier for DFM, or at least it's easier to showcase what they
DFM menang lagi sama Rio. Anjing. Ini lebih tinggi kemenangan, lebih tinggi persentase DFM menang daripada gue lawan Rio.
That's what I'm thinking about. Theoretically, good composition for defense. You got 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮 on that cypher. You've got the double controller, but you also got double duelist in the form of not just Buzz, but also 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮, who has been sniping. He hasn't had the best performances, given how he loves to peek out on his own, but still enough that it confuses DFM at times.
Fast push out with a cascade on A, so gate crash available for backup as well.
Well, everyone just kind of holds back. May already pinched down by 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮.
That's an early camp.
Oh! Wow, Spike Planter killed.
A good pick out. I mean, that's enough time for backup to arrive from mid, and DRX knows this.
Yang bener aja.
Hence, they are not pushing up front to retrieve the spike just yet. I'm more curious about Mako's positioning, though, as he wraps back up around. The high tide does block off quite a bit towards B main, though.
Good cyber cage from
Aduh, anjir
Flashback.
nice banget. Gue kira dimajuin anjir.
Knows that Neth is right around the corner. Oh, but past the toxic screen.
Nice.
As soon as it drops, though, picks off Cess.
Aduh.
Neth right around 𝘰𝘯𝘬𝘦 with the pillar.
Nice anjir,
But
langsung
Mako
di-pick
lands a
Mako.
shot. Too many targets, a little bit overwhelmed. DRX, another pistol.
Udah yuk, tinggal last 4 yuk. Bisa.
Flashback just almost robotic to a certain extent. But that's what you want from someone that you can trust to anchor, really just hold, one angle, one part of the map. And the cyber cage,
Yang satu gimana main
doesn't
Bellnya
necessarily
tersangit.
get a kill off of it. The fact that it now
13-8
makes some
sih.
question, is he in the cage? Is he going
Ya,
to pop
tapi
out on the other
lumayan
side? Is he
gitu.
still in the cubby? That
Bisa dapat
forces them.
8.
It funnels them all the way back in to the other side.
At some point,
Ya
they
lo,
just
DFM masih
decided,
bisa
like,
delik.
we don't want to deal with him. Let's try to run back.
So hina itu kak gue.
Finds an opening.
Enggak deh.
So with the pistol win now, Fox
Si jago itu kak gue berarti. Berarti gue not bad dong. Gue bisa keprosin dong. Seorang diamond. Ya Allah,
Vicious jump,
Mei.
but a clean shot from Flashback nonetheless.
Walks up like it's
Cosplay
nothing.
rabbit anjir.
Now we've got that gate crash play onto site.
Udah lah.
Most of it
Nice
is
try
clear.
lah.
Fake
Oh,
out
fragnya
clears it
begitu
out
anjir.
full. But Flashback is in such a good position too.
Habisin.
Gets a clean second one. Now feeling
Nice
a bit
try
more
deh.
pressure from the double peaks,
Nice,
but Mako
Mako.
instantly comes back in
Satu
to
lagi, Mak.
respond. Easy
Last
double
mid.
burst.
I was about to say, if he does get traded, that's a bulldog over to DFM, but Mako's there at long range. Good support from the veteran older brother.
Ya bisa kalahan bos lagi ada
What his teammates can show under his leadership. I mean, Stax is one of those players again he's had great moments, but as a leader, it's been very up and down, and you could tell that he had trouble handling the pressure. I mean, he's spoken out about it as well. But now rejuvenated with 2 young
Araki
players
mainnya
under his
Rabu.
command.
This is just kickoff, but I am starting to wonder, like, champions being in Korea this year, is there going to be a little bit more pressure towards the later half of the year?
I mean, yeah, if they'll have to get there, for sure.
They want to.
If that doesn't happen, boy. We saw a similar situation with Masters Tokyo last year, and I don't think DRX would want to be in those shoes ever.
Definitely not, which is why this performance so far has been good. Just clearing things out to check. They see that spy camera shooting things out. 𝘧𝘰𝘮𝘮𝘦 still trying to play around.
Anjir.
Oh, he sneaks underneath the tripwire.
Anjir, tripnya.
Takes down Stax.
Ya, Medusa yang
Spike
tadi.
is still down.
Ya siapa sih tadi yang tripnya longgar anjir?
At the end of the day, just trying to buy time here.
That's not bad. They just make sure that they can get numbers advantage.
The post plants are coming. The lineups from the snake bites. It's already on the way.
Through the air.
They need to push out.
Wah, ente dah.
DFM
Wall
way too
bang.
much. Outlaw still fires through.
Whoa.
Trying to tap back into it. Buzz lands it through.
Spam, spam.
He's trying to make it go
Master
through.
masih
And
bertahan anjir.
Anthem will secure the frag on towards Buzz just enough for Seth
Trapnya flashback.
to stick
Iya,
the
trapnya
defuse.
flashback. Tadi juga yang di FM juga si
That could have been dicey
siapa tadi
just
ya?
because
Juga ada
I
yang
think
begitu.
DRX made the right call to say, right, we've already lost enough
Step udah
members.
closing-nya.
They're still not peeking out, so since they've spent enough time,
Oh, trapnya
fire off
TS.
the snake bites first, and then we'll still have 3 members on this firing range from window.
Itu sih lucu sih.
Unfortunately, at the end of the day, a little bit of better weaponry and still more members for DFM. Yeah, Anthem's
Trapnya
relieved
TS.
on that one.
Jesse,
He knows
Jesse.
the trouble they could have faced there.
Jesse bukan sih? Bukan ya?
Almost.
Jesse kan
High tide was
main
nice.
Cypher?
10-5 score, and now we go back into it. DRX buys up.
5 anjay.
What is this stack up around the A site?
Di sini semua anjir.
Look here.
Ngapain?
The decoy invested as well. They
Buset.
want to push out that much is certain. You have the gate crash as well. That's why they do it.
You gain
Right, so it
nothing.
puts the pressure
Go B,
on.
go
Now
B.
if DRX wants to shake up the default, they're going to have to invest a lot because you heard and saw so many different pieces of utility. And DFM's banking on that. Now they're trying to erase mid, and then gate crash will be there to support B site. The problem is 𝘧𝘰𝘮𝘮𝘦 is all alone. Looking for
Let's
a
go.
pocket kill.
We go B.
He does have
Kalau
a toxic
ini
screen just to help him for a time
yang
being.
ini ultinya
Getting a
bisa
long-range shot from the back of
kenain
Arches.
trapwire nggak?
But here comes Buzz, trying to
Ya
initiate. Oh,
Tuhan.
spotted out by 𝘧𝘰𝘮𝘮𝘦. 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮 trying to recuperate from those losses, but the flash is just too darn good. A flawless round from DFM. What?
The first pick
fokus
from
DRX
Dame is
anjir lah.
crucial.
Masa kalah?
Cuts off the second line from DRX, so you know,
Jangan
sure, it's
kalah ya.
Buzz still
Awas
looking
kalah.
for information. He actually gets really good information. He hears the gate crash, spots May, and then he's able to eventually push all the way in so that Medusa gets pinged out away from his cyber cage as well. But at that point, you're like, well, May's there watching for me as well. Buzz not able to pick his targets quick enough, and Medusa turns around. And Snacks was not too happy about that round because they had a plan, and they couldn't execute it at all, really.
Sabar, jangan gebuk meja kayak Alex.
DFM doing good, but was there something wrong
Alex,
with DRX?
kangen Alex.
Whatever
Besok
it
lihat
is,
Alex.
next round here it comes. And it's gonna be
Map 3 tadi di mana, Bain ya?
This change is good from DFM.
3 tadi, iya. Decidernya Bain.
They're sticking with it. They want to take the fight to him.
Anthem mirip Gibran.
But DRX is not gonna give that fight too easily.
Anthem mirip
What a
Gibran.
flash, and then
Sabar,
Stacks
nggak
will
liatin.
back off of it. Another flash now, and Buzz
Nice.
continuing to strafe wider
Ambil senjatanya, Bang.
than May could track. Onto the next. Oh, they're peeking one by one
Thrifty,
now.
bro.
Will is not happy.
Gak butuh full buy, butuh cuma
That's crazy that
Deagle.
flashback hits it. I was scared that he was going to. Sure, he's expecting it, but he's backing up to stop when you're holding backwards and then break enough so that you can
Mana
hit
mirip
that clean
Gibran
shot.
gila ya
Sure, he
lo.
misses the first one, but a good shot. I mean, Medusa had to rotate quickly. Could it have been cleaner? It always can if you're losing the round.
Sini udah
but
lanjut main, udahan.
flashback.
Berapa jam anjir gua nge-stream? 4 jam.
What a player for DRX to pick up, or at least
Langsung
promote.
sheriff nih. Kabur, Bas.
That's why
Caps.
he's here. Spike plant secure now for DRX.
Ya elah, goodbye dah.
It's gonna be Anthem trying to do whatever he
Ah,
can.
dicicil anjir.
They have
Menangis.
enough map in the next round, so
You know, a little
Safe
bit of a
lah.
beat coming out, I think, from Buzz. A little bit of a trying to get the chant going, perhaps, in the crowd.
Anthem mirip ini anjir. Jongkok.
But it's gonna be a save. I mean, you have to. Still
Jongkok, tim Jongkok,
still
tim
doable,
nyanyi.
still can buy up for DFM.
Bukan yang BTS. Yang Running Man.
yeah. And so far, I mean,
Kocak bener lawan
Just
Iko
showing again
begini.
that
Iya anjir lagi Iko padahal. Udahlah, nice try.
can always
Udah.
recover that quickly.
Saatnya turu.
I mean, sometimes it's just these strange rounds again with like.
Besok WP apa lawan apa? Besok WP PRX. Itu mantep sih Stacks. PRX lawan 𝘰𝘰𝘮𝘮.
So calm from flashback. But I think this
𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮𝘮.
is more one of those cases of DFM still focused on what they were planning to do across multiple rounds, right? Because you pushed out from Cascade once, then you pushed out, you put pressure, then you rotate, tighten up the map. This time you're keeping people there to take the fight.
Bleed
Think you should
GE.
win because you have 2 members, so
Yeah.
with the better weaponry, you should be able to trade out. Unfortunately, it was the first pick with a Sheriff, and May's all alone.
So just again, I mean,
T1 Zeta.
some odd happenings
T1
for
Zeta ya?
DFM for reasons that I can't really tell you.
Aduh anjing tolol. Ini
It
siapa?
does put DRX up at the cusp of match point.
Oh, these 2 members sitting here is so risky. Because if
Bentar,
you go down,
bentar.
the round is instantly over. The double
Bentar.
controllers stacked together.
Oh, they're kind of lined up for each other too. I thought like if Crossfire might be better, but now it's gonna have to be that Cove to bail them out. May able to get a good shot on towards mid though, so that's not too bad. However, Halls has been compromised, and it's just a bit more pressure. Now they're thinking about it, but there is that gate crash sound too. 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮𝘮 dives right in off of that, and there is space created.
Seth's just trying to make sure not everyone can come through. He's trying to tie them up as Medusa already near the entrance of Cade.
Tolong Fidel.
Medusa's going to need to win that fight. He's going to wait for the main forces to start the attack.
Tolong.
Soften up the blow. Artillery comes in.
Dimensional drift.
Flashes through. Seth's able to get the first shot onto 𝘭𝘪𝘬𝘮, but Buzz, though, trades right back. May comes in as well. Mako's just wanting to land that snake bite. It does buy a bit of time, but
Lagi gara-gara judul nih
Medusa,
babi.
like you mentioned, Will, striking from behind.
A great use of dimensional drift, and Medusa just does not show himself because at some point, Mako's gonna have to turn around because you want to figure out how far is that Yoru coming. And I love the patience
Makasih,
coming in
Del.
with the blindside as well. He doesn't use it immediately. They're able to get the first pick.
Sorry.
And then he sends the decoy out. A great bait out.
Klik recommend agent untuk kompe.
Good
Kai.
stuff coming out
Jangan
from
Sky udah di
DFM.
nerf ya? Reina aja.
A lot tighter
Reina
teamwork
easy
than
peasy
before.
lemon squeezy.
What you're talking about
Di
with
rate,
Medusa not showing
di
himself
rate,
too early.
di rate sama
Waiting for
Judal
the team.
anjing, takut banget.
May initiating with the dimensional drift. There's so much at work.
Nggak sabar, susah
But as the
doblat
rounds
ketemu.
go on,
Terus
DRX's
ini.
ultimates start to
Jago
build
banget
up
lagi
as
Diwan.
well.
Boleh, menarik.
Yeah, surely DRX has a plan to use everything here. I mean, look at the Cypher utility as well. It's just trying to cover their back all the way around.
Ayo flashback, you can do it flashback. Aduh.
Flash plays take down flashback.
Oh, nice bro.
But here comes 𝘧𝘰𝘬𝘦 with the updraft.
1 HP.
Spotted. Yep, that's Sandra's Fury. And the choke point as well.
GG,
A loss for 𝘧𝘰
lah.
just to
Mas,
drift
mid
up
dong.
clearly.
GG.
Medusa last one left, and 𝘧𝘰𝘬𝘦 already knows where he is.
GG. Ayo 𝘧𝘰 maju.
This be repeated a couple times. I mean, I'm all for lurks, I'm all for flanks if they
Nggak
work,
bakal
but
kalah.
the thing is if
Ayo, Poxy.
that's your game plan, the backup's always going to be late, which means you should either really just empty out as much as you can and at least not take these somewhat broken fights. Problem being, Breeze, the side area is so huge, you don't want to give it all for free. So you have to fight at some point, right? You don't want to give all the way up through yellow, all the way up through bridge.
Ini Medusa kayaknya udah nge-save lebih dari 5 kali deh.
DFM right now. They know that the backup's not always going to be there. It never was for DFM.
Mau backnya dong, Ci, anjir. Nanti nonton NA nggak? Hari ini cuman, nanti malam, nanti subuh cuman kru sama kru apa gitu tadi? Nggak nonton lah, ngantuk. Gitu menjatnya.
But on the other hand, DRX, I mean, we can't stop saying good things about them.
Well, it's an interesting match between these two teams because obviously DFM definitely looks more improved than the latter half of their
Besok start jam 1 siang.
Pacific 2023. But DRX also coming in with changes on the roster. So the question is still going to remain in a lot of teams' minds as they're trying to assess their potential opponents of, well, is this the case of DRX really coming back to compete for that first place in Pacific and try to take it back away from �ヾ𝑟x? Or is it just kind of that half and half of, okay, like DRX is looking okay, there's some rough spots, because honestly, a lot of it is also just off of really good aim and diligence, right? Just good trades, good, holding angles. Not any much of a crazy strat coming out. I mean, sure, the Yoru, not a comp we've seen from them on Breeze, but not cooking up anything entirely new. So I don't know if they're quite challenged to that limit where we can really get a gauge of, all right, are they there to try to challenge �㾂𝑟x, or are they really here to see we're taking it back?
Of course, you would love to see.
Yeah, and that would change your look on DFM as well, right? Because if it's the latter, it's like, okay, well, DFM put up a really good fight then. But if it's the former, it's okay. DFM seems to have improved. We'll have to wait and see from other matches as well.
That's fair enough.
No,
we should think a lot about what is going on in the match right now as 𝑁th peeks out and takes down flashback. No more lurks available for DRX.
Kirim pialanya ke DRX.
Trying to find that.
Yuk 13-7 yuk.
However, you've got 𝑠ess.
Yeah, he's just stationed here, but he has backup this time.
Masa GG? GG aja.
𝘧𝘰𝘬𝘦 with a quick flick with the operator. Cleans up one.
Nice try, Bo.
Despite the good adjustments for
Dedenya si Net nih.
DFM, long-range duels, and 𝘧𝘰𝘬𝘦 just loves to go and
itu
pick
kelihatan anjir
things
palanya.
apart. Now angle swapped over towards yellow, or back towards the back of pyramids. It's gonna be Medusa that falls next. The Viper's pit though, and 𝘧𝘰𝘬𝘦 tries to defend it with his life. Able to do it for the time being up against 𝘧𝘰𝘬𝘦, but here comes the dimensional drift.
I don't think he saw him.
Oh no.
He's still looking for him.
Oh, but he sprays a little bit early. 𝘧𝘰𝘬𝘦 gets the timing off of it. And now Buzz back into safety. 30 seconds left. It's 2-on-2. You still got that �㪠𝑛𝑒𝑟 on Anthem though.
Yeah, Anthem just needs to try to wait. Unfortunately, 𝘁 not in a great position. Reckoning was used as well way too early to try to keep 𝘧𝘰𝘬𝘦 alive.
Waiting for a clear advantage before they push up front. They tapped it. Anthem goes in for the commitment.
Susah nih.
Mako
Susah nih.
trying not to get spotted, but the beam does reveal his position. Now sticks to plan as he runs out of time. But Recon
nice
reveals
try.
everything. DFM wallbangs himself into an 8th win.
DFM segini doang flashback.
A lot used.
Bangke
Got the
lah.
Pit Reckoning and Hunter's Fury away from
Aduh,
DFM.
sumpah. Itu
So
bassnya.
honestly, a huge investment, but you'll take whatever you can get to try to claw into overtime. That first flick from 𝘧𝘰𝘮𝘬𝘦 really allowed the possibility, because otherwise I thought DFM's setup this time was good. The early backup, you still had a crossfire coming in from Medusa and 𝘰𝘰𝘮𝘮, and that keeps Cess able to just focus on that A main cave entrance.
bisa. Mau.
A little bit interesting though with the corner
Iya,
that he
308.
played and Buzz not being able to see him. But still, next round, DRX.
Apa anjir? Bisa lah ulti. Aku punya ulti flashback. Flashback sih gue udah nggak tahu ya ultinya udah berapa kali ya. Gila.
Looking to make something happen towards B.
Yeah, because if they can get in, if they can get the plant, that's the pit.
Nice banget anjir
Way
Foxy.
too wide of a swing away for the anti-flash.
What a play from 𝘧𝘰𝘮𝘮𝘬.
Oh, ini
However,
tolong
off of
bunuh
it,
net
the
1
follow-up
HP ya.
just instantly traded by 𝘰𝘰𝘮𝘮. Now on to the next one. It's
Aduh.
Flashback who tries to make
Nice
things
banget.
happen. Stays
Tufian,
alive long enough for
ada
Mako and
ulti.
Stacks to come in now.
The pit is going to go up to 1v2, but no, he's still waiting. Oh, he spotted
Ulti dulu
first.
deh. Cakep.
Just want to ensure that okay, he is coming from arches.
Well, that
udah. Very good,
well,
very
right?
good.
Make sure that the
Very
drone
good
gets the
ult.
spot
I
all
like,
the way
I like.
to the timer, so good
Fair
patience.
What is Medusa gonna do? Tries to wrap around the corners. Mako can play around so much.
Muter,
Viper's
anjay.
Pit's gonna drop pretty soon now, and Stacks has an angle. Recon up as well.
Oh, but he's running away so far. He gets one.
Alright, surely Stacks plays for time. He knows how to make this happen.
Only 4
Udah,
shots for
cetek.
Medusa.
Cetek, kamu pasti bisa
Running
cetek.
out of time.
Cetek.
Sticks
Aduh.
it half, sticks it full.
Stacks, stick it all the way. It's going to be the headshot from Stacks. 13-8. That Cyber Cage just could not
Anjir udah
stay
lumayan
up
lah,
long
DFM bisa dapat
enough.
8 2 map.
And it's
Udah
going to
GG
be the
anjir.
second map and
Well.
match win for DRX.
Pakai segala
Round, but still the veterans, the big
Itu
brothers on
lucu sih.
DRX,
Oh.
they can definitely carry them over that finishing line.
Aduh.
But still, I mean, the
Udah serang
legs
sih
on
ini ya?
these younger
Cuman Zeta ya?
brothers too,
Cuman Zeta
flashback. What a
sama
performance.
DRX.
Yeah, I think Flashback definitely
DRX Salon.
proves that you should keep your eyes on him. Obviously,
dari
just
cuma
first
2 ya
match, we
besok.
don't want to get ahead of ourselves in terms of like best of Korea,
3
competing
anjir.
for best of the world,
Iya
things like
ini,
that.
Bleed
But
GE.
enough to say, okay, there's reason for the hype.
Jadi
Everyone keep your
PRX,
eye
Bleed
on this
baru
guy, topping
T1.
the scoreboard in the server. In front of all of his veterans, but
Tiga ini
also all of
besok.
DFM as well. On the flip side, I think 𝘰𝘰𝘮𝘮, for those who
Lusa
never
baru
really got to
ini.
follow his career in Japan, he had a
Kilo
lot of
tapi.
shots and the fair number of kills that proved why he's one of the rising stars for Japanese Valorant, but not enough. And to me, the big thing is a little bit more variance from the calls, right? A little bit more variance, adapting to your opponents rather than just your own game plan. But there's a decent start here for DFM.
It is nice to see
Minus
some
10,
adaptations coming through as well.
sedih.
It's just got to be a little bit
Minus
quicker, a little
10,
bit
minus
tighter.
15.
But apart from that, the sharpshooting is here, and it's such an aggressive day of Valorant. 2-0s all across the board. But then again, I mean, DRX DFM,
DRX
just the
guys.
performance that we needed to close out the day.
Hinan.
Man, this means it's going to be DRX versus Talon
Ya
as
salam
well.
seru
in
nih.
the
Bye
winners
guys,
bracket for
PP
this
semua,
group, trying to
PP semua,
get
PP semua.
to that playoff
Dari jam
spot
1
in
sampai
phase 3, and the way
sampai
Governor
7
and
kayak
Talon,
tadi
all
lagi.
Talon were playing today,
Tadi gue jam 3 ya.
I'm gonna be
Jam
honest,
1
I
nih
think
besok
it's gonna be
soalnya
a
PRX
tough
seru
match
nih.
for DRX.
I mean,
Jam
wouldn't that
1
be such a fun test, though?
sampai T1 juga gue pengen banget nonton
Not just for
sampai
DRX, but
malam
Talon
besok.
as well. I mean,
Oke,
that Neon play, how is it going to fare
bye,
against
see
this
you tomorrow.
composition?
Thank you.
I don't know. DRX
PP
now
5
has
jam
at
aku
least
tiduran dia
one
bukan
game of
Alex.
tape against that Talon, so we'll see if it's enough for that coaching staff
Iya
to
anjir,
come
nggak tahu
prepared.
gue ngantuk hari ini.
It's gonna be a tough one, but I think
Dari
it's gonna
pagi
be an
sih gue
exciting
ngantuk
one.
banget ya.
Still,
Jam 5.
we got the interview with
Kata-kata hari ini, Lex.
Flashback up on stage, so we'll toss it over to
Malam-malam nonton Valo. Bye jomblo.
Goes to DRX. Congratulations, our here is Flashback. 안녕.